breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का।
छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की।
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत. पण का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
We reached an agreement on patrolling. We have gone back to where the situation was in 2020, and we can say with that the disengagement process with China, you can say, has been completed. The understanding, to my knowledge, is that we will be able to do the patrolling which we were doing in 2020.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
ऐसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए.
In the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं.
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital, Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India century, driven by aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की.
Welcome back. Our special segment, Dateline Mumbai, and today we are focusing on a constituency that's likely to witness a high-stakes, keenly watched battle between young Turks of Mumbai. Well, Milind Deora of Shinde Sena is likely to take on Aditya Thackeray in the Worli constituency. Remember, Worli has been a Thackeray Sena stronghold forever, in fact for decades now, and this time it's going to be a hot seat. But what are really the issues on the minds of the voters? My colleague Anuj sent us this report.
standing on the Bandra Worli sea link, and we will be taking this iconic 5.6 kilometer long sea bridge to reach Worli. Now, telling you a little bit about Worli, for me, it is mini Mumbai. Now, I know that there is a very cliche term and it has been used for many other regions in Mumbai as well. But let me tell you why, according to me, Worli fits the bill best. When you look at Worli, on one hand, it has got all of this futuristic infrastructure. You know, it has got the coastal road, a very vibrant work culture, and of course, the new bridge, which was introduced or rather inaugurated just a while back. But at the same time, Worli is also home to Mumbai's original inhabitants, and that is the Koi people. On one end, on one geographical end of Worli, you'll find the much respected and centuries old Haji Ali Dargah. And on the other geographical end of Worli, you'll find the much revered Siddhivinayak temple. Worli captures the essence and idea of Mumbai like no other region. Now let us then take this road and go to Worli, try and speak to people about a lot of things, about how it is like to live life in Worli, in Kozhikode, and also about their challenges ahead of the much important 2024 state assembly elections here in Maharashtra. What you see on your screen right now is the Worli Kolivada. Of course, there are different types on different types of Kolivadas located across the city here in Mumbai, and this is one of the more prominent or one of the older ones. Now, the complaints by the Koli community staying here is that projects like the Sea Link, projects like Coastal Road might affect their business. And as said before, the government is trying to draw a fine line, but nothing has kind of made people there believe that their profession will go on and their age-old traditional business of catching fishes will stay safe completely. As we all know, the famous Haji Ali Dargah is located in the sea, and the sea here in Mumbai is known for being quite notorious when it comes to being torrential rainfalls or even during the tsunami, the infamous tsunamis which took place here in Mumbai. But this was one of the few places which remain unhampered by the wrath of rain gods or even by the wrath of sea gods here in Mumbai, which is why the faith that Mumbaikars have. Now, when I talk about Mumbaikars, I talk about people from across different religions. The faith they have in this place is second to none. For them, this place is as important as any other religious place in Mumbai. Of course, we are not allowed to go inside, but there are a few shopkeepers, who serve the people who come here by giving them flowers, by giving them chadars, and we'd like to talk to them about how their experience has been regarding all of this. Sir, सबसे पहले बताइए कि आप कितने सालों से ये जो आपका स्टॉल है यहाँ पे कितने सालों से?
130 साल से।
130 साल से। मतलब आप ही के फैमिली का ये?
हाँ, फैमिली का ही।
अच्छा। सर बताइए कि हाजी अली के बारे में ऐसी क्या खास बात है जिसकी वजह से करोड़ों मुंबईकर्स सालाना ऑल ओवर द वर्ल्ड सालाना इस जगह पे आते हैं हमेशा?
हाजी अली की खासियत ऐसी है, आप जो भी दिल से मन्नत मांगोगे हर विश आपकी पूरी हो जाएगी।
सर, हमारा जो मुंबई शहर है इसकी खासियत ऐसी है कि अलग अलग जात पंथ धर्म के लोग यहाँ पे रहते हैं, और ये जो हाजी अली दरगाह है ये भी उस चीज़ को सिंबलाइज करता है। यहाँ पे बस एक धर्म के लोग नहीं जाते, अभी मैं देख रहा हूँ कि बहुत सारे हमारे भाई, बहुत सारे हमारे माए जो कि अलग अलग धर्मों से वो भी अंदर जाते हैं, और सब एवरीवन इज़ वेलकम्ड इनसाइड। तो इसके बारे में थोड़ा बताइए कि ये जो इतना ओपन है सारे लोगों के लिए, आपने इतने सालों में आप पूरा बचपन आपका यहाँ गया होगा, इसके बारे में बताइए।
यहाँ पर हर रिलीजन के पब्लिक है, और उनके दिल में जो मन्नत रहती है, किसको बच्चा नहीं होता है, इसका बिजनेस डब हुआ है, सब उनकी मन्नत पूरी की जाती है। हाजी दरगाह किसको नहीं करते बाबा, सबकी विश पूरी की जाती है।
और सर, ये भी पिछले कुछ हफ्तों पहले कुछ थ्रेट्स आए थे, जब मुंबई में कभी भी सिक्योरिटी थ्रेट आता है तो हाजी अली में सिक्योरिटी बढ़ाई जाती है, सिद्धिविनायक में सिक्योरिटी बढ़ाई जाती है। तो आप जैसे लोग जो कि यहाँ पे इतने सालों से रह रहे हो, तो आप इन थ्रेट्स को कैसे परसीव करते हो? क्या
हमारा तो 24 आवर्स हम लोग अलर्ट रहते हैं। हाँ। या कोई ऐसा संशित आदमी कोई दिख गया है तो हम बाजू में पुलिस वहाँ पर हम लोग अलर्ट कर देते हैं, भाई ये आदमी ऐसा है, कोई आया है हुआ है, या क्यों बैग रखी हुई है, हम अलर्ट कर देते पुलिस को।
कर देते हैं और पुलिस भी रिएक्ट।
हाँ, एकदम।
Mumbai city, even Haji Ali Dargah is known for its diversity. And when you know, are crossing through this road, which is right in front of Haji Ali Dargah, and an important point here in South Mumbai, in Worli region of South Mumbai, you'll see this famous and close to a 50-year-old juice shop, which goes by the name Haji Ali Juice Center. And for many who come from outside the place, this juice shop has become synonymous to the Dargah. So we'll try and talk to these people who work here in the juice center to understand about what their experience has been serving this fresh fruit juice to people for close to 50 decades. That's almost half a century. Sir, सबसे पहले आप बताइए ये जो जूस शॉप है ये एग्जैक्टली कितना पुराना है?
ये 1971 से है, करीब 52-53 साल हो गया और हम यहाँ 36 साल से हैं।
आप यहाँ पे 36 साल
जी।
Worli has become the biggest selling point for the current Mahayuti government before the upcoming assembly elections here in Maharashtra. The amount of investment, especially in infrastructure, that Worli has seen is unheard of, not just in the state but also here in the city in the last 12 months. Be it this northbound coastal road, be it the newly opened arch bridge, or the series of ring roads that will be constructed here in this region and of course across the city, starting from Worli, in the next 10 to 15 years, is going to relieve of the traffic here in the city. That will help the commuters and especially the people who come and work in Worli, as it has one of the most vibrant work culture in the city. आप कितने सालों से यहाँ वर्ली में कैब चला रहे हो?
20 years.
20 years. जी. तो अगर मैं आपको पूछूं कि 20 साल पहले और अभी के वर्ली में फ़र्क क्या है? अगर हम रोड्स की बात करें, ट्रैफिक की बात करें, पोल्यूशन की बात करें, तो आपके हिसाब से वो फ़र्क कैसा होगा?
तो रोड अभी ये फ्रीवे ये ब्रिज बनने समय ये फ़ायदा हो गया है कि जहाँ नरीमन पॉइंट से बांद्रा जाने के लिए हमें 1-1.5 घंटा लगता था, वो 15-20 मिनट में हम कवर कर लेते हैं।
अच्छा। तो आप बताइए कि आप कितने सालों से यहाँ पे कैब चला रहे हो?
14 साल हो गया।
14 साल हो गए। जैसे मैंने उनको पूछा, वैसे आपको पूछूंगा कि 14 साल पहले आपके हिसाब से वर्ली कैसा था और अभी वर्ली कैसा है? अगर हम
अभी तो बहुत परिवर्तन हो गया, पूरा ये सब नज़ारा ही चेंज हो गया इधर का।
ट्रैफिक वगैरह कम नीचे हुआ?
ट्रैफिक तो बहुत कम हो गया, नहीं तो ये टाइम पे तो ये रोड पूरा जाम रहता था। पैदल रोड पूरा आपका, और ये जब से ये बना तब से पूरा कंट्रोल हो गया। हाँ, अभी तो कुछ नहीं, आराम से खड़े भी रह सकते हैं।
One of the major attractions here in the Worli constituency is this region, and that is the Koevada. At this moment, I'm present in the Gram Devat Mandir of Koevada here in Worli. As you can see behind me, this is believed to be a temple which is close to 700 to 800 years old. And these people are the original inhabitants of Mumbai. Of course, they have their own issues, they have their own problems, challenges, and also their own expectations when it comes to elections and leaders. We'll try and talk to a few of them who are here in the temple about what exactly do they think about the elections, amongst many other things.
तो यहाँ जो लोग रहते हैं उनको शौचालय या रोड, लाइट्स, ड्रेनेज लाइन, ये सब एम्यूनिटीज़ जो मिलनी चाहिए वो मिल नहीं सकती। क्यों? ये हमारे जो मकान बने हैं वो रोड तो वही है जगह पर, उसमें वो जो एम्यूनिटीज़ जो कुछ मांगता है वो हो नहीं सकती उसमें पूरी।
अभी नेताओं क्या है, खाली वो मतलब के लिए आते हैं नेता लोग। अभी कोई आके देखता नहीं कि हमारी समस्या क्या है। अभी समस्या इतनी गंभीर है कि अभी जो हमारा परिवार था वो बढ़ गया। परिवार बढ़ने से अभी यहाँ पे कोई रहते नहीं, जैसा किसी के 4 भाई है, 3 भाई है, जगह कम होने से वो सब लंबा चले गए।
रोड बहुत नैरो हो गए। अभी रोड का रिनोवेशन किया है और रोड टिकते नहीं हैं बिकॉज ऑफ जो भी आपको मालूम है कि अच्छा मटेरियल वगैरह। ये तीसरी बात ये है कि यहाँ ड्रेनेज लाइन ठीक से नहीं है। गवर्नमेंट का फंड आया है कि हर घर शौचालय होना चाहिए। हमारा जो प्रतिनिधित्व तो करेगा, जो भी हमारा नेता होगा, तो हम उससे ही मांग करेंगे ना।
Hundreds of politicians come here to Siddhivinayak temple every year before elections to pray. And this year, I bet the queue is going to be slightly longer given the political landscape of this state. Talking specifically about Worli, in the last 35 years, this region has seen a non-Shiv Sena MLA only for one term. But a lot has changed since 2019 till now, including the split in Shiv Sena. So whom will this constituency of Worli trust this time around? Will it be Shiv Sena, UBT, Shinde Sena, or perhaps a third party representing the voices of Marathi Manus? Is something that only time can tell us. This is Anuj Raide with camera person Hemant Mohite for NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
And finally, the Prime Minister addresses a press meet with the German Chancellor, reiterating his reform the UN charge.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India, beating all its competition. NDTV stands for trust.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त पण का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
We reached an agreement on patrolling. You know, we have gone back to where the situation was in 2020, and we can say with that the disengagement process with China, you can say, has been completed. The understanding, to my knowledge, is that we will be able to do the patrolling which we were doing in 2020.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
I I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
ऐसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए.
In the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं.
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital, Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth
In terms of the Indian context, India has been a service-oriented economy. We are now moving to becoming a manufacturing hub. Do you think that's the game changer that India Inc. also needs to double down behind? Of course, strong policy push, but India Inc. is also coming in on that platform?
Yeah, I think manufacturing has been a focus for every country. The smallest to the largest countries have all focused on manufacturing because the political leadership recognizes that to create jobs, you really need manufacturing. And we have all seen China done it remarkably well for its large population. Now, given the context that India will have in not too distant future, we're talking about 2030, India will have 1 billion people in the working age, 1 billion people, which means great opportunities, tremendous amount of consumption, equally tremendous amount of savings. But these people need to get jobs. Now, digital will provide jobs and opportunities. NASSCOM's assessment is that we'll need 1 million people in the digital world in the next 5 years, continuously on a year-by-year basis. But that's just 5 million people. There are some other sectors, service industry, tourism, our new e-commerce type of activities, which will also generate a lot of jobs. But in the end, for any nation to really become a true economic power, you need manufacturing. And I'm so glad that finally India is getting its manufacturing piece right. The PLI, productivity-linked incentive, is becoming a huge boost for the manufacturing sector. And the trusted products and services and networks, where India is saying anything that goes into the networks, the digital networks, must be trusted. And that is forcing a lot of companies to come in and manufacture here in this country. Suddenly you're seeing from a net importer of mobile phones, India has started to now export phones. And as our Prime Minister mentioned just last week, that India will eventually start to produce mobile phones in India, not just assembling them, but right from the semiconductor stage to the glass shells, to the entire structure of the phones and its circuitry being made in India. So you will, in the next few years, have a truly fully India-made mobile phones. And just an example of how manufacturing is taking place. So electronics, hardware manufacturing, software, in any case, India has been very strong.
And well, moving now to the big battleground constituency in Maharashtra, and that is the Worli seat. Well, Worli has traditionally always been a Thackeray stronghold, a Thackeray bastion, but this time there's going to be an interesting twist with the Shinde Sena deciding to field Milind Deora. So it's going to be a battle between the young Turks, Aditya Thackeray and Milind Deora, both extremely popular faces and also young faces, given the fact that Aditya Thackeray has been an incumbent here and Milind Deora has emerged as a key face. Of course, he jumped ship to join the Shinde Sena, which is why he was in the news right ahead of the Maharashtra Lok Sabha poll. So Worli is certainly going to be an interesting constituency, though the Shinde Sena has not officially released the list yet, but Milind Deora has now taken to social media platform X to say it's Worli now. Let me go across to my colleague Radhika Ramaswamy. Radhika, Worli is going to be perhaps one of the most keenly watched constituency this time. Of course, a Thackeray stronghold, a Sena stronghold, but it's going to be a battle between the young Turks this time, with Milind Deora likely to be fielded from Worli.
Absolutely. Worli is going to be an interesting contest this time. Aditya Thackeray has to take on Milind Deora, a veteran politician. Of course, he was with the Congress party for a long time and then turned tides. In fact, he jumped ships to Eknath Shinde Sena just early this year as a result of disagreements with the Congress party. In fact, he ended an almost 55-year-old association of his family with the Congress party by jumping ships to Eknath Shinde Sena. Of course, he did not contest Lok Sabha elections. Just ahead of that is when he had jumped ships. However, he became the Rajya Sabha member and now looks like he's going to contest assembly elections in Maharashtra. He was an MP twice in 2004 and 2009. He was also Minister of State at the time. In fact, he was the youngest member of parliament in 2004. Of course, he has an experience spanning several years as compared to Aditya Thackeray. As far as Aditya Thackeray is concerned, it was his political debut last year. In fact, in 2019 is when Aditya Thackeray joined politics full time and became contested in assembly elections and became an MLA post that, of course. So it's going to be an interesting contest. Worli is a very, very important constituency as far as South Bombay is concerned. And South Bombay had been a bastion as far as Deora family is concerned. Be it Murli Deora at the time when he was, the MP consecutive terms during his times, and then, of course, Milind Deora taking over. So it had been a bastion of sorts, South Bombay, for the Deora family. He jumped ship from Congress to Sena, so therefore it is going to be Sena versus Sena in Worli constituency. Of course, we did speak to Aditya Thackeray yesterday. He was ready to take on anybody till he did file nominations yesterday. At the time, we did not know who he was fighting against as far as Mahayuti is concerned. It's going to be a three-way fight. The Sandeep Deshpande of MNS has also been fielded, who's also a strong candidate, when you look at the larger scheme of things. So three-way contest there, Sena versus Sena. Political battle certainly heating up in Worli constituency.
Radhika, thanks very much for joining us with the latest there. As Radhika is reporting, Worli is going to be an extremely interesting battle this time around. The Shinde Sena yet to make the official announcement, but it's going to be Milind Deora versus Aditya Thackeray. Moving now to some international news, the Prime Minister met German Chancellor here in the national capital. In fact, he called out the UNSC yet again. So back from the BRICS summit, the Prime Minister reiterated his charge that the UN and international organizations like the UN are incompetent to deal with global challenges of today. This, of course, as the Prime Minister was meeting the German Chancellor. This is a crucial IGC. The Prime Minister also made the point that the UN and various other international organizations must be South Pacific focused and should put the spotlight on the global South.
यूक्रेन और पश्चिम एशिया में चल रहे संघर्ष हम दोनों के लिए चिंता के विषय है। भारत का हमेशा मत रहा है कि युद्ध से समस्याओं का समाधान नहीं हो सकता और शांति की बहाली के लिए भारत हर संभव योगदान देने के लिए तैयार है। हम इस बात पर भी सहमत हैं कि 20वीं सदी में बनाए गए ग्लोबल फोरम 21वीं सदी की चुनौतियों से निपटने में सक्षम नहीं है। यूएन सिक्योरिटी काउंसिल सहित अन्य मल्टीलेटरल इंस्टीट्यूशंस में रिफॉर्म्स की आवश्यकता है।
The world of the 21st century is something where progress is a question we have to work for. But in a multipolar world, there is no global policeman, no single watchdog monitoring our common rules and institutions. Each and every one of us is called upon to defend and uphold them. If Russia was to succeed with its illegal, brutal war against Ukraine, there would be repercussions far beyond Europe's borders. Such an outcome would endanger global security and prosperity as a whole.
Prime Minister Modi's statement on UNSC and the global conflict was widely accepted as well, because see, if you see the Indian Prime Minister's statement since the war broke out in between Russia and Ukraine, that he has always maintained one thing, that solution cannot be found on battlefield. Now this also comes from the fact that Indian Prime Minister, the government itself, has some sort of arrangement or understanding with both the parties between Russia and Ukraine, that it can afford to comment so quite a few times in the last 1 year. And that is why Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi is one of the very few leaders in the world who has actively sort of engaged in communication and dialogue with both Mr. Putin and Zelensky. And that is why even German Chancellor today tweeted that I expressly support India in advocating a lasting just peace in Ukraine and using its reliable relations with all parties to contribute to it. And as partners, it is important to be able to talk directly about many topics, including geopolitical issues. And certainly Prime Minister's comment about UNSC not able to resolve this global conflict shows that India is now pushing for its own permanent membership in the United Nations, which has been backed by several West countries. Russia and China have all been supportive of that, that India is now a player which is not only emerging as a global power in the South, but is also somebody who is participating actively in taking initiatives at least to resolve these conflicts.
And now, what's the biggest breakthrough in the Indo-China border standoff? And that's, of course, a disengagement. India-China disengagement is likely to be completed by the end of this month. This is the biggest breakthrough since the May 2020 Galwan clashes. Remember, the situation has only gotten worse since then. But the biggest thaw as far as Indo-China standoff is concerned, with sources now indicating that after patrolling, the disengagement will be completed by October the 30th. This also, as sources seem to indicate, that 40 to 50% disengagement has already been done. Listen in to what the Northern Commander had to say.
To put it very briefly, India and China have been involved in talks both at the diplomatic and military levels to resolve the differences in balance areas along the line of actual control. And pursuant to the talks, broad consensus has been achieved to restore the ground situation based on principles of equal and mutual security. The consensus achieved includes patrolling and grazing to traditional areas.
Nazir Masoodi is now joining us live on the phone lines. So Nazir said this is the biggest breakthrough since the May 2020 Galwan clashes. How will this play out on the ground? It's going to take quite a lot of steps and quite a lot of cooperation from both the sides to achieve complete disengagement.
One of the longest and the protracted conflict of confrontation and the standoff along the line of actual control is coming to an end. Both India and China have agreed on disengagement after escalation along the LAC. Now it is the disengagement, and almost 50% has already been achieved. Now there are two important friction points, Dapsang and Damchuk. By this month end, that would be achieved as well. And important thing is that all the infrastructure and the temporary, barracks, shells, tents which were put up post Galwan incident, they are being removed. That is a big thing. Troops are going back where they were patrolling pre-Galwan incident in 2020. So it actually required a lot of diplomatic and military talking over the years, and finally India and China has achieved this huge success in a sense that this protracted standoff is now over, and these two friction points, Dapsang and Damchuk, the disengagement will be completed by next week, and the troops will be patrolling where they were patrolling pre-April 2020. That's what sources are saying. And according to army sources, there's no quid pro quo, which means there has not been any bargain on either side, and both the sides have agreed to patrol where they were patrolling before that Galwan incident. So that is a huge achievement militarily and diplomatically. And when Prime Minister Narendra Modi and President Xi met in Russia at the SCO summit, so it was clear that both the sides have achieved, and it is clearly a win-win situation from both the sides. And India had to mobilize a lot of military and equipment to Eastern Ladakh in 2020, and it was not easy for the army to have a two-front confrontation on the LOC as well as LAC. So now the LAC appears to be largely sorted, and both the sides are going back where they were patrolling before the standoff in 2020.
Nadiu, sir, thanks very much for joining us with the latest there. So disengagement between India and China likely to be completed by the end of this month. Moving now to Jammu and Kashmir, well, back-to-back terror attacks exposing Pakistan's terror design and also its doublespeak when it comes to terror. So Pakistan's terror and talks agenda, narrative or hypocrisy has been exposed yet again. Remember, these back-to-back terror attacks come just days after S. Jaishankar's Pakistan visit, where top leaders of Pakistan talked about peace and also mending bridges with India, but on the ground, it continues to support and back terrorist outfits. This, of course, as the former Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, Farooq Abdullah, has also blamed Pakistan for the terror strikes, saying that, well, we never would want to be part of Pakistan, and we all know where these terrorists come from. Take a look.
रियासत में ये होते रहे, मैंने ये आज 30 साल से देख रहा हूँ, और बेगुनाह मारे जाते हैं, और हम पाकिस्तान का हिस्सा बनने वाले नहीं हैं। तो ये कर किस लिए रहे हैं? हमारे मुस्तकबिल को खराब करने के लिए, बर्बाद करने के लिए। वो खुद बर्बाद हो रहे हैं, हमें भी साथ बर्बाद कर रहे हैं। और ये मैं उनसे जो इसमें घायल हुए हैं, शहीद हुए हैं, उनको श्रद्धांजलि पेश करता हूँ, और उनके ख़ानदानों से माफ़ी मांगता हूँ कि ये हो रहा है।
Meanwhile, the latest on the attack in Jammu and Kashmir, very close to Gulmarg, in fact, an area that has been so far muted when it comes to militancy. Remember, 5 people have been killed in this absolutely horrific terror attack in which an army vehicle was targeted. Remember, another soldier has succumbed to injuries, taking the death toll to 5. Now remember, there are 3 Jawans, in fact, who were part of the 5 people who were killed, 2 army porters as well. 2 of them are still seriously injured. This, of course, as in Jammu and Kashmir, there have been a spate of terror attacks, from what happened in Gandarbal to then a labourer from Uttar Pradesh being shot at, to this attack near Gulmarg.
I would not like to share the details of an ongoing operation. It would be incorrect for me. But what I can inform you is that we took stock of yesterday in the HQ meeting, took stock of the new challenges, the modus operandi of the terrorists, the support he is likely to be getting from across the line of control or the border, and I've chalked out a manner or a strategy to deal with it. Various agencies, like I mentioned, in synergy, will tackle with this.
Meanwhile, the latest on Cyclone Dana and its aftermath, well, it has completed its landfall, and both West Bengal and Odisha continue to be on alert. As far as Odisha is concerned, well, the state was able to grapple with this intense, severe cyclonic storm. And in West Bengal, 1 person has reportedly died because of the cyclone. As far as flight operations are concerned, well, both Bhubaneswar and Kolkata have resumed flight operations. In fact, the first flight after the cyclone landed at around 9 a.m. this morning. So the situation seems under control right now, but the exact damage will be able to be assessed only after the cyclone subsides, given the fact that right now the focus is on grappling with the cyclonic storm. My colleague Saurabh Gupta sent us this report from Kolkata.
Kolkata is normal. Of course, there's less traffic on the roads because people haven't stepped out, but it's definitely not come to a halt. It's of course normal situation. Given the fact that there's a lot of heavy rain, people have not stepped out. And so the traffic is moving, as you can see even behind me. There are pockets of waterlogging, but that happens when there's heavy showers. Usually what happens is the water collects in a low-lying area and then it's pumped out. So that's what's happening in some little pockets where there's a little bit of waterlogging. Now, one person has died. The Chief Minister, of course, addressed that issue in that press conference this afternoon and said that this person was apparently repairing a cable in his own house and died during carrying out those repairs. And she also said that the state government will, of course, provide all necessary help. But this is, of course, the only case that's come to light. Largely, if you look at it, this is a very, very successful management of the impact of a cyclone for both states, Odisha and West Bengal. Odisha evacuated nearly 10 lakh people. West Bengal evacuated around 3 lakh people. And that's why they've been able to minimize casualties and limit it to just one death. That too because somebody was repairing a cable, not really, because of the cyclone, so to speak. So that's, of course, what the situation is. And this shows how states like Odisha and West Bengal have devised mechanisms to deal with cyclones. The cyclone made landfall with speeds touching 110 kilometers per hour, gusting up to 120 kilometers per hour.
With that, we take a short break now, but news continues right here on NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India Century, driven by aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने.
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting India's pivotal role on the world stage.
Not just Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global South especially trusting India's leadership.
Canada is concerned, I think there are some very specific issues. I think a lot of people know that.
Permanent seat on the UN Security Council is something that should be India's right.
AI is going to be one of the most important, drivers.
It's a very exciting time for Indian cinema as well at a global level.
NDTV World Summit was more than just a conversation. It was a confluence of ideas poised to shape our global future.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn reward with top brand.
Get it free with single ID.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. news that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का। छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की।
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त पण का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
We reached an agreement on patrolling. You know, we have gone back to where the situation was in 2020, and we can say with that the disengagement process with China, you can say, has been completed. The understanding, to my knowledge, is that we will be able to do the patrolling which we were doing in 2020.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. As he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
Welcome back. There has been an update in the Baba Siddiqui murder case. There's a big crackdown on the Lawrence Bishnoi gang of shooters. 7 shooters, in fact, have been held by cops now. All shooters have been arrested from Punjab and other states. In fact, weapons have also been recovered. Delhi Police Special Cell has taken pan-India action against Lawrence Bishnoi gang. According to sources, the shooters are also being interrogated regarding the Baba Siddiqui murder case. Cops have arrested 7 shooters of the Bishnoi gang. What sources have told NDTV is that shooters have also been questioned in this particular case, the Baba Siddiqui murder case that happened recently in Mumbai that sent shockwaves across the country. My colleague Mukesh joins us with more details on this. Mukesh, ये जो update है कि shooters 7 shooters को पकड़ा गया है, इसमें पुलिस का क्या कहना है?
देखिए, दिल्ली पुलिस ने पंजाब, हरियाणा, राजस्थान इन तमाम जगहों पर एक लंबा ऑपरेशन किया है और एक पैन इंडिया क्रैकडाउन किया है लॉरेंस बिश्नोई सिंडिकेट पर। और इस पूरी रेड्स के दौरान 7 शूटर पकड़े गए हैं। दिल्ली पुलिस के मुताबिक ये शूटर जो हैं, इनको अलग अलग टास्क दिए गए थे, जिसमें सबसे बड़ा टास्क था हरियाणा में एक बाहुबली है सुनील पहलवान, उनका मर्डर करना जो ये बहुत जल्दी ही करने वाले थे, लेकिन उसके पहले ही इनको गिरफ्तार कर लिया गया है। पुलिस के मुताबिक बाबा सिद्दीकी हत्याकांड में भी इन लोगों से पूछताछ चल रही है कि क्या इन शूटरों का बाबा सिद्दीकी से कोई हत्याकांड से कोई कनेक्शन है या नहीं है, और क्या ये उसके बारे में कुछ जानते हैं। वहीं दिल्ली पुलिस के मुताबिक ये सभी शूटर जो है वो आरजू बिश्नोई नाम के शख्स के संपर्क में थे। वो लगातार इनको इंस्ट्रक्शन दे रहा था, और जो आरजू बिश्नोई है वो लॉरेंस बिश्नोई के छोटे भाई अनमोल बिश्नोई के संपर्क में था, जहां से इनको लगातार जानकारियां और क्या करना है, क्या टास्क है, वो बताया जा रहा था। दिल्ली पुलिस ने इनके पास से 24 पिस्टल और 24 कारतूस और 6 पिस्टल बरामद की हैं। इन शूटरों से लगातार पूछताछ चल रही है। पुलिस के मुताबिक ये लोग जो टारगेट होता था उस टारगेट की गाड़ी में जीपीएस ट्रैकर लगाते थे, जिससे कि मालूम चल पाए कि वो उसका मूवमेंट कहाँ हो रहा है। तो दिल्ली पुलिस ने इनके पास से बड़ी मात्रा में वेपन बरामद किए हैं, और बाबा सिद्दीकी हत्याकांड में के मामले में भी इनसे पूछताछ चल रही है। जी
मुकेश, हमसे जुड़ने के लिए। बिग अपडेट देयर इन द लॉरेंस बिश्नोई गैंग। In fact, 7 shooters have been held with regard to the Baba Siddiqui murder case. Moving on to other stories, and this time from the poll-bound state of Maharashtra. There's a quota storm in Maharashtra. Maharashtra Congress chief Nana Patole has defended Congress leader Rahul Gandhi's quota remark. Patole has said that Congress has always backed reservation. Remember, Rahul Gandhi had told students of Georgetown University recently that the Congress would think of scrapping reservations in the country only when India is in a fair, equitable place. That remark actually led to a lot of controversy, with the BJP blaming the Congress for having this intent to scrap reservations. The Congress had then accused the BJP of complicating the reservation issue in Maharashtra. It had in fact called upon the Prime Minister's intervention in resolving it. Let's listen into what Mr. Patole said today.
राहुल गांधी जी ने जो बात बोली थी कि जब हमारे देश में सब लोग समान हो जाएंगे और सबको न्याय मिलेगा, सब आर्थिक और शैक्षणिक मजबूत हो जाएंगे, तो आरक्षण ये अपने आप सोचने का विषय होगा। ये भूमिका राहुल जी ने रखी थी, और जब राहुल जी ने ये भूमिका रखी तो ये बाबा साहब की भूमिका है, और जब बाबा साहब की भूमिका, हम संविधान, हमारा जो केंद्र बिंदु है बाबा साहब का विचारधारा है। जो लोग संविधान का रोज मर्डर करते, खून करते हैं, वो बीजेपी आज हमारा संविधान समझे। अरे कांग्रेस तो हमेशा संविधान के फेवर में रही है, और इसलिए ये देश का लोकतांत्रिक व्यवस्था ही आज 75 साल में जो आज दुनिया में सबसे ज्यादा लोकशाही का अगर लोकतांत्रिक देश हो तो भारत देश है, और उसकी देन है जो कांग्रेस है।
Nana Patole, Congress chief there of Maharashtra, reiterating that the Congress has always been in favor of reservations. In fact, he says that the party has always favored increase in reservations. Moving on to other stories from poll-bound Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis, the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra and BJP leader, has filed his nomination from Nagpur Southwest seat with a huge crowd of supporters present today. Devendra Fadnavis expressed his gratitude to Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Union Home Minister Amit Shah, BJP's National President JP Nadda, and Union Minister Nitin Gadkari, who also hails from Nagpur. He said that they have entrusted him with a ticket for the 6th time. He said, and I quote, "I'm confident that people will support me with the work accomplished by the Mahayuti government. We will form the government again in the state." That's what he said, adding, and I quote, "Our sole aim is to continue with the momentum we have set for Maharashtra, making it essential for the Mahayuti government to return to power."
महायुति की सरकार ने जो काम किया है उस काम की बदौलत फिर एक बार जनादेश हम प्राप्त करेंगे। महायुति की सरकार फिर एक बार महाराष्ट्र में आएंगी और नागपुर में हमारी सारी सीटें पूरे बहुमत के साथ जीतेगी, मेरा विश्वास है।
Meanwhile, there's a big relief for actor Riya Chakravarti. The Riya Chakravarti case, there's an update. The Supreme Court has now slammed CBI. Supreme Court has upheld cancellation of the CBI lookout circular. The Supreme Court, in fact, dropping the CBI, has called its petition frivolous. In fact, the top court has told CBI, you are filing a frivolous petition. This is Bombay High Court cancelling circular against Riya Chakravarti and her family. Remember, the CBI had issued a lookout circular in 2020. The circular was issued in Sushant Singh Rajput death case. The Supreme Court has now wrapped the CBI for its frivolous petition. The Supreme Court has also expressed surprise over CBI issuing LOC, and it has said that filing petition because accused is a high-profile person is not right. Time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
QSMTHE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
नाम है के किटाणुओं का किटाणु.
Now, in an era where global health challenges are more interconnected than ever, India stands at the forefront of developing local solutions with global impact. We'll explore how the principle of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the world is one family, is guiding India's approach to health and well-being.
आज होगी मस्ती और बनेगी सुबह रंगीन, क्योंकि 3 चीजों पर बात करना है बहुत जरूरी: पैथोजेंस, डायरिया और हैंड हाइजीन.
CM Yogi Adityanath has made it a mission to arrange for a permanent shelter for all eligible EWS, LIG and MIG people in UP, be it under PM Awas Yojana rural, urban.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always bustling. It's literally a city that never sleeps.
And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Tap it here and swipe it there. Pound rewards, मैं everywhere. कहीं से भी करूँ collect, spend करूँ direct.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn reward with top brand.
Get it free with single ID.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India, beating all its competition. NDTV stands for trust.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का।
छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की। Corruption first, आमचा agenda आहे nation first.
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत. मग का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
We reached an agreement on petroling. We have gone back to where the situation was in 2020, and we can say with that the disengagement process with China, you can say, has been completed. The understanding, to my knowledge, is that we will be able to do the patrolling which we were doing in 22.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
Welcome back. A row has erupted over parking in Bengaluru now. A woman has assaulted a Bengaluru cop, and this has been caught on camera. A woman has hit a cop and he was on duty. In fact, the woman allegedly assaulted the cop in Bengaluru. You can see the video. The woman tries to grab the cop's uniform. She has pulled him. Now an FIR is being lodged against this person, and this is being done in Indiranagar, Bengaluru. A young woman identified as Sonam allegedly attempted to assault a traffic police officer near the ESI hospital junction in Indiranagar, Bengaluru yesterday. This followed a confrontation with respect to a parking issue. The Indiranagar Law and Order Police are now filing an FIR regarding this incident. Moving on, Indian students in Canada should be aware of their surroundings and they should resist radicalization attempts by Khalistani terrorists and extremists. This is what Sanjay Kumar Verma, India's recalled High Commissioner from Canada, has urged parents of students studying in Canada to do. He has asked them to please talk to them regularly and try to understand their situation and to also guide them from wrong choices.
What about Indian students? I believe we are the largest cohort of international students in Canada. They would have anxious parents. They would be worried about visas in the future. I was a student in Canadian universities. Both my degrees are from there. What would your message be to all of those very concerned people back home? Their kids are over there.
What I would say is that their kids should be aware of the surroundings in which they are. They should not be influenced by the outreach from these Khalistani terrorists and extremists, and they should look after themselves well. In Canada at the moment, from these Khalistanis, I think there is a perceived threat to the larger Indian community, including the students' community, and therefore if they see anything suspicious or they are reached out by someone whom they feel is suspicious, they should immediately report to the law and order authority of their region.
That's an important statement, sir. There is an outreach effort by Khalistani sympathizers in Canada towards Indian students.
Yes.
How does that happen?
So basically how it works is that with the status of the Canadian economy at the moment, the jobs are not being created and many students would go for jobs which are much below what they should be doing. They are unable to meet their ends. And some of these Canada-based and Canadian Khalistani extremists and terrorists will try to allure them by giving them money, by giving them food, and therefore trying to influence them with the kind of nefarious businesses that they are doing. Some of the students get attracted towards that. Then there is another thing which is happening. Some of the students would be asked to get photographed in front of the Indian High Commission in Ottawa or the two consulates, shouting anti-India slogans, desecrating our flag, or doing something which is disrespectful to India, and then they will go and seek asylum because their version will be that if I go back to India now, I'll be punished.
So one way of people seeking asylum would be under the influence of Khalistani extremists. Students would come in front of the High Commission or one of our consulates, do something which insults our flag, our embassy, our High Commission, etc., and then seek asylum, right? And there have been cases of students like that being granted asylum.
Many such cases. And recently we have also come across some of the cases where Indian nationals who land at the airport, with the visa, Canadian visa, they will not be allowed in. And in a few cases, very few cases, the authority, the Canadian authority there will ask them, look, if you file an asylum request, you'll be allowed in. What is this? So there are various kinds of influences which are pushing these students in the wrong direction. So parents, please talk to your children very regularly, try to understand their welfare, give them sane advice so that they don't fall on the wrong side of the society.
Moving on, a few days ago, India lost an icon, a pioneering business leader, Ratan Tata, who has had an influence on lakhs of people. We saw that during his last journey, and he has had this influence because of his work, vision and philanthropy. HarperCollins India has announced the publication of Ratan Tata, a life by former bureaucrat Thomas Matthew. The author is here for a chat with us. Thank you, Mr. Matthew, for speaking to NDTV.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for having me.
Mr. Matthew, you've held key positions in your career in the IAS. As journalists, we are all familiar with your work in ministries such as finance, defense. You work with people like Pranab Mukherjee. You've also known Mr. Tata for long. What is the first impression that he made on you? What was it that really prompted you to keep in touch with him and eventually also write this book?
Ma'am, let me give you an interesting instance. I met him way back in 1994, 95. That's the time when he had just taken over as the chairman, Tata Sons, and he did it March 25, 1991. Then, as you know, Mr. Ratan Tata was probably one of the most good-looking industrialists you could ever see. More than 6 feet tall, hazel eyes, melding the colors of brown, green, and gold. So I still remember on a Monday in 1995, latter part of 1995, he walked into my office. That's because I was a private secretary to the industry minister at the time. And License Raj was still intact. I mean, the beginning of the dismantling had started, but it had not reached a stage where the industrialists could free themselves from the control of the government. So he walked in one day for an appointment with the industry minister. And I thought he'll be just like any other industrialist for that matter. Now, when he walked in, to be very honest, it was like something like a Greek god walking into your room. I looked at him and I said, oh my God, is he Ratan Tata or is he a model? And when he spoke, normally what do you find? Industrialists normally slightly haughty, slightly arrogant, that they are the biggest creations by the Lord for the world. But here is a man who was tall, but so humble in his conversation. He was at once magnetic. From then on, we kept in touch. We met professionally on many occasions. He speaks less, speaks only a few words, but what about the words he speaks? They have the real meaning. Okay. And whether you're conversing with the individual or you're conversing with in a conference, you will find that he speaks less, but people wait for him to speak. Okay. Now, how did I write the biography? That's a very interesting question. In 2017, he was the distinguished guest of Mr. Pranab Mukherjee. So he came to Rashtrapati Bhavan. And there we got talking, freewheeling conversation. And we became socially closer, much closer. And and you don't stop talking. He's too polite to stop you, okay? So he never stopped me. So I kept talking. So one day I was in Mumbai with my son, and my son said, I want to see Mr. Ratan Tata, in life, in blood and flesh. So I called him and said, sir, I want to come because my son really wants to see if you're for real, okay? Because he had so much about him. So you know what he said? Thomas, if you're free, you come over for dinner. If you are free, you come over for dinner. You know what it means? Yes. Ratan Tata telling you that. Okay. So we went to his house, and for 3 hours he engaged with my son, giving him snapshots of his life, which is interesting, right. Which was something very compulsive for anybody. So I said, and then I immediately, after the 3 hours, I told him, sir, are you going to write your autobiography? He says, no, I'm not going to do it. And spur of the moment, of the weak moment, he said, Well, if you want to do it, you do it. And thus began a journey of unraveling the complexities of a simple man.
Okay, that's very interesting, sir. Let me just straight away dive into it. What is the kind of childhood that Mr. Tata had and his years in the US? Because he has spoken about his first love. He speaks about how there was a war going on here. What kind of influence did this have on him as a person, as a business leader?
See, let me tell you, Mr. Tata did not have a great childhood, okay? The strongest force in his life was his grandmother, that is Lady Navjbai Tata, the widow of Sir Ratan Tata, the second son of the founder of the group, Jamshedji Tata. Okay. Now, when he was young, his parents separated, and that cost him a lot of agony. And not only was he shamed in school, he was in those conservative settings socially ostracized. But a determined man and with the protection of his grandmother. And he did well in school. And thereafter, he went to a school called Riverdale in New York. And the Riverdale School is where, incidentally, John F. Kennedy also studied. And from there, that was a fact which even Mr. Tata did not know. I unearthed that, and he was surprised to know that. And then he went to Cornell, and in Cornell, it was great. He joined the fraternity. He had a great life, worked very hard. For 2 years, he was doing mechanical engineering. Thereafter, he shifted to architecture. He shifted to architecture because that is something that was very close to his heart. And he did extremely well. He did extremely well, and then he took to flying. That was his passion. And he had a car also, a black Mercedes. And there are many stories revolving around the car and his daredevil flying skills. And he used to go up into the sky, switch off the engine, and scare all the co-pilots and the co-passengers with him who were classmates. So he left a lot of legend in Cornell. And in 1962, after he finished his graduation in BArch in architecture, he happened to write to one of the external examinees of his paper, who was actually a partner of a company called Jones and Emmons, that is in Los Angeles. So he happened to speak to him, and he told Ratan, why don't you come and see me if you're in California?
Okay.
So he went to Los Angeles, and Emmons asked him, do you have a copy of your thesis? So he says, yes, and he showed him. And he was so impressed with the thesis, he told Ratan, would you work for me? And Mr. Tata says, it is music to his ears. Here is a young man being offered by one of the top architects of the US to work for him, and he worked.
Right.
And most importantly, he fell in love, and that was his first serious girlfriend he wanted to marry, called Carolyn Jones.
Right.
And but it was short-lived. In 1962, he wanted to come back because his mother was not keeping well. So he came back, and Carolyn was supposed to join him. Then what happened was the 1962 war between China and India. And in 1962, India is a distant place for Americans, and the war with China scared every American. So therefore, she did not have the guts to come to India, which was in war with China. Right. So over a period of time, it fizzled out, and she subsequently got married to somebody.
Right.
Incidentally, somebody who was like Ratan in many ways.
Okay. Okay, I'll ask you about that. But Mr. Matthew, also, what do you think was the most important corporate accomplishment of Mr. Tata? Because we know that the Tata Group has a lot of goodwill and respect attached to it. So, how central was Ratan Tata's life to that? What did he exactly get right?
Now, let me tell you something. If you ask me what is his most significant contribution, I cannot put it in any singular form. No, it's not one. There are a series of things he did right. Just doing one thing right would not have made him Mr. Tata. In 1991, when he took over the Tata Group, it coincided with the economic liberalization of the nation. So which meant that the old licensed Raj protected Indian industries were suddenly open to the turbulent winds of foreign corporate invasion. So it made his task very difficult. And what did he do? When he took over the Tata Group, I don't think not too many people know this, that the Tata Group, larger companies, the flagship companies, the large companies like Tata Motors, Tata Steel, they were all, Tata Power, they were all steered by stalwarts in the group. And the stalwarts had a mind of their own, and they're veterans. And they had policies which were disjointed from the Tata Sons' viewpoint of corporate progress. So what did Mr. Tata do? Tata, in 1983, he brought out what's called a strategic plan. And in 1990, he upgraded or, updated the strategic plan. And these two strategic plans together were the rails on which the Tata companies moved for the next 1, 2, and 3 decades. And that plan actually unleashed a set of 11 corporate initiatives.
Okay.
The most important being what is called the JRDQV award. That is the that is qualitative value award. Now, what does that award mean? Award means the Tata companies will have to shape themselves up, make themselves better, increase the competitiveness, and through a series of these strategic steps, he was able to reinvent the Tata companies in the Tata Group. Okay. One of the most important, I don't know how much you would like to know, one of the most important initiatives it took was the formulation of what's called the TCOC, that's the Tata Code of Conduct.
Okay.
And did it much before many of the Western countries did it. And that was because of his passion for trust. And he said anything bearing the name Tata should immediately invoke in people a picture of quality and trust.
Also,
so what did Mr. Tata do?
Yes, that's very interesting. Quality is something that's attached to them. We are completely running out of time, Mr. Matthew. So also tell us about the, the challenging times in his life, because we've also seen the Singur episode, or for that matter, what happened with Cyrus Mistry. How did Mr. Tata navigate those times?
Ma'am, if you really ask me, people know about the Singur, people know about Cyrus Mistry, but I think the situation which tested his patience, his strength, his courage, and his vision was the what I call the dousing of the flames after he took over in 1988 as chairman Tata Motors. The biggest strike the Tata Group ever faced. In 1988, when Mr. Tata took over as chairman Tata Motors, he was not the chairman of Tata Group. So he was only chairman of one company. And the rabid trade unionism, which was very violent, tested his entire strength, his patience, and his capacity in every sense of the term. He says that was some of the most loneliest times of his life. That is actually what tested every nerve of his. Okay. Yes, I agree, Singur was an experience, and so was also Cyrus Mistry's case. But I think since you're running short of time,
okay, last question, sir. His association with dogs and, love for dogs is something that everyone is talking about. Just tell us very quickly, what really led to that?
See, it's something like this. He says he got a fascination for dogs when he was about 12 years old. He got a fox terrier. And he says the fox terrier was so fond of him, and his grandmother, who he loved most, he says she never liked the dog. And he keeps laughing when he says that when he left for the US, to do his schooling, his grandmother got so fond of the dog, and the dog got so fond of the grandmother, that when she used to sleep, the dog used to stand guard.
Okay.
So from there, he developed a liking for dogs, and the rest is history, man.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Matthew. Those very interesting details, and all the best for your book, A Lifetime of Work, a life that leaves behind an inspiring legacy. Mr. Ratan Tata's biography by author Thomas Matthew, to be out soon. Thank you so much, and that's all we have.
It's already soon, ma'am. It's out. This is it.
Oh, it's already out, yes. So all the best to you, sir. You've had a great life, interesting life as a bureaucrat, and all the best for your next innings as the author.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility.
Welcome to NDTV World Summit 2024. The theme is the India Century. You heard Prime Minister Narendra Modi this morning how he describes the India Century. Now we should understand and break it down how the whole thing will actually unfold looking at the global uncertainties. Here, Dr. Jaishankar is the best person to talk today. And just now a big news has broken. We will talk about it later. Thank you, External Affairs Minister Shri Jaishankar ji, for sparing time for us. Let's start with equations, how it works globally. We all know that current global order is being challenged majorly by various forces. How do we see ourselves, our West, which itself is now in a very difficult situation vis-a-vis India?
First of all, let me say what a great pleasure it is to be with you and with at this NDTV platform. So, let's look at your theme first, India's century. If one were to predict ahead, and there are people who have done this, I think I saw some time ago a Goldman Sachs study which said that by 2075, I think it said we'd be 52.5 trillion economy, we'd be the second largest probably at that point of world. But I think a much nearer short-term prediction is that by 2030, we would probably be the third largest economy. So that's one way of measuring it. But I think there are other ways which may be more effective. If you look today at the big debates of technology debate, AI debate, semiconductor debate, I think the importance of Indian talent and skill is growing really almost day by day. In fact, when I go, especially when I go to Europe, to some extent to North America as well, there's a lot of interest really in how can we get this smooth movement of talent and skills out of India, because the fact is that within certain demographics, we are actually disproportionately large. I would also say if we look beyond numbers, beyond growth rates, beyond markets, supply chains, there's also one very I would say intangible quality, and that is leadership and attitude. That who will step forward? That if you have today a war going on in Ukraine, who is prepared to step forward? If you have a natural disaster in the Indian Ocean, who is prepared to step forward? So sometimes there may be countries who have capabilities, but they don't have the desire or the appetite or the mindset to do that anymore. So I think if you add all of this, you are somewhere in that zone which you are looking at.
Since US and Canada are main players in the western part of the world, US we will deal a little later, but what about Canada's situation? How are we dealing with it? Now, have we contained
Yeah, just
it?
imagine, some time ago you would have said, Canada we will deal with later, let's talk about the US. So now, for some inexplicable reason, you are saying US baad mein baat karenge, chalo Canada ki baat karte.
US is not problematic for us.
No, that's true, I agree. I agree.
Yeah.
US is not problematic for us.
But Canada is, even though it's a lightweight.
Unfortunately, I agree there also.
But such a wonderful people-to-people relationship, and now it is a struggling economy and whatever. But why Trudeau will be doing this?
I think that's a question you need to have Trudeau here, not Jaishankar, to answer. I can only speculate. Look, to some extent, I think there is a general Western issue, and to some extent, a very specific Canada issue. I think the Western issue has been, after all, let's be frank, the world order after 1945 was heavily Western. I mean, it was before 45 also in an imperial colonial sense. And after 1990s, it was again very, very Western. So what has happened, you can say, in the last 20, 25 years, is that there is what you can call a rebalancing, a multipolarity. Many non-Western countries have a bigger share, a bigger contribution, a bigger role, if you would, and a bigger influence which will naturally come. So the equations, in a way, between the West and the non-West, I think is changing. And it's not easy to adjust to that. If you've been dominant and you are less dominant, if there was a time when, in the conversation you were looking up and I was looking down, and now the conversation is no longer like that. It takes a little bit of getting used to. So I would say, in a broad way, on multiple subjects, today, when the natural diversity of the world has started to express itself, when many more countries, and particularly many more large countries like India or China, have points of view and positions to take, there will be contestations, there will be frictions, there will be arguments. So it won't be so smooth. That's a larger picture. Where Canada is concerned, I think there are some very specific issues. I think a lot of people know that. You are right. If you look at the people to people, if you look at the business relationship, it's very, very strong. For a lot of people, it is very difficult to imagine that we could reach the state of relations that we have today. So why has this happened? I would say definitely there is some history, for the non-Indians in the room, I should remind you that in the 1980s, Air India plane was blown up flying out of Canada, and in many ways that's a kind of a overhang, because it wasn't just an incident, it was a reflection of something which was going on there. But at a time when many people felt that, look, that's all behind us, I think developments in the politics went in a different direction. and we are seeing to some degree the consequences of that. So again, I give you the first observation that, the broad attitude versus the specific. And I give you 2-3 examples of it. Canada has just, they asked us to subject our High Commissioner to a police inquiry, you can say, and we chose to withdraw the High Commissioner and diplomats. Now, look at it. They seem to have a problem if Indian diplomats are even trying to make efforts to find out what is happening in Canada on matters which directly pertain to their welfare and security. But look what happens in India. Canadian diplomats have no problem going around collecting information on our military, on our police, profiling people, targeting people to be stopped in Canada. So apparently, the license that they give themselves is totally different from the kind of restrictions that they impose on diplomats in Canada. Or even take the press. I'm at a press event. Now, when we tell them, saying, look, you have people openly threatening leaders of India, diplomats of India. Sometimes the threat is not just verbal, it's physical. So their answer is freedom of speech. Okay? Now, when Indian journalists make social media comments, if you threaten the Indian High Commissioner, he is supposed to accept it as freedom of speech. But if an Indian journalist says the Canadian High Commissioner walked out of South Block looking very grumpy, it is apparently foreign interference. Now, how, look at the, this is not even, double standards is a very mild word for it. So, look, there is this thing that we will do it differently at home, we will do it differently abroad, we will do it our way, but that doesn't apply to you. So I think these are the larger, I would say, adjustments which have to happen in this changing world.
वेस्ट को थोड़ा सा ये समझने की ज़रूरत है कि क्या चेंज हुआ है. अगर वो एक्नॉलेजमेंट नहीं आएगा तो वो प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व नहीं होगी. तो जो अमेरिका या वेस्ट लेड ग्लोबल ऑर्डर चल रहा था, नाउ इट इज़ कोलैप्सिंग. देयर इज़ अ मेजर चैलेंज टू दैट फ्रेमवर्क.
मैं तो नहीं कहूँगा कि इट इज़ कोलैप्सिंग, बट
challenges are there. Look at the biggest or best democracy and institutions in America are in difficult situation. Let's not go into that. But the question is, अगर अमेरिका ये रियलाइज़ नहीं करेगा कि इंडिया या वो देश जो बहुत कल्चरल कॉन्फिडेंस के साथ आते हैं, उनको इक्वल पार्टनर के रूप में और कहीं कहीं उनको प्राइमेसी देते हुए वो दुनिया में अपना कोई रोल प्ले करने की कोशिश करे और सोचे कि नहीं अभी भी दुनिया हम चला रहे हैं, तो ये एक बहुत बड़ी गलती होगी, लेट होगा और दुनिया उतना अच्छा नहीं बन पाएगी जितना अच्छा हम बनाना चाहते हैं.
नहीं, देखिए ऐसा है, मैं पूरे वेस्ट की मैं बात तो करूँगा क्योंकि सिविलाइजेशनली आप कह सकते हैं, कल्चरली वो जुड़े हुए, बट मैं ये नहीं कहूँगा कि ऑल ऑफ देम आर ऑन द सेम पेज या सब लोगों को वो समझ नहीं है. इनफैक्ट आपने अमेरिका का जिक्र किया, मैं तो उल्टा कहूँगा कि अमेरिका में वो समझ है. इसीलिए अगर आप ये क्वाड जो 2017 में जो बनी थी क्वाड, आप ये क्वाड देखिए, तब तक अमेरिका कहता था कि अगर आप ट्रीटी अलाइन नहीं हैं तो मैं आपके साथ बियॉन्ड अ पॉइंट आई एम नॉट प्रिपेयर टू वर्क विथ यू, उसकी लिमिटेशंस होंगी. नाउ they've evolved, they have changed. टुडे आप पिछले 7 साल में देखेंगे हाउ मच क्वाड हैज़ एक्चुअली ग्रोन. सो आई वुड से दिस, when I go to Europe, when I go to definitely US, North America, there are countries which have understood this. There are countries today who say there is a value to working with India. There are countries who say, okay, this is our interest, this is India's interest, let us find a meeting point. Now, the unfortunate thing is,
that didn't get through in Canada. Or maybe the political compulsions overtook that. I mean, as I said, I can only speculate on the reason. So I would not say, पूरे West को समझ नहीं है कि जो उनकी order जो है वो चल नहीं पाएगी हमारे बिना. You see, we will all come to understandings. We will, world is a very practical place. तो वो समझते हैं, बहुत लोग adjust भी करते हैं, कोई कम करते हैं, कोई ज़्यादा करते हैं, कोई कुछ subject में करते हैं, दूसरे में नहीं करते. So all of that will happen. But it is just in this spectrum, मैं कहूँगा Canada is way behind.
Right. अब चलते हैं चाइना की तरफ, जहां आज एक बड़ा डेवलपमेंट हुआ है. फॉरेन सेक्रेटरी ने ब्रिक्स मीटिंग के ठीक पहले ही हैज़ अनाउंस्ड दैट सम एग्रीमेंट हैज़ बीन रीच्ड फॉर डिसएंगेजमेंट एंड पेट्रोलिंग. सो आई विल बी वेरी कीन टू नो सम डिटेल्स हाउ इट विल वर्क.
नहीं, well, I think what Foreign Secretary has said is what I can also say, that for those who have not heard that we reached an agreement on patrolling, and with that, the disengagement, we have gone back to where the situation was in 2020, and we can say with that the disengagement process with China, you can say has been completed. So, so far I would say that's as much as I can share with you. I'm sure in due course इसके details वगैरह निकलेंगे.
So will now India be able to patrol in the areas of Galwan, Depsang?
No, you see, there are areas which for various reasons after 2020, because they had blocked us, so we had blocked them. So दो तरफा था, Bob. So what has happened is we have reached an understanding which will allow the patrolling. For example, you spoke about Depsang. That's not the only place. There are other places also. So I think the understanding, to my knowledge, is that we will be able to do the patrolling which we were doing in 2020.
Right. So what does this disengagement will finally mean, and how do we now see India-China relation going forward?
I think it's a good development. It's a positive development, and I would say it's a product of very patient and very persevering diplomacy. That at various points of time, people almost gave up. You can say, this has happened. So we have always maintained that, on the one hand, we had to obviously do the counter deployments, but side by side, we have been negotiating. We've been negotiating in fact, since September of 2020, when I met my counterpart, Mr. Wangi, in Moscow at that time. So it has been a very patient process, maybe more complicated than it could and should have been, but whatever it is, the fact is, if we are able, as we now have, to reach an understanding regarding patrolling, regarding maintaining observing the sanctity of the LAC, then I think what it does is it creates a basis that the peace and tranquility, which there should be in the border areas, which there was before 2020, hopefully we will be able to come back to that peace and tranquility. And that was our major concern, because we always said that if you disturb the peace and tranquility, how do you expect the rest of the relationship to go forward? So we'll have to see. I mean, abhi jo understanding jo thi, it was reached only today. So I think we have to see what the consequences.
Yeah, so we think it is a very important development. So will it be right to speculate that it will have a positive impact on trade and investment?
No, look, I would say right now it's your right to speculate. It is my caution as a minister to be careful in responding. So it has just happened, There will be now meetings to see what should be the next steps.
Okay.
So I wouldn't go so fast.
Okay. Understood.
Yeah.
So let's look at the big picture again when we talk about India's century. So how do you see India-China engagement and relationship going forward? Because if India's century has to be defined as really India's century, this whole balancing game between America and China becomes very important. How India is going to play that game?
You know, I would take your question in a way in three parts. India-China, India-America, and India vis-a-vis China-America. Huh? India-China, I mean, in a way, if you look at it, we are the only two countries with more than 1 billion people. We have a certain civilizational history and, you know, all of that people know. And today we are on a track of, I would say, economic recovery or rejuvenation. And there is no question anybody who's predicting, you know, if you are predicting developments of this century, I mean, definitely you cannot leave India and China out of that equation. We are very, very prominent, very key almost in a way, I would say. But here is the challenge for us, which is that we are neighbors. We have unresolved boundary issue. There are, you know, they have been rising. We have also been rising. So if, you know, if two neighboring countries, two large neighboring countries rise next to each other in the same time frame, it's not easy. There are very, very few historical parallels for that. So managing this you know, double rise, you can say, that too in proximity. You know, if one was in some other part of the world, it's a different issue. I think these will require a lot of skill and a lot of deftness and diplomacy. And the truth is, our capabilities will change, our influence will change, our ambitions will change. You know, both of us will naturally want to be bigger and more visible and more effective in the world. So how do we get an equilibrium in our relationship? I think this is one of the big issues for us and for them. On India and America, I would say, you know, starting with President Clinton's visit in 2000, we broke out of that American mindset of India-Pakistan hyphenation. And since then, from Clinton to Bush to Obama to Trump to Biden, actually you will see India-US has grown steadily all this time. I would particularly, as someone, I've been dealing with this relationship for more than 40 years, I would particularly say last 10 years, and I'm not saying it because I'm politically part of the government now, but the last 10 years, see, a lot of the ideological hang-ups that we had vis-a-vis US, we were able to put that behind and forge ahead much more confidently than, because a lot of the constraints were also self-imposed on our side. So I do think today that there is a very, very strong convergence between India and US. It is strategic, it is political, it is very deeply technology driven. You know, when I look at the future of technology and what it means for global balances of power, I think it's certainly an area, a domain which will be very important. If you look at the people-to-people relationship, the size of the community out there, that has changed. So I'm very confident that that relationship will do very well. It won't be automatic. I mean, बीच में कुछ problems हो सकती, but I am confident we will always be able to deal with those issues. Now you have US, China. You know, clearly there's a very sharp rivalry between them today. So these are calculations that they have made about each other. I think where we are concerned, we have to make calculations from our interest point of view, that we have to look at the world situation and say, okay, what are the decisions, what are the choices, or what are the issues on which, my taking this step will help me in what manner. And I think that's really what we would like to do.
that at the end of the day, if we are looking at a foreign policy which has a very sharp sense of what is our national interest, but also a sense of what is global interest, I would definitely say we would make those calculations and take those decisions and create, the right partnerships which will serve our interests.
Right. अभी दूसरा जो सेंचुरी में ये देखना होगा कि रशिया के साथ कैसे हम इंगेज हो रहे हैं और क्या होने वाला है दोनों के बीच। उसके पहले चूंकि आपने टेक्नोलॉजी का जिक्र किया, तो एक सवाल मैं पूछना चाहता हूँ आपसे। बहुत लोग इस सवाल को बहुत सिनिकल सवाल कह सकते हैं, लेकिन गवर्नमेंट के पास जो टेक्नोलॉजी, कंपनीज़ के पास डिफेंस स्ट्रेटजी, दिस विल वर्क आउट वेल, नो प्रॉब्लम, फार्मा एट्सेट्रा, इट विल वर्क आउट ऑल वेल. But when it comes to big tech, AI, that kind of technology, even American political establishment is now not in a position to contain what is happening globally. I find it very complex task where India, despite having great public digital infrastructure, when it comes to the big tech, the entire world is now suffering in many ways, in many layers. I see this as a big monster. I don't know, what are your thoughts on this? Containing this is very important, and India can play a great role. That's why I'm asking this question.
See, we have actually demonstrated in this decade what can be the benefits of digital public infrastructure. And it's actually been revolutionary in this country, that very, very small things, शुरू हुआ passport से, driving license से. Today, look how much faster your income taxes. Look at, any kind of entitlement. And it's interesting, Initially, you would say, yeah, IT, digital, these are for rich people will benefit more. But actually, it is the common citizen. It is the most vulnerable, the lowest income person who's gaining the most actually from digital progress. That today, if, you have a payment of, say, Kisan Samman Nidhi for the seeds and fertilizer, usko bina cut ke, bina rishwat dete, he manages to get it into the account. Okay? So, their health today, Ayushman Bharat, the housing, Awas, even the food entitlements. So, what has happened is we ourselves don't fully realize, because, I would say all of us sitting in this room, we do not avail of all the benefits and the programs which actually the government today extends. Because I'm in the political world and I go out there and I see this for myself, I can tell you there's a sea change out there. And even last 5-6 years, you can see the change. So we have done exceedingly well in this respect. And I think we'll keep growing. And I actually, in a way, I'm seeing, when I speak to counterparts in Europe or even in US, take something like election, look how smoothly our election moves. And look at the, the digital preparation. Ki sabko pata hai, your voting, your entitlements, your counting, the whole system. Now, at that delivery, service, governance level, we've done phenomenally well. At the same time, have we produced those large corporates, what you call big tech? No, I would say most of the large big tech corporates are largely American and perhaps to some degree now Chinese. So America, I think, clearly dominates that field. We'll have to see in the, we are now moving to an era of artificial intelligence. Look, the tech world has a relatively short shelf life. They have to keep reinventing themselves. I'm sure somebody having a conversation 5 years from now, sitting here, would have a very, very different landscape that they would be looking at. But I definitely see these as opportunities, and they come as a package. Again, I give you an example. You should, it's really worth looking at today how many global capability centers have come up in India. Yeah. And how much work they're actually generating. That I think their share of exports, I read a report and which was quite dated. I think at that time was 120 or 130 billion dollars. Now that's one example. Look at semiconductors. Again, we missed the bus. We had one establishment in Chandigarh which was 40 years old, and we actually had done virtually nothing in the semiconductor field. Till last year, we started the semiconductor mission and started pushing. Now, you can't be the 5th largest economy or at the end of the decade, 3rd largest economy and say something as important as chips. I have no contribution, I have no production, I have no companies in this field. You can't do that. I mean, you will simply end up then as a user of other people's products, technologies with all the vulnerabilities that come. So I think you have today a government which is thinking ahead, which is planned. As you grow, your planning, your strategizing has to grow along with that. So if you look today at semiconductor technology, or you look today at railway technology, you look today at the fact that we are trying to make an airplane in this country. I mean, we have made a fighter, we are now making a transport aircraft. So a country like us, if this is your century, there must be a manufacturing backbone to it. There must be a technology, emanating from it. All this comes as part of its being your century. You cannot do an India century based on service. You cannot end up as a good market for other people's products. That cannot be our fate.
Sir, you have some time constraints, so we have to wrap up and take some questions before we let you go. But I wanted to talk about Russia and then the neighborhood, because neighborhood situation is a sort of mixed bag. So let's first deal with Russia, how India-Russia relationship is going to evolve in this century.
By the way, we're going to Russia. Prime Minister is going to Russia tomorrow. So timely question, thank you. Look, I put it to you very simply. If you look at our history with Russia after independence, I can say, and with fear of contradiction from anybody in this room, that Russia has never done anything to impact our interests negatively. Okay? It's a big statement to make, because there are, among the major countries, there are not many countries about whom you can say this. Now, today, Russia's situation is different. I think Russia's relationship with the West has obviously broken down. So you have a Russia which is turning much more towards Asia. So we have to ask ourselves, if Russia is looking more at Asia, should Russia not have multiple options in Asia? Should we, as an Asian country, not take, what is good for us in national interest? And clearly, Russia, as a major natural resources power, has a complementarity with India at this stage of development when we are big resource consumers. So, people talk about Russian oil, but it isn't just Russian oil. It could be oil, it could be fertilizers, it could be metals, it could be coal. So there is a whole economic logic to it. There is also a basic strategic logic that if you look at the Eurasian landmass, there are 3 big countries. It's like 101 in international relations. You always keep you always keep a balance. You will always keep a relationship with the further away country in very, very good state. So there is a logic, strategic logic, there is an economic fit, and I think the relationship, the history is a positive asset in that relationship, and that's how I see it.
और नेबरहुड के बारे में थोड़ा बताइए, एक एक देश को अगर आप स्पेसिफिक बताना चाहें. मालदीव्स के प्रेसिडेंट अभी आके गए, लेकिन बांग्लादेश के साथ एक नई सिचुएशन है. श्रीलंका में पॉलिटिकल चेंज है. भूटान के हमारे दोस्त यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं. तो नेबरहुड को आप कैसे डील करते हुए देखते हैं आने वाले दिनों में?
देखिए, नेबरहुड में हमें ये भी मानना चाहिए कि आज जो है हमारा नेबरहुड ज़्यादातर डेमोक्रेटिक है, जिसका मतलब है कि वहाँ पॉलिटिकल चेंजेस होती रहेंगी, जो पहले की सिचुएशन नहीं थी. तो आज जो है वी हैव टू बिल्ड अ स्ट्रैटेजी विच सेज ओके देयर कुड बी चेंजेस ऑफ गवर्नमेंट, And because of the history, because of our size, because also many common things we have, we will often be the subject of their politics, even if you don't want to be. Okay? So we have to accept that and factor it into our policy. So there will be ups and downs. So 10 years ago, 11 years ago, when Prime Minister Modi came to office, in fact, one of the early discussions we had was, how do we prepare for a neighborhood where there will be changes, where there will be controversies? And the answer is, if we can create a record, not just an image, a record of being the country which is a reliable friend, that, you know, कोई भी संकट आए, भूकंप आए नेपाल में, मालदीव्स में वाटर क्राइसिस था, श्रीलंका में मडस्लाइड था, या कोविड के समय में people, you know, needed vaccine, or during when the Ukraine war started, there was a fertilizer problem. So at times of trouble, if the neighborhood understands, okay, there is this country, India, it's a generous country, it's a large country, it is willing to step out, it will not get into, you know, I will do what you are doing for me, not that kind of reciprocity. I think if we create that kind of record, which I believe we have, I mean, and to me, the sharpest example is Sri Lanka. I mean, when Sri Lanka got into trouble, within a matter of weeks, we stepped forward, and we stepped forward without subjecting Sri Lanka to, you know, I would say political, economic, and other conditionalities. So today in Sri Lanka, we have seen a very, very big political change in Sri Lanka. Okay, a party which has never formed a government on its own is today in power. But when I went and met the president of the party and the foreign minister of the party, you know, for them, they actually said that, look, for us, every Sri Lankan in our minds, India was the country which stood by us at that time when the rest of the world was debating or looking away or negotiating. So with each of these countries, we will have, you know, you cannot have this many countries and have their own politics and not expect problems. Now, there is also an issue in India that every time something happens, somebody will stand up and say, see, your policy has failed, you have a problem. So that is the time for me to keep my mouth shut and wait for the cycle to turn, and then, you know, look very pleased with myself when things go our way. So, you know, it's part of our debate. I know right now people are saying many things about Bangladesh, but I urge you to look at the reality of our relationship with Bangladesh. Look at the economic relationship, look at the trade relationship. We issue 1.6 million visas a year in Bangladesh, of which I think 30% is for medical purposes. So, you know, the more we invest in our neighborhood, if today this neighborhood is, you know, a country somewhere is producing electricity, another is buying it. One is refining petroleum, another is purchasing it. If a waterway runs from here to there, I use your port, you use my port. If, you know, your tourists come to me and my tourists go to you, this is how you build a region. And I would say, you know, the country which has set an example for the region is Bhutan. Because if you look at it, you know, Bhutan started, it was actually Bhutan which had the wisdom to say, okay, let's collaborate, we will generate electricity out of Bhutan, and, you know, you commit to buy it. So there is a lesson which all of us have to learn, and sometimes, you know.
जी, जब मैंने पहली बार आपका इंटरव्यू किया था तो मैंने कहा हमारी पूरी बातचीत हो गई, पाकिस्तान का नाम ही नहीं लिया।
चलिए, अच्छा था ना?
नहीं, लेकिन अब मैं इसलिए ले रहा हूं क्योंकि आप जाके आए हैं और स्पेकुलेशन अगेन हमारा काम है करना कि नवाज शरीफ फिर बुलाएंगे प्राइम मिनिस्टर को।
सॉरी, स्पेकुलेशन क्या?
नवाज शरीफ फिर बुलाएंगे प्राइम मिनिस्टर को।
मैं उनसे तो नहीं मिला था और मैं गया था वहाँ SCO की मीटिंग के लिए, और जैसे मैंने पहले से बहुत स्पष्ट रूप से कहा था, आई एम गोइंग देयर फॉर अ SCO मीटिंग, आई एम अ गुड SCO मेंबर, I will be very supportive, and it was a Pakistani presidency of SCO, we were very supportive of it. All of us had an interest कि SCO की proceedings जो है बहुत smoothly चले, तो गए वहाँ, मिले सबसे, हाथ मिलाया, had a good meeting और आ गए वापस.
चलिए ठीक है. तो इंडिया सेंचुरी के जो बड़े बड़े कंपोनेंट हैं, दुनिया के देशों के साथ रिश्ता कैसा रहेगा इस सेंचुरी को डिफाइन करने के लिए इंडिया के नज़रिए से, उसमें फिफ्थ सबसे इम्पॉर्टेंट फैक्टर है हमारी इंटरनल सिचुएशन, इंटरनल डायनामिक्स, हमारे एस्पिरेशन, वो कैसे पैन आउट होंगे?
देखिए, मुझे अगर आई एम बीइंग अगेन, आपको लगेगा कि यह पॉलिटिकल स्टेटमेंट है, बट आई एम एक्चुअली पॉलिटिकल साइंस स्टूडेंट, तो कभी कभी मैं आई लुक एट इट स्लाइटली एकेडमिकली. See, if one looks from 1950s, there were actually, you can say, many lost decades of this country. If you look, maybe 1960s and 70s, हम लोग जो हैं सोशलिज्म की दिशा में ज़्यादा गए, बहुत ज़्यादा स्टेट कंट्रोल कर लिया. We killed business entrepreneurship in this country. 80s में अगर आप देखें, instability, the lot of the opportunities. So today we are talking manufacturing. Manufacturing globalization started in the 80s. Manufacturing globalization started in 80s and 90s. We missed the bus. In fact, 80s and all through till late 90s, because of political instability, because of, I would say, ideology, because of policies of various kinds, we actually did not do as well as we could have. We fell behind, particularly if you were to do a comparison with China at that time. So for me, when I look ahead, I would say political stability is absolutely crucial. That just look, अब 100 दिन हुए, थोड़ा 100 से थोड़ा ज़्यादा हुआ है, maybe now 130 days, 140 days. But you look today at even in this short period, the decisions which have come out, 12 industrial zones in the country, new infrastructure projects in this country, big skilling internship issues in this country, support for our agriculture in this country. अगर मान लीजिए तीसरे कार्यकाल की सरकार नहीं होती, you could not have got after this faster.
True.
So to me, political stability, political continuity is very crucial, number one. Number two, you need leadership. You need people who can look ahead and take big decisions confidently. If you say, if you have a leader who says, look, in this decade, chips will be very important. My country cannot be left out. Or if you say, rail is the backbone of transportation of this country, I cannot continue with a 1950s, 60s railway technology. I have to upgrade it to something else. So if you say, an Indian citizen must find air travel affordable. It should not be a privilege of a few people in metropolitan cities.
True.
So then you have, saying double the number of airports, which is what we have done in the last decade. So I would say we need vision, we need leadership, we need political stability. We need to motivate young people, give them that kind of opportunities. And that, in a sense, today in the government, when we look, in the cabinet, when we look, in groups of ministers, that's a kind of vision and motivation with which we are working. We are not working for a 5-year term. We also in the government, in the cabinet, we have Indian century in mind. That is what is driving us today.
Right. आपने अभी विजन और लीडरशिप की बात कही और आपने ये भी कहा कि ऑफ कोर्स इंडिया अपना इंटरेस्ट पहले देखेगा, वो तो गिवन है, और फिर आपने ये भी कहा कि ग्लोबल इंटरेस्ट के लिए भी काम
गिवन नहीं है. एक समय था हम दूसरों का देखते थे.
राइट. और ग्लोबल इंटरेस्ट तो देखना ही चाहिए. मेरा एक सवाल आपसे ये है कि जो प्राइम मिनिस्टर मोदी का डिप्लोमेटिक स्किल, जो डेफ्टनेस हमने देखा है, अब ग्लोबली बहुत सारे पॉलिसी एलिट्स ये कहने लग गए हैं कि एक्चुअली मोदी लेड इंडिया के लिए एक बड़ी अपॉर्चुनिटी है नए ग्लोबल ऑर्डर को शेप करने की। उस रोल को आप लोग कितना अंडरस्टेटेड ढंग से प्ले कर रहे हैं या कितना फ्रंट फुट पर खेलने वाले हैं?
देखिए, हम दोनों कर रहे हैं क्योंकि कभी कभी समय, अवसर, मौका ऐसा होता है यू हैव टू बी फ्रंट फुट। जैसे हमें लगा कि ग्लोबल साउथ की आवाज़ जो है बिल्कुल दब गई है। सो लीडिंग इनटू G20 हमें लगा वी हैव टू गेट द ग्लोबल साउथ टुगेदर, वी हैव टू गेट बैक टू देयर कंसर्न्स which had got sidelined. That's occasion where you are, as you say, on front foot. But there are occasions where you have to be more deft. अब जैसे अब प्रधानमंत्री जी, he went to Russia, he met President Putin, then he went to Kiev. Okay. So now certain things, अब इसको आप पब्लिक में ब्रॉडकास्ट, मैं तो आपको तो नहीं बताऊंगा what is happening. So some things you have to do from little bit more discreetly, deftly. But I would say this, just look over the last 10 years. Right now, there is a war going on in Ukraine. How many countries, how many prime ministers, how many leaders have the ability to go to Moscow, talk frankly, go to Kiev, talk frankly, go back to Moscow and go back to Kiev? Similarly, there's another war going on in the Middle East. Now, not many people know that even in the last year, the number of times where actually we've had conversations with Iran and conversation with Israel, that's also there. True. We are today in the global south seen very much, okay, people trust us to stand for their interests. But please also see at the same time, G7 is very keen ki bhai aap aiye, please join our conference. You are a big democratic market economy and influential player. So how to in a sense make yourself relevant across multiple forums and multiple interests? I think this is something which, if you, as I said, if you have a confident leadership and if you are performing, look, at the end of the day, why are they all doing it? Because they're also looking at your performance. When you tell people, look, I'm a 7-8% growth economy today. And if you tell politically people that I am a third-term government, believe me, there's a lot of respect for that. So it's partly respect is earned.
Right. Sir, my time is up, as producer tells me. But if you have another 5-7 minutes, we can take some questions. I will go by your...
All right, very good. Okay, fine.
Okay, quickly. Yeah, some audience questions, actually limited to 2 or 3. Mike?
Sir, hi. Today, there was a threat issued on the Air India by the terrorist group and the Canadian Mr. Pannu or whatever it is called. What is our take on that, and what is government's plan? Because we see a lot of issues with Canada, and this morning this guy has typically asked all people to refrain from flying Air India. So I see, what is your take on that, sir?
Next question.
Yeah, here, this side, sir.
Yeah.
So good evening. We are talking a lot about technology, everything. But at the same time, there are people who are smarter than us, that is scammers, or the people who are cyber frauds. What is our take on that, and how soon are we resolving it? Because I have been hit recently with a huge amount of scam, and now I'm really feeling that cyber security is the biggest concern.
Right.
Right, so this is my question.
Okay. One more question, last.
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Shankarji. We have family and friends living in Canada. So how all this is going to impact our families and friends living in Canada? Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Let me start with that question. Look, I'm not aware of today exactly the specificities, but the broad point is we have seen, this would not be the first time, we have seen threats to our airlines, we have seen threats to our parliament, we have seen threats to our diplomats, we have seen threats to our High Commission, to our leaders. And that is a source of concern to us, because if these threats, because they are cleverly worded, are then said, they are okay with freedom of speech, I think there are very serious issues. And the point which we make to the country concerned, let us reverse roles. Suppose you were at the receiving end of this threat. Suppose it was your airline, your leaders, your diplomats, your parliament. Would you take it as lightly as that? So, no, you don't get a second chance. I get to answer. So, look, my point is, these are exactly the kind of problems with which we started this conversation. That there are countries which feel that, your concerns don't matter, that's okay, that's part of our politics. But if the slightest thing happens to them, even if it is legitimate, they have they start jumping up and down. So, as I said, when I see today you're talking of something as egregious as the threat to the airline, I'm talking of something as simple as social. I mean, if a government can list out, 20, 25 Indian journalists, saying these journalists are today interfering in my country because they have made social media posts. And this is the same government which then tells you, a threat to airlines is part of freedom of speech. I think you ask yourself, whose credibility is taking a hit out here. On your question regarding, cybersecurity, absolutely. The more digital we become, the more cyber we become, it's a great enabler. It's a great efficiency. But with every change also comes the risk. Because, your data is on something. There are things you tell your phone, which you will not tell any living person. So what happens is that every part of that progress also has a parallel danger or vulnerability which comes along. So that is why today actually governments invest so much on cyber security. So you're worried about your telecom, you're worried about your apps, you tell people, computer do this. Well, if you look even at TV, why does, say, Reserve Bank of India or other banks put out these ads saying, please don't give your PIN number to somebody, don't do this, don't do that? Because it's in human nature to fall for some of this. So I think people need to develop that cybersecurity mindset also along with that. The third question the gentleman asked, look, I think we are having a problem with a segment of politics in Canada. I don't think, I would not take this into, about families being safe. I think, people-to-people relations, we would like to maintain it. I think we need to sort of narrow this down to and define this problem for what it is. So I would not be so anxious.
थैंक यू वेरी मच सर। आज सुबह प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने ये बताया कि इंडिया सेंचुरी का उनका विजन क्या है, और आपने बहुत अच्छे तरीके से बताया कि वो कैसे इम्प्लीमेंट होगा। आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। थैंक यू।
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital, Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का।
छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की।
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत. मग का मिळत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
We reached an agreement on patrolling. You know, we have gone back to where the situation was in 2020, and we can say with that the disengagement process with China, you can say, has been completed. The understanding, to my knowledge, is that we will be able to do the patrolling which we were doing in 2020.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Though a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
ऐसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए.
In the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं.
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
Devendra Fadnavis, the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra and BJP leader, has filed his nomination from Nagpur Southwest seat with a huge crowd of supporters present today. Devendra Fadnavis expressed his gratitude to Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Union Home Minister Amit Shah, BJP's National President JP Nadda and Union Minister Nitin Gadkari, who also hails from Nagpur. He said that they have entrusted him with a ticket for the 6th time. He said, and I quote, "I'm confident that people will support me with the work accomplished by the Mahayuti government. We will form the government again in the state." That's what he said, adding, and I quote, "Our sole aim is to continue with the momentum we have set for Maharashtra, making it essential for the Mahayuti government to return to power."
महायुति की सरकार ने जो काम किया है उस काम की बदौलत फिर एक बार जनादेश हम प्राप्त करेंगे. महायुति की सरकार फिर एक बार महाराष्ट्र में आएंगी और नागपुर में हमारी सारी सीटें पूरे बहुमत के साथ जीतेगी, मेरा विश्वास है.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I don't ever know songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. I'm too busy, baby, making plans on how to get me one of them mailing men. All I want is a touch of love.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
India-China disengagement by the end of October, biggest thaw in Indo-China border standoff, India and China to complete border disengagement. Muda muddle intensifies for Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. Lokayukta has questioned Karnataka Chief Minister's wife now. Karnataka Chief Minister's statement has been recorded. Prime Minister doubles down on inadequate UN charge. Prime Minister has pushed for UN reforms after BRICS meet. The Prime Minister in fact has said that the UN is incompetent to deal with global challenges. National Conference leader Farooq Abdullah has blamed Pakistan for J&K terror attacks. Pakistan's terror and talks hypocrisy has been exposed days after Jaishankar visit. Pakistan pushes terror. Devendra Fadnavis's Maharashtra nomination rally in Nagpur. Congress takes up Maharashtra reservation debate. The Congress has said that they challenge Fadnavis on quota debate. Seven members of Bishnoi gang have been held. This is a big crackdown on Lawrence Bishnoi gang by Delhi cops. 7 members of the gang have been held. As per sources, Bishnoi gang members quest in Baba Siddiqui murder case. Update in Cyclone Dana flooding brings Kolkata to halt. Airport operations resume in Kolkata and Bhubaneswar. In Bengal, 1 person dead in Kolkata's cyclone shelter. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching NDTV. There has been an escalating series of terror attacks in J&K. The latest is a string of violent incidents that occurred on Thursday in Gulmarg, where terrorists ambushed 2 Indian Army trucks, resulting in the deaths of 3 soldiers and 2 porters. Now, National Conference President Farooq Abdullah has made a strong statement on Friday asserting that J&K will never become part of Pakistan. He has urged Islamabad to halt its promotion of terrorism and instead focus on its own development. Only recently at the SEO summit in Islamabad, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar criticized Pakistan, stating that cross-border extremism and separatism hinder bilateral trade and relations, even as Pakistan continues to push for dialogue and trade with India. Now, the recent terror attacks in Kashmir is a reminder that Centre, the Union Territory's new government, and everyone with stakes in J&K's democracy cannot afford to lower their guard. This terror attack, barely days after J&K's first elected government in 9 years assumed charge, is a reminder that peace has a cost and we cannot lose it at any cost. Joining us now to discuss all of this is a group of esteemed guests. But first, let's look at some reactions.
इस रियासत में ये होते रहे. मैंने ये आज 30 साल से देख रहा हूँ और बेगुनाह मारे जाते हैं और हम पाकिस्तान का हिस्सा बनने वाले नहीं हैं. तो ये कर किस लिए रहे हैं? हमारे मुस्तकबिल को खराब करने के लिए, बर्बाद करने के लिए. वो खुद बर्बाद हो रहे हैं, हमें भी साथ बर्बाद कर रहे हैं. और ये मैं उनसे जो इसमें घायल हुए हैं, शहीद हुए हैं, उनको श्रद्धांजलि पेश करता हूँ और उनके ख़ानदानों से माफ़ी मांगता हूँ कि ये हो रहा है।
Joining us now is General Satish Dua, former Chief Integrated Defence Staff. We have R.P. Singh, spokesperson of the BJP. We have Imran Nabidar, who is the spokesperson of NC. We also have Lieutenant General Sanjay Kulkarni, who is ex-DG Infantry. Thank you all of you for joining me on this broadcast. To start with you, General Dua, how important it is that the signals sent by the perpetrators of the recent attack are not lost on us, especially on the government, both in New Delhi and Srinagar, because if you look at the tunnel project in Sonmarg that the victims were engaged in, it is clearly a part of a larger initiative to create connectivity between J&K and of course the rest of the country. It is strategically important both from security and tourism point of view. Till now there was an understanding that militants keep away from major infrastructure projects in the valley, but clearly this new direction is worrying.
I think the terrorists and their handlers from across the LOC are very worried. Let's go back in time a bit. 5 years ago, when Article 370 was diluted, Pakistan had to, sorry for my using this colloquial word, but Pakistan had to, after making a lot of noise, just had to lump it. Then, over the last 5 years, a lot of development has taken place. Political process has now been set into place. Normalcy is returning, tourists are returning, business is booming, etc. And now that we also have, apart from the panchayat in place, we also have the Lok Sabha elections have taken place peacefully and very participative elections, and then the state assembly, the J&K assembly elections. Now, this frustrates Pakistan. We saw before the elections, there was an activation of Poonch Rajouri area and Doda Bhadrawa area. Terrorists from across the LOC came and did that. They wanted to disrupt the elections. That could not happen, and people participated willingly. And now, after the government has been sworn in, they have carried out these 2 terror attacks as if to unsettle the new government. They are frustrated.
Right.
What is happening now from the handlers across is an attempt to muddy up, stir up the waters and create common trouble. Now, terror, we've had talks recently with, while the external affairs ministers made the overture and went for the SCO meet to Pakistan. But on the other hand, if we continue to have attacks like this, which are no doubt coming from Pakistan, because on another channel I was being asked, there was a Pakistani panelist who said, what is the proof? Now, I'll just end with this. This attack has been caused and claimed by PAF, PAFF. Now, if PAF has claimed the attack, it's an open secret that PAF is a front for Jaish-e-Mohammed. Where are the Jaish-e-Mohammed leaders? Where are the Jaish-e-Mohammed headquarters? Now, everything comes from across.
Right.
So, Pakistan has to rein in. Otherwise, we will continue to have these small attacks here and there. Loss of lives is always very sad, but we will never make any progress in trying to normalize relations.
Right. Talking about Pakistan, General Kulkarni, we have seen Nawaz Sharif in the last few days calling for India and Pakistan to move on from the past. He said that the two sides must pick up threads of the conversation that began with former Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee and also with Prime Minister Narendra Modi. What is Pakistan's playbook when it comes to India? Is it asking for trade on one hand but also pushing terror on the other?
Pakistan's agenda has always been hate India. Pakistan has been using terrorism as an instrument of state policy. And Pakistan feels, rightly said by General Dua, frustrated. It cannot just be able to digest that how is it that despite all the efforts since 1947, that there is democracy in J&K and there's vibrant democracy with the kind of, overall, the kind of participation with over 61% people participating, the national conference being put in power. This is something which Pakistan cannot tolerate. And now we have Nawaz Sharif, the brother of the Prime Minister, saying that let's have trade, electricity and all that. It's not possible because until and unless there is no terror, because Pakistan has mastered the art of exporting terror. And that's all. It has done nothing but exporting terror since 1947, and it continues to do so. We cannot, and India has been insisting again and again, despite all the best efforts that India has made to, try and have good relations with Pakistan. Pakistan doesn't seem to understand that. And therefore, it's absolutely clear that there can be no talks if until and unless the terror emanating from Pakistan ends. This policy of Pakistan bleeding India with 1,000 cuts, the deep state that it continues to be, you see it all along, whether it is south of Punjab or whether it is north. Now that the government has come in place, it is not able to somehow, feel that how is it that despite all the efforts that we've been doing, Kashmiris themselves seem to be wanting to get rid of Pakistan. And here comes the ex-chief minister of J&K stating very clearly that let Pakistan know for sure that Kashmir can never be part of Pakistan, and it must not indulge in any terror activities in the state of Jammu and Kashmir. With that, and after abrogation of Article 370, and again, Pakistan seems to feel, now not just that, it has changed its modus operandi. Now, wherever there is a possibility of tourism, come on, obstruct tourism, kill to some tourists here and there, migrants being killed over there, activities that are ensuring development, and see to it that they don't progress further. Now you saw what happened in Gulbarg, infiltration across the LOC, in all these activities that are being done by Pakistan at the behest of Pakistan, utilizing the sleeper cells in India, utilizing the overground workers in India as something. And again, for that, I would only say final word is that even within Kashmir also, at no point of time, because the elections were held by the parties for two reasons. One was statehood, the other was the restoration of Article 370. Had that word restoration of Article 370 not been part of the election agenda of the parties, some of these parties from the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, probably because this restoration of Article 370 sows the seed of separatism, and we are getting rid
I'll come
of
to
that
that.
particular
Let me
thing.
also get in RP Singh here. Sir, you spent significant time in Kashmir. The number of separatists that stood as independents in the recent elections also showed that the sentiment is still existing in the valley. How important is that? Is addressing that, for that matter, even quelling that for peace to return to J&K?
Well, let's understand. Problem is not in Kashmir. Problem is across the border. They can't swallow this, that elections have been held here. Democratic government has been elected. Not the ruling party government, but the party which was opposing the ruling party. They have won the election. And then almost 60+% people voted for that government. And that government is speaking the language which Pakistan don't understand. Farooq Abdullah Sahab has categorically stated that Pakistan should shoo away. I mean, Pakistan should not intervene into Indian matters, and then India can't be, Jammu Kashmir can't be Pakistan, or can never be part of Pakistan. So this is a difficulty for Pakistan to understand that how do democracy work, and under democracy also how do the development happens. So their target is somehow to hit the development work so that people should not come here, and then all the development work should be stalled. One, and they also know that all this development work also hampers their military interests also, because more the road, the more the infrastructure, faster the army can reach the borders, and faster it can do what they want to do, or retaliate, or give the answers back. The other part is that there are certain elements in Kashmir also, even now, there are parties which are still supporting for a talk with Pakistan, and they are saying that we should hold talks with Pakistan. They at times it looks like they are working like an overgrown worker of the people who want terrorism to be here. So, which is sad, when they should understand terror and talk can never go together, and this is the stated policy of the government of India. Till the time they stop sending terrorists here and they stop conducting terrorist activity in India, there can never be any talk.
Right.
But the broader, give me another 5 seconds. The broader thing is that India is firm on its resolution. That resolution is that what come may, we will do whatever development work has to be done in Kashmir, and then whatever need to be done in Kashmir will be done, and Kashmir has to be part of the India's progress story.
Okay.
That Pakistan has to understand. And Kashmiris understand it very well now.
Okay, Imran Nabidar, everyone has been talking about Farooq Abdullah's statement. He has said that the attacks will not stop until a solution to this problem is also found, and he has said that he's been witnessing this for last 30 years. How does your government plan to address this uptick in terror incidents? It's a matter of concern for all. In this, at a time like this, how important do you think is to work closely with the centre? Because I remember civilian killings was also one reason why Omar Abdullah lost elections last time.
First of all, I want to express my condolences on my behalf from the party to the families who have lost their loved ones in this attack. 3 Jawans and 2 civilian porters have died, and it is really unfortunate. And this circle of bloodbath is not stopping. Back-to-back attacks have been going on for a couple of years now. And we were expecting that the government, which is responsible for maintaining law and order in Jammu and Kashmir, would get its act together and stop such kind of acts. As far as the question about what our government can do, see, we are a UT, and there are law and order provisions in the UT are not the subjects of the elected CM. It is the LG administration which is authorized to to handle law and order situation. And as far as our government is concerned, we have Umar Saab has categorically expressed his desire and expressed his motive to cooperate with the LG administration with whatever ways he can, whatever ways the LG administration wants us to have address this pressing issue.
Right.
We are ready to do that. Yes, exactly.
Right. General Dua, when you talk about change in strategy, do you think that India would need more troops to handle what is happening in Kashmir? And how important is it for the state police to also reactivate something like human intelligence network so that surveillance is intensified, especially about those who crossed the borders in the 90s are now settled down in Pakistan? In other words, what does the terror leadership think about India? Because I do feel that perception of J&K globally seems to have been resolved in the favor of India. Is that also what is instigating them?
Last part first, yes, certainly. The perception that people here are now in favor of India. I mean, we had the statement that was played out just now in your chat. And beside, not only this, there have been several such statements. There is that sentiment amongst the people that they don't want to think of Pakistan anymore. To join Pakistan is unthinkable. Here is a contrast between two countries. India is the growth story of India. I mean, we are the 5th largest, soon to be 3rd largest economy, and a rising global power of influence in the world. On the other hand, Pakistan is down economically. It is at its lowest politically, diplomatically. I mean, Pakistan is not certainly what a youth of Kashmir, Jammu and Kashmir would like to aspire for. To your earlier question, you asked me about the deployment and of intelligence
yes,
agencies.
Does India need more troops is what I was asking.
Yes, deployment. So as far as troops deployment is concerned for the handling the security situation, let me tell you that the deployment in counter-terrorism is always dynamic. For about 10 years, we had peace and very comparative peace in the southern region, south of Pir Panjal. And so the deployment was shaped accordingly. And that is why Pakistan the terrorists activated that area. Before the elections, we saw Poonch, Rajouri, Doda, Bhadrawa being activated.
Right.
So we've already pushed in, army has already pushed in more than a brigade, which was out in the media as well. Similarly, over here, the deployments are always dynamic as per the requirement of the situation. And as far as intelligence agencies are concerned, we have our intelligence grade is fairly robust. You make a good point about human intelligence. Yes, human intelligence, ever since we've started going on technical intelligence, I have also been saying as Corps Commander, we need to focus, we need to sort of not forget that human intelligence still goes a long way, and keeping a keen ear to the ground always pays dividends. And I'm sure we are doing it.
Right. General Kulkarni, to add on to what General Dua is also saying, many experts also believe that, this counter-terrorism grid that people talk about in the valley, they say that this is also what led to significant reduction in militant activity. This, apart from security clampdown, but the same cannot be said about a lot of other areas. We've heard about terrorists shifting areas, and, there are also areas where their imprint has also faded in the last 2 decades, but it's coming back. What do you think should be a strategy for J&K specifically, because J&K has started a new chapter in democracy?
Excellent. I would rather suggest that since it's a new chapter which has started in the state of J&K, rather the union territory of J&K, and it hasn't yet become the state, and where, like the National Conference, Imran has rightly said, the law and order remains with the Lieutenant Governor. It's an ideal time that the government in power must utilize all its time to ensure and totally make people understand that it is so much better that they do not at any point of time give logistic support to the people from across. There should be nothing. The aim should be of the party in power right now to win the hearts and minds of the people in the state, and to tell them time and again that, look, the restoration of Article 370 is out. We are not going to be looking at, we are not going to be part of Pakistan. And anyone there in the states supporting anyone from Pakistan, act as sleeper cells, act as overground workers, they are going to come with a very, very heavy hand. And it is the right time, because the law and order is the central subject. And therefore, since it's a union territory, the government must focus in ensuring that they completely, whatever little the people who still are in support of maybe Lashkar-e-Taiba, who are acting as the agents, acting as OGWs, providing logistic cover, information. So therefore, it's very important. This is the time that let the center handle the law and order with all the force it has, and the government in power ensures that the people and therefore slowly and steadily then move to the state, and then obviously the state will be taking control of the law and order situation. Right. Because until and unless, like, the fish can't stay without water, so can't these terrorists without the logistic support and the backing of the people from within. So Pakistan would automatically feel frustrated that not even anything is working in the state of Jammu and Kashmir. Otherwise, what's happening is there is a small element. It may be a very small, like you rightly said, 60% people have voted. Presuming that 60% people are with it and they hate it, the balance 40%, even presuming 50% of that 40% are fence-sitters, there are some people who are still supporting until and unless there is a little bit of a support. And therefore, the government which has come into power with the restoration of Article 370 must stand firmly and say no restoration, statehood, yes, no restoration, and you will find that that seed sowed for separatism will get rid of.
Closing remarks from you, RP Singh, because these attacks also come a week after Jaishankar, the foreign minister, visited Pakistan, and he warned the host nation to end abetting terrorism. That a lot of us feel that these attacks could also be an implicit attack on them. There's a new government in place in the Union Territory of J&K. There are demands for statehood. At the same time, there's an uptick in terror incidents. How is the center looking at handling all of this?
Well, we want good relationship with all our neighbors, China, Pakistan, for that regard, Burma, or Nepal. We want good relationship with all our next door neighbors. But fact is that if Pakistan doesn't want to, then the deep state, they think they can probably keep doing this, and they can probably lead us to that thousand cut, that theory they had. They're mistaken. Indian Army will retaliate, and I'm very sure something will be calibrated. Something should be on card calibrated by the Indian Army, how to retaliate this, and how to take care of the Indian citizen and the Indian forces also. So we leave it to our Indian forces. From our side, we want good relationship, but terror has to stop, and we are leaving to the army to do the needful, because हिंदी में कहावत है, लातों के भूत भातों से नहीं मानते.
Okay, Mr. Dar, last comment from you, sir, very quickly.
Having listened to all the panelists, National Conference has been a votary of peace, and we have suffered, people of Jammu and Kashmir have suffered over the last 30 years, and we will be the last ones to be happy on all this bloodshed. So the point is that, as I said earlier, that this issue, about after 2019, there has been n number of attacks, and unfortunately, what should have happened has not happened. There should have been some sort of an accountability, which I'm not seeing, which we are not witnessing. Accountability from the people who are responsible for maintaining law and order. So let us hope that that this new wave of violence is stopped, and there should be no bloodshed. And I repeat, National Conference government is committed to work with the government to ensure that people of Jammu and Kashmir live peacefully.
Right. Thank you all of you for joining me on this broadcast. Thank you, Imran. In the face of continued Pakistan-sponsored terror, this is what we saw our panelists also talking about. As seen in J&K, strengthening of counter-terror machinery seems to be the need of the hour. Of course, these recent assaults are also part of disturbing trend of uptick in terror incidents that we have seen. Civilians have died, and also there have been military casualties. We'll keep tracking that and more. Time for a short break. More news and updates on that.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. I'm too busy, baby, making plans on how to get me one of them manly men. All I want is a touch of love.
We reached an agreement on patrolling. We have gone back to where the situation was in 2020, and we can say with that the disengagement process with China, you can say, has been completed. The understanding, to my knowledge, is that we will be able to do the patrolling which we were doing in 2020.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का।
छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की।
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त. मग का मिळत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now, a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
ऐसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए,
in the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं।
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India century, driven by aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने।
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting India's pivotal role on the world stage.
Not just Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global South especially trusting India's leadership.
Canada is concerned, I think there are some very specific issues. I think a lot of people know that.
Permanent seat on the UN Security Council is something that should be
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching NDTV. We start with some news from poll-bound Maharashtra. Remember, elections in Maharashtra will be held next month and it will be held on the 20th of November. The results are expected on the 23rd of November. The war for Worli is hot now. In fact, it's Milind Deora versus Aditya Thackeray in Worli. That's a big question. Milind Deora has already tweeted saying that it's Worli now. Remember, he is a leader from the Eknath Shinde-led Shiv Sena. He is a popular leader, popular MP, two-time MP from South Mumbai. He was with the Congress earlier and he joined the Shiv Sena some months ago. Shinde Sena is likely to field Milind Deora. The sitting MLA, of course, is Aditya Thackeray. Worli is set for a battle for young Turks. Remember, Worli is also being showcased by the Mahayuti government as one of its flagship constituencies because a lot of infrastructure projects have come up here. But it is likely that Milind Deora could be taking on Aditya Thackeray in the elections that is slated to happen next month. Remember, Milind Deora is already a Rajya Sabha MP. Meanwhile, more news from Maharashtra. Devendra Fadnavis, the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra and BJP leader, has filed his nomination from Nagpur Southwest seat with a huge crowd of supporters present today. Devendra Fadnavis, in fact, expressed his gratitude to Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Union Home Minister Amit Shah, BJP's National President JP Nadda and Union Minister Nitin Gadkari for entrusting him with a ticket for the 6th time. He said, and I quote, "I'm confident that people will support me with the work accomplished by the Mahayuti government. We will form the government again in the state." That's what he has said. He has also said that his sole aim is to continue the momentum that the Mahayuti has set for Maharashtra, making it essential for the ruling alliance to come back to power.
महायुति की सरकार ने जो काम किया है उस काम की बदौलत फिर एक बार जनादेश हम प्राप्त करेंगे। महायुति की सरकार फिर एक बार महाराष्ट्र में आएंगी और नागपुर में हमारी सारी सीटें पूरे बहुमत के साथ जीतेगी, मेरा विश्वास है।
My colleague Radhika Ramsamy joins us from Mumbai. Radhika, there's a big update there with regard to Devendra Fadnavis filing his nomination. He has been a leader of Nagpur. He was seated with Nitin Gadkari, another leader from Nagpur. Tell us what was the optics like, and also Milind Deora versus Aditya Thackeray. That's going to be a big battle in Worli.
Absolutely. Coming to your first question, which is of Devendra Fadnavis, of course, most important face and the most popular face of BJP as far as Maharashtra is concerned, filing his nomination papers. He had won from Nagpur 5 times in the past, thrice from Nagpur Southwest constituency, which he will be contesting once again, and earlier from Nagpur West constituency. So his career spans 25 years as an MLA from Nagpur itself. So this is his forte and forte, of course. It is his bastion. Of course, we saw a sea of supporters behind Devendra Fadnavis. He did meet the BJP bigwig Nitin Gadkari as well ahead of nomination filing. Of course, post the nomination filing. Before that, of course, he did conduct that massive rally, and then he spoke about how BJP is going to emerge victorious based on all the development work they have done for the state of Maharashtra, particularly for Nagpur. He spoke about multiple projects in Nagpur and also spoke about a Ladki Bahan scheme, which has benefited tons and tons of women. So yes, the most important phase of BJP in Maharashtra, who's now the Deputy Chief Minister, the Home Minister, are going to once again contest elections from his bastion, which is Nagpur. He will be contesting from Nagpur Southwest. He had won from there thrice. He had won from the the West constituency twice. So yes, we will be seeing an interesting battle. He's pitted against a Congress leader. Congress had in fact given out a candidate's name just yesterday. So it is going to be a BJP versus Congress battle in Nagpur Southwest constituency.
Right. Thank you, Radhika, for joining us with those details. Critical update there. It could be Milind Deora versus Aditya Thackeray from the high-profile constituency of Worli. And Devendra Fadnavis, like you said, the most popular Maharashtra BJP leader, has already filed this nomination from his bastion of Nagpur. Thank you so much for joining us. Moving on, Nana Patole, the Congress chief of Maharashtra, has spoken on the controversy regarding reservation in Maharashtra. He has said that the Congress party has always been in favor of increasing reservation. In fact, he has also spoken on Rahul Gandhi's earlier comment on reservation. Remember, Rahul Gandhi told students of Georgetown University that the Congress party could think of scrapping reservations only when India is in a fair place. The Congress had then accused BJP of complicating the reservation issue in Maharashtra. It had also called upon Prime Minister Narendra Modi's intervention in resolving it.
राहुल गांधी जी ने जो बात बोली थी कि जब हमारे देश में सब लोग समान हो जाएंगे और सबको न्याय मिलेगा, सब आर्थिक और शैक्षणिक मजबूत हो जाएंगे, तो आरक्षण ये अपने आप सोचने का विषय होगा। ये भूमिका राहुल जी ने रखी थी, और जब राहुल जी ने ये भूमिका रखी तो ये बाबा साहब की भूमिका है, और जब बाबा साहब की भूमिका, हम संविधान, हमारा जो केंद्र बिंदु है बाबा साहब का विचारधारा है। जो लोग संविधान का रोज मर्डर करते, खून करते हैं, वो बीजेपी आज हमारे को संविधान समझाएगी? अरे कांग्रेस तो हमेशा संविधान के फेवर में रही है, और इसलिए ये देश का लोकतांत्रिक व्यवस्था ही आज 75 साल में, जो आज दुनिया में सबसे ज्यादा लोकशाही का अगर लोकतांत्रिक देश हो तो भारत देश है, और उसकी देन है जो कांग्रेस है।
मिस्टर नाना पटोले's ringing endorsement of Rahul Gandhi's remarks on reservation very clearly unmasks the extreme anti-Ambedkar mindset of the Congress, and also exposes the corrosive casteist mentality of the Congress party. Mr. Nana Patole has always been abusing our SC, ST and OBC brothers and sisters. Modi ji will ensure that the safeguards given to our SC, ST brothers and sisters are protected for generations to come.
Meanwhile, there's an important CC meeting of the Congress party for selection of candidates for the Maharashtra elections going on at the Congress headquarters in Delhi. In fact, Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge, Lok Sabha LOP and party leader Rahul Gandhi and party General Secretary KC Venugopal are also present there. Remember, the Congress party has already come out with its first list of 48 candidates. Senior leaders including Nana Patole and Prithviraj Chavan were part of that list. That list was announced by the party a few days ago. In fact, the party is expected to come out with its second list soon. What we know is that the party could be contesting around 85 seats. That was what Sanjay Raut had told media persons 2 days ago. My colleague Sunil Prabhu joins us with more details on this. He's on the phone line with us. Sunil, tell us about this important meeting that's underway at the Congress headquarters, because Congress has already come out with its list of 48 candidates. Can we expect another list soon?
Expect a list today for another at least 6 seats. They have been able to discuss another 40 seats, so they should be able to clear it. They will have now another Congress Election Committee meeting, most likely online, and of course this will be subject to negotiations, because there are 85 seats plus some other seats that need to be looked at, that is at plus 33. The Congress hoping to contest approximately around 100. But that will, of course, be dependent on, winnability and various factors which will be part of the discussions between the three, political formations. That is Thackeray's Shiv Sena, the NCP Sharad Pawar faction, and the Congress party to try and resolve those differences. But more or less, they have given discussed 43 seats. Some will be for, not being released because it's still pending for negotiation. And at least another 26 expected, because the last date, people have to file their nomination and they don't want to delay on that. The lessons have already been learned, and this time around they don't want to delay, at least in Maharashtra.
Right. Thank you, Sunil Prabhu, for joining us with those details. Important meeting of the Congress party underway there to decide further candidates for Maharashtra elections. Moving on, NDTV brings you an election special from Mumbai's Juhu. Remember, this is an influential area. It's home to big industrialists, influential figures, also actors. There's a political battle that's heating up there in Juhu. The big question is, who will be representing Juhu this time? Watch this special report.
Vibrant heart of Mumbai suburbs, Juhu, known for its iconic beach, Juhu Beach, where we are right now. Juhu is a perfect blend of cultural heritage, food hotspot and must-visit places. But remember, Juhu is just not a tourist spot. It plays a very important role during election because this constituency has some most famous celebrities, from industrialists, Bollywood stars, very well-known people stay here. So it becomes a very important part during elections.
Let's start with Juhu Beach, a go-to spot for Mumbaikars to relax and enjoy the sunset. Whether it's an early morning walk, an evening with family, or catching the sunset, it's all about those peaceful moments by the Arabian Sea.
लगता है कि कोई बदलाव आना चाहिए इस जगह में, क्योंकि आप लोग हमेशा आते हो, आपको क्या बदलाव, बिकॉज अभी इलेक्शन आ रहा है, ठीक है, तो आपकी बातें सुनेंगे लोग कि क्या आपको चाहिए कि यहाँ पे, बिकॉज आप एज टूरिस्ट आते हो।
हाँ, थोड़ा तो बदलाव आना चाहिए। जैसे जो पब्लिक आती है उनके लिए थोड़ा बैठने उठने का जगह अच्छा होना चाहिए और थोड़ा साफ सफाई क्लियर ऐसा थोड़ा होना चाहिए।
टूरिस्ट प्लेस है, पब्लिक प्लेस है, अपना फर्ज है अपने क्लीन करना चाहिए। पब्लिक को समझना, मतलब आ रहे हो घूमने हो, डस्टबिन रखा है यहाँ पे, डस्टबिन को डालो। हम ही अपना देश खराब कर रहे।
और आपको कुछ लगता है कि सरकार को कुछ करना चाहिए आप लोगों के लिए, कि आप लोग फिशरमैन हो, यहाँ पे इतने सालों से आप लोग के पूर्वज भी यहीं पे रहते थे, हाँ। तो आप लोग के लाइफ के बेटरमेंट के लिए
सबके लिए करना चाहिए। मतलब जो है ना, जो गरीब लोग है, जो देखो छोटे बच्चे तो घूमते रोड पे देते, एक ही बात बोल दो सरकार को, उन लोग को कुछ करो, एजुकेशन फ्री करो, अच्छा हॉस्पिटल करो, उसको रहेगा कुछ प्रॉब्लम है उसको हेल्प करो।
Besides street food, Juhu is home to some of Mumbai's best restaurants and cafes. From breakfast spots to fine dining, there's something here for every foodie.
Oof, the October heat in Mumbai. I'm exhausted, which means it's time for a chai break. And what better place than this iconic Prithvi Theatre.
And while you're at the cafe, make sure to step into Prithvi Theatre, a cultural hub where you can catch live performances. Established by the legendary Kapoor family, this theatre has been a breeding ground for talent and artistic expression in Mumbai for decades.
Is there anything that you are unhappy about or want to change in your area as the elections are coming?
No, nothing about. We are very happy over here. All we are East Indian, we are living over here in Gautan. We are very happy what we are living from so many ancestors' time we are living over here. So we are very happy, thankful for everything what is as it is.
There have been so many development around this area, you know, big buildings, constructions, everything, traffic, clubs, so many
They
things.
should not do all these things. They should not go, because when they are digging, they are going 40 feet, 60 feet, and that all stone is break, and we are not getting this all. Environment is very bad. Sake of that, they should not go underground.
Juhu is also a hotspot for Bollywood's biggest stars. Many of the industry's most famous celebrities call Juhu home, including Amitabh Bachchan, Akshay Kumar and Hrithik Roshan. It's common to see fans gathered outside their bungalows, hoping to catch a glimpse of their favorite actor. Whether you're strolling by the famous Jalsa or just walking around the neighborhood, you never know, you might just bump into someone.
Between all the chaos, Juhu is also the place where you will find a moment of serenity.
Visit the ISKCON temple, where you can experience spiritual calm amid the busy city. It's a peaceful retreat for devotees and tourists alike.
ये जो रास्ता है बहुत पैक्ड हो जाता है, एक ट्रैफिक है, आपको लगता है कि ये वाला कोई सुधार हो सकता है?
मैम अब तो क्या कर सकते हो, इतनी सारी बिल्डिंग्स बन चुकी है, यहाँ पर ऐसा कोई जगह है नहीं और पॉपुलेशन दिन को दिन बढ़ता जा रहा है और यहाँ डेवलप मुझे नहीं लगता कि यहाँ कुछ हो सकता है, क्योंकि अब आप देख रहे हो कि कोई ज़्यादा स्पेस है नहीं यहाँ पर कुछ करने जैसा और क्राउड बढ़ता जा रहा है। ऑन एन एवरेज घर में जितने मेंबर्स उतनी गाड़ियाँ हैं, तो ये है कि प्रशासन चाहे तो थोड़ा ट्रैफिक कंट्रोल कर सकते हैं।
सरकार को ये ध्यान देना चाहिए, कुछ गलियाँ कंजेस्टेड है और कुछ गलियों की सड़कें बहुत ख़राब है, बारिश में बहुत दिक्कत होता है, तो उस पर काम करना चाहिए।
इतने सालों में आपने कोई इम्प्रूवमेंट देखा है?
इम्प्रूवमेंट ये देखा कि सिक्योरिटी काफ़ी अच्छी है, महिला इधर काफ़ी सुरक्षित है, किसी भी टाइम वो आ जा सकती हैं, उस मामले में काफ़ी अच्छा काम हुआ है। पुलिस अपने आप में बहुत अलर्ट रहती है इधर, तो उस मामले में बहुत अच्छा काम हुआ है।
Juhu, with its diverse mix of influential residents, celebrities, business leaders, and a vibrant middle-class community, reflects a range of voter concerns. As election season approaches, this constituency is sure to be closely watched. Reporting from Mumbai, this is Abira for NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. I'm too busy, baby, making plans on how to get me one of them manly men. All I want is a touch of love.
I've been reporting on all
issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
We reached an agreement on patrolling. We have gone back to where the situation was in 2020, and we can say with that the disengagement process with China, you can say, has been completed. The understanding, to my knowledge, is that we will be able to do the patrolling which we were doing in 2020.
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत. पण का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over.
Welcome back. Karnataka's Chief Minister Siddaramaia's wife Parvati appeared in front of the Lokayukta investigation officer today in Mysuru, and her statement has also been recorded. My colleague Pratibha joins us with more details on this. Pratibha, this means that more heat on Siddaramaiah. Do we have any sense of what the Chief Minister's wife told the investigation officers today?
Both the office as well as the Chief Minister's office have been pretty tight-lipped about what was the statement really that was recorded by the Chief Minister's wife. But it is indeed a major development in the Muda scam because Parvati, who is the wife of Karnataka CM Siddaramaiah, is also touted to be one of the illegal beneficiaries as far as the land allotment scam is concerned. And she is also listed as A2 in the investigation. And the Lokayukta has already questioned two of them involved in the case. One is the brother-in-law of Siddaramaiah, and the other is the original seller of the land, Mr. Devaraj. And though their interrogations took place for the entire day and went on till at least late in the evening, what we hear from sources is that this interrogation of Chief Minister's wife took place for about 3 hours. Parvati arrived at the SP's office at around 10 a.m. is what we hear. A thorough interrogation seems to have been conducted by the Lokayukta SP Udesh in Mysore. And it concluded at around 1 p.m. The CM's wife was also accompanied by an assistant. This is the information that we have so far. But definitely, like you pointed out, yes, the Muda heat has enveloped Mr. Siddaramaiah. And this also comes a day after Siddaramaiah went to the court, the Karnataka High Court, to file an appeal to review or challenge the single bench order that has already been granted with respect to the permission.
Right. So Parvati Siddaramaia's wife has recorded her statement. Their important update, even as the heat intensifies over the Chief Minister with regard to the Muda case. Moving on, Cyclone Dana has made landfall on the Odisha coast, leading to heavy rain and strong winds in several areas. The storm made landfall between Bhitarkanika in Kendrapada district and Dhamra in Bhadrak with a wind speed of around 110 kilometers per hour. Authorities remained on alert even as the landfall of severe Cyclone Dana on Odisha coast began on Thursday night and it continued into early hours of Friday. The coastal districts of Bhadrak, Kendrapada and Balasore witnessed a sudden increase in wind speeds which reached up to 110 kilometers per hour and extremely heavy rain. Similar conditions were also witnessed in West Bengal. In fact, IMD DG Mrityunjay Mohapatra has said that the system will continue to remain as severe cyclonic storm will gradually weaken on Friday.
आपका एक लार्जर असेसमेंट क्या है इस साइक्लोन जो था, इसमें क्या कुछ नया देखने को मिला इस बार, और ज़ीरो कैजुअल्टी हुई है, उड़ीसा सरकार ने कहा है ज़ीरो कैजुअल्टी हुई है उड़ीसा में, इसकी वजह क्या है, क्यों आप जान माल बचाने में कामयाब रहे?
साइक्लोन मैनेजमेंट की बात करें तो इसमें 4-5 अहम पदक्षेप लिया जाता है और सबसे पहला पदक्षेप होता है अर्ली वार्निंग। आप अर्ली वार्निंग के ज़रिए लोगों को सचेत करके जो जानमाल का नुकसान हो रहा है साइक्लोन की वजह से इसको कम करा सकते हैं। और इसके लिए जो इन्वेस्टमेंट चाहिए, आप तुलना करेंगे तो दूसरा कंपोनेंट से, जैसे कि डिजास्टर प्रिपेयरनेस, प्रिवेंशन और मिटिगेशंस, इसकी तुलना में अर्ली वार्निंग सिस्टम में आप कम इन्वेस्ट करके ज़्यादा लाभ उठा सकते हैं। इसलिए दुनिया भर में साइक्लोन वार्निंग सिस्टम को धीरे धीरे मजबूत करने के लिए सभी प्रक्रिया होता है और भारतवर्ष में भी साइक्लोन वार्निंग सिस्टम आप देखेंगे इसमें बहुत सारे परिवर्तन हुआ है। जैसे पास्ट 25 इयर्स देखें कि पास्ट 10 इयर्स देखें, 1910 का सुपर साइक्लोन के साथ तुलना करें, देखें कि जब लोग 10,000 15,000 ऐसे मृत्युवरण कर रहे थे, आजकल ओनली 10 और 20 और कभी कभी तो जीरो लॉस ऑफ लाइफ, जैसे साइक्लोन विपर्जय में हम देखे थे और अभी ये साइक्लोन दाना में देखे हैं। ये पॉसिबल हुआ इसलिए क्योंकि अर्ली वार्निंग सटीक टाइम पर और सटीकता के साथ लोगों के पास पहुंचा गया।
Time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Two cappuccinos to go.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India Century, driven by aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने।
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting India's pivotal role on the world stage.
Not just Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global South especially trusting India's leadership.
Canada is concerned, I think there are some very specific issues. I think a lot of people know that.
Permanent seat on the UN Security Council is something that should be India's right.
AI is going to be one of the most important, drivers.
It's a very exciting time for India, Indian cinema as well at a global level.
NDTV World Summit was more than just a conversation. It was a confluence of ideas poised to shape our global future.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. I'm too busy, baby, making plans on how to get me one of them manly men. All I want is a touch of love.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. news that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital, Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
We reached an agreement on patrolling. We have gone back to where the situation was in 2020, and we can say with that the disengagement process with China, you can say, has been completed. The understanding, to my knowledge, is that we will be able to do the patrolling which we were doing in 2020.
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा.
Hello everyone, you're watching NDTV. I'm Maria Shakil. Let's take a look at all the top headlines this hour. The mother of all battles in Maharashtra is clear. It's Aditya Thackeray versus Milind Deora in a Sena versus Sena battle for Worli. Indian and Chinese troops will complete disengagement by Tuesday. The two countries will fall back to pre-April 2020 positions. Troops from both the sides will fall back to pre-April 2020 positions, and all temporary structures, sheds or tents will be removed, while ground commanders will continue to hold regular meetings. United Nations is incompetent to deal with global challenges, says Prime Minister Modi. With the visiting German Chancellor by his side, he emphasized on United Nations being inadequate. National Conference patron Farooq Abdullah calls out Pakistan as the source of terror attacks in Jammu and Kashmir. He urges Islamabad to find a way to be friends, otherwise issues will arise, unquote. His comments come a day after an army vehicle was targeted in Baramulla, killing 2 soldiers and 2 civilians. 1 dead in Kolkata. Cyclone Dana hits Bengal and Odisha. Airport operations resume in Kolkata and Bhubaneswar. Indian wrestlers who had asked the Sports Minister Mansukh Mandavia to seek his intervention so that the WFI, which is the World Wrestling Federation, can withdraw its decision to and the teams should be able to participate in the game. That impasse has now come to an end. Now the Indian wrestling team will be able to travel for World Wrestling Championship. In fact, the sports minister has said that wrestlers will travel for World Championship and that wrestlers met him today and he had assured them court matter will be resolved soon as well. Let's listen in to what the sports minister said.
आज पहलवान के ग्रुप मुझे मिले, विषय मुझे बताया और मैंने डायरेक्शन दिया कि कोर्ट की मैटर कोर्ट की जगह पे चलती रहेगी, लेकिन मेरे भारत के रेसलर पहलवान वो वर्ल्ड चैम्पियनशिप खेलना चाहिए, उसको जाने का अवसर मिलना चाहिए और जहाँ भी ज़रूरी कहने की आवश्यकता थी मैंने बातचीत करी है और हमारे रेसलर जाएंगे, खेलेंगे और मेडल लेके आएंगे।
सर, संजय सिंह जो हैं उन्होंने अपने लेटर में रेसलिंग बॉडी जो वर्ल्ड रेसलिंग बॉडी है उस लेटर में कहा था कि देयर इज़ अ लॉट ऑफ इंटरफेरेंस फ्रॉम द स्पोर्ट्स मिनिस्ट्री। ये चीज़ के ऊपर कोई डिस्कशन हुआ है, कोई क्लैरिटी है इस मीटिंग के बाद?
सरकार के बहुत क्लैरिटी है। कोई भी फेडरेशन अपने हिसाब से अच्छा काम करे, चले, सरकार उसको मदद करती है। देश में स्पोर्ट्स आगे बढ़े, हमारे प्लेयर नेशनल और इंटरनेशनल लेवल पर बेस्ट परफॉर्मेंस करे, यही देश की अपेक्षा है, यही मिनिस्ट्री की अपेक्षा है।
With me, the Wrestling Federation of India Chief, Mr. Sanjay Singh. सर, आपकी अभी स्पोर्ट्स मिनिस्टर्स के साथ जो है वो मीटिंग थी, क्या बात हुई, किस तरह का डिस्कशन था और क्या एग्जैक्टली उसका निकला है रिजल्ट?
एग्जैक्टली ये निकला है कि टीम जाएगी। उन्होंने स्पष्ट कहा है कि खिलाड़ियों के हित में और देश हित में आप टीम को भेजिए और जो भी कोर्ट केस है उसके लिए हम लोग लीगल देख करके उसके बारे में बात करेंगे।
सर, कोर्ट केस के बारे में जो चर्चा हो रही है, कंटेम्प्ट के ऊपर जो कोर्ट केस हुआ है एट्सेट्रा, उसके बारे में कोई बात हुई है, उसके बारे में कोई डिस्कशन हुआ है, क्या रिजल्ट निकलेगा उसका, नहीं निकलेगा?
उसके बारे में बात हुई है, उसको बोले अपने लीगल से उसको देख करके उसमें क्या डिसीजन लेना है, क्या करना है उसको करेंगे। खिलाड़ियों के हित में, देश हित में करेंगे। मंत्री जी ने ये आश्वासन दिया।
सर, आपके फेडरेशन के फ्यूचर को लेके कोई डिस्कशन हुआ है, क्या कोई बात हुई है कि इसका सस्पेंशन हटाया जाएगा, नहीं हटाया जाएगा, क्या उसके बारे में डिस्कशन हुआ है?
उस पर भी बात हुई है। वो बोले हैं कि वो कोर्ट में केस जो है उस कोर्ट केस का पूरा देख करके के उस पर भी डिसीजन लिया जाएगा। उस पर पॉजिटिव बात हुई,
उस पर पॉजिटिव बात हुई है। कोई टाइमलाइन बताया है कि कितना टाइम लगेगा, कितना समय लगेगा इस चीज़ को रेगुलराइज करने में और सस्पेंशन हटाने में?
कोई टाइम लाइन फिक्स नहीं हुआ। अभी ये लोग जो बिल आ रहा है वो बिल के लिए कंसंट्रेट हैं। बिल का पूरा हो जाए उसके बाद फिर हमारी नहीं और भी फेडरेशन का है जिसके लिए बोले कि सबको पटरी पे ला देंगे।
And we are going to go straight to Osama, who's joining us live from outside Sports Minister's residence. Osama, what was the point of contention and what is really the solution here?
Well, Maria, from what the Sports Minister and the Wrestling Federation of India Chief Sanjay Singh mentioned, that ultimately the result of this discussion is that the team is going to travel for the World Wrestling Championship, which is going to start on the 28th of this October. The bone of contention is basically the fight between the Wrestling Federation of India and the Sports Ministry. Remember, after the United World Wrestling, which is the governing body of wrestling around the world, once they recognized the Wrestling Federation of India, after they revoked the suspension that they had imposed on the wrestling body of India, the ad hoc committee, which was basically taking care of the day-to-day working for the Wrestling Federation of India, the Indian Olympic Association, that basically disbanded that ad hoc committee. But a Delhi High Court in one of its orders said that the way that the ad hoc committee was removed was not properly done, and hence that impasse continued. And this is what the Wrestling Federation of India's chief Sanjay Singh in his letter to the United World Wrestling also mentioned, saying that look, there is a lot of interference from within the sports ministry, and that is the reason why we are not an autonomous body at this point of time, and is the reason why we cannot send our wrestlers for the World Championship. championship. But after this meeting that took place just a short while from now, both the sports minister as well as the Wrestling Federation of India chief, both of them sat together along with the protesting wrestlers and decided that, look, we are going to sort this out in the coming few months. They did not mention the timeline, but at the moment, what we understand from this is that the wrestlers are definitely going to travel for the World Wrestling Championship, Maria.
All right, Osama, thank you so much for joining us. Shifting focus now to battleground Maharashtra, and among the constituencies to watch out for will be Worli in Mumbai, where Aditya Thackeray, who represented this constituency in the assembly, is facing a challenger in Milind Deora. How are the cards stacked up? Here's the story.
It is going to be an interesting Sena versus Sena battle in Worli constituency. Milind Deora all set to take on Aditya Thackeray. In fact, Milind Deora, who was a veteran Congress leader, had jumped ships and joined Eknath Shinde Sena just early this year due to disagreements with the Congress party. Of course, he was an MP from South Bombay both in 2004 as well as 2009. He also served as Minister of State, a very experienced politician, now going to take on Aditya Thackeray in assembly elections. He will be representing Worli constituency. Of course, Aditya Thackeray made his electoral debut just in 2019, emerged victorious. Worli had been a Sena bastion for quite some time now, and Milind Deora is somebody who wields a lot of influence as far as South Bombay is concerned. We know for a fact that Milind Deora ended Deora's, long association, 55-year-old long association with the Congress party just early this year. His father, Murli Deora, had been a minister, had been representing South Bombay, had represented South Bombay multiple times as an MP, a post which, of course, Milind Deora was among the youngest MPs in the year 2004. Of course, a very experienced leader, very charismatic, a very popular leader when it comes to South Bombay. So is Aditya Thackeray. So therefore, a very, very interesting contest there, and also a three-way fight, because it's not just Sena versus Sena, but there is the MNS equation also. Sandeep Deshpande of the MNS is also going to be contesting against these two veteran leaders. So yes, Worli constituency battle is something that will be interesting to watch out for.
And Devendra Fadnavis, the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, today filed his nomination papers from Nagpur's southwest seat. There was a huge crowd that welcomed Mr. Fadnavis. Devendra Fadnavis expressed his gratitude to Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Home Minister Amit Shah, and BJP President JP Nada. He went on to say, and I'm quoting him, "I'm confident that the people will support me with the work done by Mahayuti government. We will form the government again in the state," unquote.
महायुति की सरकार ने जो काम किया है, उस काम की बदौलत फिर एक बार जनादेश हम प्राप्त करेंगे। महायुति की सरकार फिर एक बार महाराष्ट्र में आएंगी और नागपुर में हमारी सारी सीटें पूरे बहुमत के साथ जीतेगी, मेरा विश्वास है।
Indian and Chinese troops will complete disengagement in the Depsang and Demchok areas of Ladakh and fall back to pre-April 2020 positions by Tuesday. That's what army sources have told NDTV. Troops from both the sides will be going back to that position, and all temporary structures, which are sheds or tents, will be removed, while ground commanders will continue to hold regular meetings. Sources also said that each side will continue to have surveillance options in the Depsang and Demchok areas and will inform other prior to stepping out on patrol to avoid any miscommunication.
To put it very briefly, India and China have been involved in talks both at the diplomatic and military levels to resolve the differences in balance areas along the line of actual control. And pursuant to the talks, broad consensus has been achieved to restore the ground situation based on principles of equal and mutual security. The consensus achieved includes patrolling and grazing to traditional areas.
Nazir is joining us live. So Nazir, Tuesday is when a pre-2020 scenario will be playing out. So are you of the opinion that that dismantling process of tents and other temporary structures have already begun?
Well, it has already begun, and the Prime Minister's meeting with the President Xi in that SCO summit was clear indication that things have moved forward and consensus arrived between the two sides. And the main friction points like the Dapsang and the Damchuk, where the troops from both sides, PLA and Indian Army, will be pulling back from the forward positions. And what are they doing? They are restoring the pre-April 2020 positions, and they will patrol according to that, understanding of line of actual control. Because there have been differing perceptions about the line of actual control, but this was the longest, and the protracted standoff between the two armies. They were on the eyeball to eyeball situation, and it took years of diplomatic and military negotiations, and finally both the sides have arrived at a consensus that they will pull back, disengage. First it was the de-escalate situation, then the disengagement was the final thing. And also all the infrastructure, temporary, barracks, tents, etc., which were erected by both armies for the last 4 years will be removed. So clearly those signs of confrontation are also being removed. It is a huge achievement for India, because in this area, and particularly when you have a challenge along the line of control, two-front challenge was not an option for the army. So after 4-year-long, protracted standoff, finally consensus has arrived and troops have been pulled back, and by the both sides, and the pre-April 2020 situation is being restored. At least two friction points, Dapsang and the Damchuk, have been resolved, and it would be case to case. Other friction points are also being resolved. According to sources, 40 to 50%, areas they have all been, troops they have already pulled back, and the rest of will be pulling back in next week. And by this month end, this would be the LAC would be again what it used to be in April 2020.
All right, Nazir, thank you so much for all the details. And just days after returning from BRICS, Prime Minister Modi called out global forums like UNSC, United Nations Security Council, in his joint address with German Chancellor Olaf Scholz while talking about Russia-Ukraine war. Prime Minister Modi on Friday met German Chancellor and discussed a wide range of issues focusing on improving bilateral strategic ties between the two countries. But the key highlight of the joint presser was the big message to global forums by Prime Minister Modi, where he minced no words and said that it is time for reforms in global forums like UNSC, which have so far been incompetent in stopping wars like Russia-Ukraine. Prime Minister Modi has been time and again calling out the global forums on failing to find solutions to today's problems.
यूक्रेन और पश्चिम एशिया में चल रहे संघर्ष हम दोनों के लिए चिंता के विषय है। भारत का हमेशा मत रहा है कि युद्ध से समस्याओं का समाधान नहीं हो सकता और शांति की बहाली के लिए भारत हर संभव योगदान देने के लिए तैयार है। हम इस बात पर भी सहमत हैं कि 20वीं सदी में बनाए गए ग्लोबल फोरम 21वीं सदी की चुनौतियों से निपटने में सक्षम नहीं है। यूएन सिक्योरिटी काउंसिल सहित अन्य मल्टीलेटरल इंस्टीट्यूशंस में रिफॉर्म्स की आवश्यकता है।
The world of the 21st century is something where progress is a question we have to work for. But in a multipolar world, there is no global policeman, no single watchdog monitoring our common rules and institutions. Each and every one of us is called upon to defend and uphold them. If Russia was to succeed with its illegal, brutal war against Ukraine, there would be repercussions far beyond Europe's borders. Such an outcome would endanger global security and prosperity as a whole.
And Ghazali is joining us live on the story. Ghazali, not for the first time, the Prime Minister has been talking about, and so have been multiple leaders that the present UNSC, its members, and the United Nations in general has failed in its role as a peacekeeper keeping mission. So, this message with the German Chancellor, visiting German Chancellor by his side, Prime Minister sending another strong message, how do you think it will be taken up particularly by other countries?
So it's like Prime Minister's statement is like shooting two birds with one stone. One, he's also talking about that how these multilateral bodies, global bodies, have failed to achieve any ceasefire in both the conflicts, be it in the West Asia or between Russia and Ukraine, except passing resolutions and not implementing it on paper is something which the Prime Minister has raised in his speech. And also, we know Germany is a permanent member of UNSC. It is backing Ukraine in the conflict between Russia and Ukraine. And India being one of the rare leaders, or Prime Minister Modi being one of the rare leaders who have time and again said something and has implemented it by meeting Mr. Zelensky and by meeting Mr. Putin, is now being acknowledged by the West. Because if you see the response from German Chancellor, he also tweets and says that perhaps India's geopolitical position on this particular issue is very clear. And as far as UNSC seat is concerned or permanent membership is concerned, Russia, China and many other nations have now started speaking. And we saw in the last UNGA, which was held last month, many nations who addressed the assembly there has voiced support for India to be the permanent member. And now it will reverberate later if these conflicts continue in both the regions.
All right, Ghazali, thank you so much for joining us. National Conference Chief Farooq Abdullah has called out Pakistan as the source of terror attacks in Jammu and Kashmir and warned that country to put an end to this constant attack. He urged Islamabad to find a way to be friends, otherwise issues will arise, unquote. Remember, 3 soldiers were killed in an terror attack in Jammu and Kashmir's Baramulla yesterday. 2 porters were also killed in this attack and several others were injured.
Paying homage to fallen heroes. 3 soldiers and 2 army porters killed in action after they came under attack by heavily armed terrorists at Bautapatri in Baramulla district. A massive cordon and search operation is underway to track down the attackers involved in the deadly ambush on an army truck on Thursday evening. This is the second major terrorist attack in the valley in the last 1 week. On Sunday, 7 workers, including a doctor, were killed after terrorists attacked a campaign site of road tunnel workers in Gandarbal district. Since June, there have been over a dozen attacks on the army in Jammu and Kashmir. While the Jammu region was mainly affected by such attacks, the Bautapatri ambush is an indication that the Kashmir Valley may again be target of Pakistani-backed terrorists. The recent surge in terror attacks has exposed Pakistan's hypocrisy once again. While its political leadership recently made all the right noises as External Affairs Minister visited Islamabad for the SCO summit, its army and its proxies continue to shed the blood of innocents in Jammu and Kashmir. Former Chief Minister and National Conference leader Farooq Abdullah has blamed Pakistan for the attack.
हम पाकिस्तान का हिस्सा बनने वाले नहीं हैं। तो ये कर किस लिए रहे हैं? हमारे मुस्तकबिल को खराब करने के लिए, बर्बाद करने के लिए। वो खुद बर्बाद हो रहे हैं, हमें भी साथ बर्बाद कर रहे हैं। और ये मैं उनसे जो इसमें घायल हुए हैं, शहीद हुए हैं, उनको श्रद्धांजलि पेश करता हूँ। और उनके ख़ानदानों से माफ़ी मांगता हूँ कि ये हो रहा है।
The Jammu and Kashmir Lieutenant Governor, who is in charge of the law and order and security in Jammu and Kashmir, has asked the army for swift action to neutralize attackers. The spurt in terror incidents has come after the elected government took over in the region. While Chief Minister Omar Abdullah has strongly condemned the attack, he has literally no authority over police and law and order as long as Jammu and Kashmir remains in Union territory. While a massive counter-terrorist operation has been launched in larger areas of Gulmarg, dealing with mountain warfare and battle-hardened terrorists is posing a serious challenge for the security forces in Jammu and Kashmir. With Nazir Masoodi, Bureau Report, NDTV.
Cyclone Dana made landfall near Dhamra port and Bhitarkanika in Odisha, and the impact of the severe cyclone was felt in neighbouring state of West Bengal as well. Both states put in huge efforts to prevent loss of life and have succeeded, showing how Bengal and Orissa have come a long way in reducing casualties during cyclones from the Bay of Bengal. One death has been reported from Bengal, but that was because the victim was trying to repair a cable in the storm. Reports are suggesting that.
As Cyclone Dana made landfall, several trees were uprooted as winds touched 110 kilometers per hour, gusting up to 120 kilometers per hour. The restoration and relief work has begun following Cyclone Dana's landfall on the Odisha coast in the early hours of Friday. NDRF teams are removing uprooted trees in different villages of Dhamra after Cyclone Dana made landfall on the Odisha coast.
लैंडफॉल का प्रोसेस होने के बाद अभी आप देख रहे हैं विंड स्पीड कम हुआ है, रेनफॉल थोड़ा कम हुआ है धामरा एरिया में, और हमारा रेस्क्यू टीम सभी बाहर निकल रहा है। एनडीआरएफ का एक टीम जो यहाँ पे डिप्लॉय है उसको हम रेकी के लिए भेज रहे हैं, कहाँ पे क्या दिक्कत हो रहा है, या जो हमारा मेन रोड है धामरा से लेके बसदेवपुर जमदरी तक उसको हम पहले क्लियर करेंगे। उसके बाद जहाँ से हम रिपोर्ट आ रहा है, कंप्लेंट आ रहा है या जो भी इशू आ रहा है उसको हम रिजॉल्व करेंगे।
जो साइक्लोन आया हुआ है उसमें हमारे प्री डिप्लॉयमेंट हुआ था और कल साइक्लोन हिट कर गया है शाम के समय। हम लोग रोड क्लियरेंस में लगे हुए हैं। हाँ, डिफिकल्टीज में अगर देखें जो हमारे चैलेंजेस हैं उसमें अभी जो हवा तेज है, बारिश प्लस कंटिन्यू चल रहे हैं।
Odisha reported 0 casualties due to the cyclone, a huge feat, and it was possible only because of the massive evacuation of over 10 lakh people from vulnerable areas and setting up functioning cyclone shelters to house them. West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee spent the night at the Secretariat Nabanno, monitoring the situation as Cyclone Dana made landfall. West Bengal also evacuated over 2.5 lakh people to safer locations, and only one death was reported as the victim was reportedly repairing a cable during the storm.
ক্যাজুয়ালিটি মানে সে নিজের বাড়িতে কেবলে কাজ করতে গেছিল, তার নিজের বাড়ির জন্য, এটা মাথায় রাখবেন। এটা বাইরে হয়নি, এটা তার বিদ্যুতের কেবলের একটা প্রবলেম থেকে এটা আমরা শুনেছি। তার নিজের বাড়িতে ওটা মানে খারাপ হয়েছিল বা কিছু একটা হয়েছে, সেটা আমরা পরে কোয়ারি করে দেখবো। সে মারা গেছে, তাতে পোস্টমর্টম হবে, সবকিছুই হবে, তার পরিবারকে সাহায্যও করা হবে। কাজে আমরা বলবো যখন ঝড় হয় তখন ইলেকট্রিকের কাজটা না করা উচিত।
Both Kolkata and Bhubaneswar airports resumed operations this morning after a cyclone-related shutdown, and Kolkata witnessed rains throughout the day, leading to pockets of waterlogging in the city. The super cyclone of 1999 with massive casualties was an eye-opener to the threat that cyclones originating in the Bay of Bengal posed to states like Odisha and West Bengal. Today, even with storms that have winds up to 120 kilometers per hour, there are 0 casualties. And that is because states like Odisha and West Bengal have invested in building cyclone-resilient structures and with massive evacuation drills to evacuate people from vulnerable areas and timely information and warning systems. Cyclones today are managed much more effectively. With camera person G.D. Shankar, in Kolkata, Saurabh Gupta, NDTV.
The Kiwi bowlers have given the team a shot at winning their maiden series in India after bundling India out for 156 in the first innings of the Pune Test. At the end of the second day of the second Test, New Zealand are leading by 301 runs. India is staring at their first series defeat at home in 12 years. Mitchell Santner, for the first time, claimed 7 wickets in an innings. His 7 of 53 got India down to its knees. The hosts were shut out for 156, the highest scorer being Ravindra Jadeja, whose 38 have some respectability to the Indian total. With 3 days to go and New Zealand miles ahead in the Test, a turnaround for India would be a miracle, but not impossible. All the stories on ndtv.com. That's all from me. Thanks so much for watching.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
ऐसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए.
In the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं.
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India century, driven by aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने.
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting India's pivotal role on the world stage.
Not just Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global South especially trusting India's leadership.
Canada is concerned, I think there are some very specific issues. I think a lot of people know that.
Permanent seat on the UN Security Council is something that should be India's right.
AI is going to be one of the most important drivers.
It's a very exciting time for India, Indian cinema as well at a global level.
NDTV World Summit was more than just a conversation. It was a confluence of ideas poised to shape our global future.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
From making us all fall in ashiki to haunting her haters with 3-2, she is a blockbuster in every sense. On screen, online, and in our hearts. She's one of those rare stars who just connects with people both on and the screen. She's got the Kapoor ka talent, the Shraddha of millions, and the charm that makes us say, okay, Janu. Let's give it up for the incredible Shraddha Kapoor, a talent who keeps winning hearts and setting new benchmarks with every project. Zordar taliya, guys. We need a bigger applause than that. Give it up for Shraddha Kapoor. A very warm welcome, Shraddha. Please have a seat. Haha, how are you?
I'm very well. Good evening, everyone. How are you all? Khana wana khaya?
Everybody is charged with their lunch.
नहीं तो ऐसे होता ना खाने के बाद की good, you know, you want
sure
एक आधे घंटे की झपकी. Sorry, you had your chai also. यार मेरे बिना चाय पी लिया.
We'll get her elaichi wali chai, Delhi special. Okay, guys, we have a Q&A session after we have this conversation, so you will be given an opportunity to talk to Shraddha Kapoor. Of course, there are a lot of people already waving at you, Shraddha, so we'll have that thing. But, you know, 93.7 million followers on Instagram, maybe more. This is what I checked last evening. And then 3-2 has Indian box office's #1. It's #1 Hindi film of all time when it comes to the box office collection. So she has beaten our Prime Minister Narendra Modi on Instagram. You've beaten Shah Rukh Khan when it comes to Jawan at box office. How does that make you feel?
See, first of all, the two gentlemen you're speaking about are phenomenal in their own fields.
Give it up for them as well.
They have been idols in their own right. We have an absolutely fantastic leader leading our country. We have an absolutely fantastic leading man of our Indian film industry who I have grown up being a fan of. So, we'll keep that where it belongs. But to be very, very honest, I am very thrilled, very, very thrilled, very excited, overjoyed to be a part of a film that has gotten so much love. यहाँ पे किसने देखी है Stree 2?
They're missing your choti also, your jadui choti. Everybody was expecting you to be coming with it.
No, I have it in my pocket.
Aha.
It's always with me. But it's so nice to see everyone, mostly everyone's hands went up. So this is what I mean. I feel like to be a part of something, to be a part of a film where people have made that effort to go and watch it in theaters and, hopefully all of you got entertained. I'm guessing you all did. And it feels great. It's been my childhood dream. So for me to get to do what I've been wanting to do as a child and be a part of really good films with fabulous filmmakers. Our director of Stree is amazing. He is, he has consistently proved his craft. So for me to be a part of a film like this with fabulous actors, the first part was, it paved the way for horror comedy in in Bollywood. So to be a part of something that's a first as well is fabulous.
Yeah, it's an absolutely new niche that you guys have created. So kudos to that. You said बचपन से you've been aspiring to be an actress और ऐसी projects का ऐसी films का हिस्सा बनने का आपका हमेशा से ख्वाब रहा है. क्या आपकी conversations होती थी with your parents because they are from the industry, your dad has ruled it for several decades. So किस तरह की conversation होती थी? Did you ever confront, Shakti Kapoor ji कि मैं ये बनना चाहती हूँ? And what was that conversation like?
I'm sure there are a lot of Shakti Kapoor fans also over here.
Please raise your hands,
and
Shakti Kapoor fans.
Because I have to tell you the kind of feeling that I get when people come up to me and say that, we're a big fan of your father. It's another feeling altogether. So, and my father was not from a film family. He has come from Delhi. This is his home. मैंने बहुत ज़्यादा वक्त यहाँ पे बिताया है in my childhood. And, he had no background. He studied in acting school after he told his parents कि, मुझे actor बनना है. And मेरे दादाजी की एक clothing की दुकान थी. And my Dadaji had also told him कि, you work in a travel agency or something. And my dad was like, मुझे वो नहीं करना. And he pursued his dream. So he really, from time to time, he is sitting me down and inquiring, asking me, how are things going, how was shoot? Even when I'm thinking about signing a film, I go to him, I speak to him. I have tremendous respect for him because he is someone who has really, really made it from scratch. And his stories are very, very inspiring. So yes, I always turn to him. My Masi also, Padmini Kulhapure, she's been a fabulous actor herself. So of course, whenever I get that chance to sit and talk to them, turn to them for advice, they always give it to me.
Yeah, give it up for Shakti Kapoor sir as well. And imagine him saying, "Aankhein nikal ke gotiya khelunga" as a travel agent. I would have been intimidated for sure. So thank God he didn't choose that path. But Stree too.
If I have to add, because his stories are so inspiring, genuinely so inspiring. He would talk about how if he really wanted to work with a specific director, he would land up at that director's house, even though the security guard would not let him go up. He used to be like, मुझे उस director के साथ काम करना ही था. So he would reach that director's house in the get-up of the role that he wants to play and try and convince that director to cast him. And that's how he has also been cast. So to hear these kind of stories in my own house, really, really motivates me to keep my head down and really be very grateful for the opportunities that I get.
राइट अब सीक्वल्स के साथ ये भी होता है कि रिस्क थोड़ा ज़्यादा बढ़ जाता है, लेकिन आपके साथ वो केस नहीं हुआ. स्त्री बहुत बड़ी हिट थी, स्त्री 2 उससे भी बड़ी हिट हुई. देन आशिकी के साथ ऑफ कोर्स कितने लोगों की कई यादें जुड़ी हैं. अगर उसके सीक्वल की बात करें, लॉट ऑफ फैंस आर आल्सो वेटिंग फॉर आशिकी 3. डू यू थिंक दैट्स अराउंड द कॉर्नर?
Not that I know of, but because I mean, I'm sure if the makers thought of a sequel, they would think of something very, very interesting. And of course, Aashiki 2 garnered so much love, so much appreciation. The story, that's why that's the film where everything changed for me. But you'll have to ask the makers that if they have that in their minds.
Okay, but if they give you an opportunity, you'll take it up.
I mean, very honestly, I'm sure that if they do come up with something, it would be really, really awesome. And, you know, if I feel like it is something challenging for me as an actor, something different for me to do, I would be open to it.
Right. You're good at so many things, you know, acting, dancing, singing. Tell us one thing you're bad at. Is there anything? Or let's say not bad, but you're like, you think, okay, I need improvement there. Because I was just thinking about all the things that you do. And I was like, oh, she does it does everything.
See, now, if you're going to tell me something that I haven't learned, obviously, if I try it, I'll be really bad at it. One thing that I am really, really bad at would probably be coming up with an answer to that question, for starters. But what am I really bad at?
It's fine if
no,
you're not bad at anything.
now I have to
you
think
should be
about
really proud about it.
No, I have to think about it. I have to think about it. See, I will not be able to cook anybody a 7-course meal or something like that. If somebody tells me to do that, वो नहीं हो पाएगा मुझसे. But if you tell me to eat a 7-course meal, I will ace that.
What's one thing which you love the most?
Sorry?
What one thing which you love the most?
खाने में?
हाँ. डाइट पे भी होगे और वो चीज सामने आ जाए, you'll have it.
यार खाने में एक चीज चूज करना तो बड़ा मुश्किल है. मतलब
दिल्ली का कुछ स्पेशल?
दिल्ली में तो बहुत ज़्यादा चीज़ें हैं जो बहुत स्पेशल है. द फूड इन दिल्ली, दिल्ली इज़ नोन टू हैव फैबुलस फूड. ऑफ कोर्स छोले भटूरे, ऑफ कोर्स आलू पराठे, और क्या, एंड व्हाट एल्स वुड आई से, काली दाल, पनीर मखनी.
All of that. Now we are at the NDTV Global Summit. Let's talk about Indian entertainment industry's global scene as well. We've had amazing past few years at global platforms, RRR in Oscars, Payal Kapadia winning Grand Prix at the Cannes, then Diljit in Coachella. These are projects and these are people, you know, who were working towards this global goal. Will that be on your list? How do you think the entertainment industry is really putting us on the global map? Is that on your wish list?
You know, I feel like the kind of journey that I have had as well, it's been very, it's been full of surprises, very, very honestly. So I don't specifically have a wish list. I also like to evaluate each opportunity for what it is. But of course, it's such a proud feeling to, you know, see our Indian film industry, our Indian films making an impact at a global level. You have, you know, all these festivals in which our films are showcasing. You have films like Lapata Ladies, which is a film that I really loved this year. I thought that it was a really lovely film. And definitely through our films, you know, you get a glimpse, not a glimpse, you actually get an entire idea of how our traditions play out in our films with our elaborate wedding sequences and even an evolving India you also get to see in our films now as content is evolving with the rise of OTT. I feel OTT has also played a big role in putting our films in shows like Sacred Games, Delhi Crime, you know, to make conversation at a global level. So I feel that it's a good time for India. It's a very exciting time for India, Indian cinema as well at a global level. And I would love to be a part of that as well if I'm offered a film that does that.
Lovely, we'll be waiting for that. And since you're talking global, all of us are also fan of her accents that she pulls off. Amazing. How many times have you been asked to do those accents? Because I'm going to ask you after this.
I'm very surprised. Actually, a lot of people are very interested and they think I'm doing a great job with my accents. But I'm sure that if you get an American, someone from the UK and someone from France to assess my accents, they'll just be like, गलत है ये. But मतलब बचपन में time pass करती थी in front of the mirror.
हम तो मजे में कर रहे हैं. So please, if you can demonstrate like 2 or 3 for us.
What would you like me to say?
Do you want to start with British or American accent?
और English में कुछ बोलूँ?
हाँ. We just want to have like 2-3 accents.
2-3 accents. Acha. Okay. So, everyone's had a really good lunch today, it seems. I think all of you have had a good time, isn't it? Okay. They're like, yeah, we even had some chai without you, Shraddha.
Chai tea, is it?
Chai tea.
Okay, well, what's next? What after this? Any other accent? I think you do French really well.
French also, Asha. I think it's, I try to do a French accent. I don't know how good it is, but, I try to do it. But I don't know. Do you think it is okay? It's nice to be in Delhi, but when do you think it will stop raining? I don't know. It's just raining in Bombay and it's October and I don't...
Give it up for Shraddha Kapoor. Before I ask my next question, I'll quickly have one question from the audience, and there are so many hands, and I am not going to choose it. Show your best smile, and Shraddha Kapoor will choose you. Raise your hand.
Everyone is smiling, which is such a nice feeling.
Yeah, hello. I want to ask, you're looking so pretty in this business that I...
Oh, that's a question.
I have to say, I really wish it could work, where you could just be like, I have 2 dimples, and let's just, and you could just get anything.
I tried my best. So, yeah, I want to ask, recently you started a jewelry brand, and what was that idea, and what's the goal according to, you want to take it globally and what it contributes to Indian century?
Oh, I mean, absolutely. If I can take my jewelry brand Palmonas to a global level, I will try my best to. And that is, the endeavor. It's demi-fine jewelry, बहुत ही interesting category है, which, since he's asked this question, I will answer it. क्या है ना कि all of us, I mean, I don't know if all of you relate, but it's a lot of people find it very difficult to buy real gold jewelry because, of course, it's very, very expensive. And, of course, we all don't like our jewelry to sit in the lockers for most of the
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
गांव वालों, दिवाली का बोनस आ चुका है। लिस्ट पेश की जाए।
पापा पहले मैं क्रिकेट बैट, गेमिंग कंसोल, अब मेरी बारी। A new phone, डिजाइनर बैग।
पापा को दिवाली बोनस मिला है, लॉटरी नहीं।
अच्छा माम, तुम्हारी कोई लिस्ट नहीं
है ना?
अंजू के लिए नया फ्रॉक, रवि के लिए नया बैग, मीरा के लिए किताबें।
लेकिन माँ, ये सारे बच्चे हैं कौन?
बेटा, ये वो बच्चे हैं जिनका नाम किसी भी लिस्ट में शामिल नहीं होता और हर दिवाली जिनकी विश अधूरी रह जाती है।
वैसे पापा, मेरा गेमिंग कंसोल वेट कर सकता है और मेरा न्यू फोन भी।
तो फिर लिस्ट बदले?
जरूर। हर घर
आइए सोच बदलें। इस दीपावली खुशियों की एक नई लिस्ट तैयार करें। सार्थक दीपावली, दैनिक भास्कर की एक विनम्र पहल।
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
You're watching India Ascends, so with me, Gauri Dwivedi. I said power-packed top voices on the show.
If we are building artificial general intelligence and even more super intelligence, that's something that concerns all of humanity.
India has been doing well while much of the rest of the world's been slowing down.
If India didn't even resiliency, this would have happened more earlier.
India's growth is just beginning.
Her presence in India will in no way affect our bilateral relations.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India Century, driven by aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने.
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting India's pivotal role on the world stage.
Not just Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global South especially trusting India's leadership.
Canada is concerned, I think there are some very specific issues. I think a lot of people know that.
Permanent seat on the UN Security Council is something that should be India's right.
AI is going to be one of the most important, drivers.
It's a very exciting time for India, Indian cinema as well at a global level.
NDTV World Summit was more than just a conversation. It was a confluence of ideas poised to shape our global future. Co-presented by
Adani, powered by Pernod Ricard, co-powered by GE Aerospace, supercharged by Charge Zone. Knowledge partner Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham, Come Become. E-mobility partner Billion E. Associate partner FedEx. Insurance partner LIC.
State partner Government of Uttarakhand
And Government of Chhattisgarh.
Lifetime warranty. So my brand is offering some really fabulous things. We also have jewelry for men and accessories for men and women also.
Shraddha's fans get a special discount coupon.
So
Maybe I'm getting one.
Absolutely. Yes. And what do you say? So my vision and my co-founder Pallavi's vision is that, we wanted to solve this issue where all these, Gen Zs and millennials and all of you over here are like, we don't want to pay so much for jewelry, but हमें एक अच्छी quality की jewelry piece चाहिए या many jewelry pieces. So definitely our vision is, to solve this issue and give really trendy, really good quality jewelry options to everybody out there.
You have a question? Yeah.
श्रद्धा जी, मैली और बहुत ही जैसे भाई ने कहा था कि आपकी वो फिल्म थी कि तेरी गलियां, जिस तरीके से बहुत ही एक तरीके से जो यूथ है वो ज़्यादातर बहुत अटैच हो जाता है क्योंकि हर एक इंसान जब सोचता है कि हर एक एक्टर में होता है कि उसकी स्माइल बहुत अच्छी है, वो जब एक तरीके से डांस करती है, लेकिन आपके अंदर ही जब आप रोते हैं ना और
तो आपको अच्छा लगता है
वो रोना जो आपका वो ऐसा रियल वाला रोना है. एक बार क्लैप कर दे एक बार ज़रा. तो वो जो रोने की जो आपने ये स्माइल है ये बहुत ही बेहतरीन वाली जो जिसे
जब आप रोती है ना मुझे क्लैप करने का मन करता है.
तो बस ये मैं कहना चाहता हूँ कि ये क्या नेचुरली होता है या आप बिल्कुल इस सच में
बहुत दर्द भरा है मुझ में.
आप ग्लिसरीन यूज करते हैं नहीं?
मैं मजाक कर रही हूँ.
That's essentially the
question.
But
I mean, no, honestly, it's my job. It's a part of my job. So जो भी सीन होता है, if you have to cry, उसमें हंसना होता है या रोना होता है, वो करना पड़ता है. तो it's a part of my job.
बहुत अच्छा. हमेशा
Thank you.
आपके ऐसे मूवी बनते रहे और हम देखते रहे. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया.
Thank
Hi,
you.
Shraddha. I'm Dr. Adrita. The reason I can get to ask you a question because I'm a dentist and I'm a smile designer. So, like you were saying, you were looking at the smiles. So my question to you is...
So then you can also judge my smile, right?
Absolutely. Lovely
Okay.
it is.
How much would you rate it?
9 on 10 maybe.
Oh God, why did
So
you
that
start one mark, ma'am?
So I have to work on that one. What is the
Because
one?
Being a dentist, I'll have to look at your internal oral cavity properly.
Oh no, वो मत देखना.
Ma'am is straight.
नहीं, वो मत देखना. मैं अभी से I admit, मैं confess करती हूँ, मेरे पास 2 cavities है.
See, I got you. So I'm the zonal head.
मीठा
of
बहुत
dental.
पसंद है. Okay, ठीक है, ले लीजिए आप 1 point.
What's your question, ma'am?
Yeah, the question is, like growing up, were you scared of scare movies? Scary movies? Yeah, and how was your experience actually taking part in one? Because now, as of now, I don't have the courage ever to watch a scary movie. So I haven't seen Stree 2. So how was your experience seeing that or working in it?
You know, a lot of people, even after Stree, the first part, people were, little kids would come up and ask me that, are you really a ghost? Should we be scared of you or no? And it's interesting that people had this kind of a reaction because I am very scared of watching horror movies myself. And I have watched Stree with my hands on my face, myself. So Stree 1 में जब मेरा चेहरा बदलता है, I was scared of seeing myself transforming. So I am very scared of watching horror movies. And I have been as a, little kid, since I was a little kid. So I'm petrified of horror films.
Okay. Since you're talking about Stree 2, आप लोगों ने real locations पे भी कई जगह पे shoot किया है. कोई ऐसी भूतिया location थी या because रात को भी जब shoot कर रहे हो, कुछ ऐसी situation थी where you guys felt scared? या आप में से किसी ने कोई prank कर दिया and then it was difficult for everybody else because at the end, you are in that kind of situation where horror situations are being shot.
In the first film, in the first part, there was actually an incident on set, which, we spoke about.
By incident, you mean like somebody
एक
experienced
था
something?
कुछ मतलब पैरानॉर्मल सा इंसिडेंट हुआ था सेट पे विच मैं डायरेक्टली मैंने एक्सपीरियंस नहीं किया था बट राज एंड माय अदर को एक्टर्स वी हैड हर्ड अबाउट इट दैट अनफॉर्चुनेटली अ लाइट मैन फेल्ट समबडी पुश्ड हिम from a height. He was okay at the end of it, but there was nobody there. So, of course, this is what happened on the first film. But in the second film, ऐसा कुछ नहीं हुआ because, I had my choti also na with me. So I think the bhoot must have got scared. लेकिन अभी इसके पास ये चोटी है तो पंगा नहीं लेते हम.
मतलब चोटी ने तो ऐसा कमाल किया जैसे चोटी बढ़ती जाती है वैसे ही अब earnings जो है वो भी बढ़ती जाती हैं. Did you expect that kind of earnings? I mean, beating Jawan at the box office?
Very honestly, after being a part of this film and after reading the script, Stree 2, it was so important that we cracked a sequel that was not just created for the sake of a sequel being created. मतलब कि चलो पहला भाग इतना सक्सेसफुल था तो दूसरा बना लेते हैं. What Maddock did, what Dinesh Vijayan did, Amar Kaushik, my director, Niren Bhatt, our writer, and I have to give credit to Stree 1's writers as well, Raj and DK, who, are responsible for the inception of Stree, which got so much love. All of us, when we heard the film, we were excited. We felt that, okay, this is a sequel that is justified to the story of the first part.
Has any of the senior actors, artists reached out to you, complimented you for Stree 2, and if you can share who it was? Anybody that compliment stay? By the way, did Shah Rukh Khan, did you meet him by any chance since you've beaten Jawan? Did you get a chance to beat him?
No, first of all, I don't, I know you're saying this again and again that our film has done this and our film has done that. Our film has beat this film and our film has beat that film. Very honestly, the way that I see it, I see that any Hindi film doing well is great for the industry. I feel like I have long-term vision. It's, of course, very, very exciting to have one film that does well, but it's even more exciting when your industry is doing well.
Yeah.
And it's even more exciting when collectively a lot more films do well. So I would say that I got a very, very lovely call from Tabu ma'am.
Oh.
A very, very, very special and lovely conversation we had. She even sent me a personalized perfume with Stree written on it.
Oh.
And that's a very, very precious gift to me. And she had the most amazing things to say to me on the phone. She is a perfect example, Tabu ma'am, of really, really making you feel, or rather, this is how she made me feel. She made me feel so proud of, being a part of this film. She made me feel empowered. I mean, she is one of the most iconic actors we have, right? So for it to come from her was really, really special.
Lovely.
कहीं तो देखा है
हर जगह देखे हुए लेमिनेट्स ऐसे ही याद आ जाते हैं। नतीजा, अपने घर में कुछ अलग कीजिए मेरिनो लैमिनेट्स के साथ। यूनिक डिजाइन्स, आपकी पसंद जैसे। Merino laminates. Be different.
Earlier this month, in a landmark judgment, the Supreme Court held that marriages fixed while an individual is still a child also violate their right to free choice.
This judgment is the result of the groundswell of action which has been happening across India. It signals the beginning of the end. Just one generation of girls being saved will save the entire country's girls in all future.
Songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. I'm too busy, baby, making plans on how to get me one of them manly men. All I want is a touch of love.
What is HPV and cervical cancer, and what is the link?
Just as most women have had a flu, at least around 80 to 85% of women will get this infection at some point in their lives.
Nearly 70 to 80,000 new cases of cervical cancer are diagnosed each year in our country.
This disease, cervical cancer for example, can strike you when you're most effective in your life, you're more productive in your life.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number one in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses.
First came the news of an agreement between the two sides to disengage at the key points on LAC in Ladakh. The two sides agreed on patrolling in their respective areas and revert back to the April 2020 situation. And then the big Prime Minister Modi and Xi Jinping bilateral meet in Russia on the sidelines of the BRICS summit. This was the first meeting between the two leaders in 5 years. Both the leaders welcomed the border agreement and stressed on the need to settle disputes with dialogue and to be sensitive to each other's concerns. Now, the disengagement on LAC has begun, and army sources say that it will be complete by the month end. But how far can India trust China, given the checkered history of India-China relations? And will Beijing really walk the talk on the peace move? This is the big question that we ask on the show tonight. Joining me on the show, we have Jennifer Zeng, who is a Chinese affairs expert, joining me from New York City. We have Ashok Kanta, former ambassador of India to the People's Republic of China. Lieutenant General Subrata Saha is a former member of National Security Advisory Board and former Deputy Chief of Army Staff. And Jiong Gong is a China foreign expert, and Brahmachalani is strategic affairs expert. I'm going to begin with you, Jennifer. What do you think was the reason, and what significant shifts occurred in India's and China's positions that enabled this disengagement? What is the reading?
I think we all understand we are now in a very fast changing world. The situation in between Russia and Ukraine in the Middle East, and also what happened right now with the United States with some called the most important election in the history of America. So with all this fast changing geopolitics, of course, the CCP's Chinese Communist Party's long-term goal of attacking Taiwan, or what they say about reclaim Taiwan. So you need to look at the new whatever agreement between India and China under this bigger picture, and what's really the most urgent and important matter in the CCP's mind. And another issue maybe the outside world failed to pay attention to is the domestic political situation and the power struggle inside China. So we've observed a number of very unusual, you can say, phenomena, which is questioning the political stable, or whether there's a political stable state in China. So all this we need to consider together. So, but at the end of all, the CCP is never to be trusted.
Okay, and Lieutenant General Saha, you know, how can India and China really build on this momentum to resolve outstanding border disputes and strengthen bilateral relations?
Yeah, so thanks, Maria. Firstly, you know, I think it's too early to call it a momentum. It's just the start of the process, and we have to be a little patient. And yeah, for sure, whatever be the motivations of China, whether it is to, you know, kind of de-stress the economy. The previous speaker spoke, Jennifer spoke about political domestic struggles within, or whether it is to get away from a two-front scenario. The point is, from India's point of view, I think first and foremost, is the ability to go and patrol these areas, which I think for long we have not patrolled. And I must mention that these patrol areas, particularly the ones in Depsang, are actually short of the LAC. These were restrictions which were imposed sometime in the late 70s, I think 78, and we are going up till that, and even that had stopped from 2020, which was not good at all. So I'm glad that that is opening. And likewise, if you see the other one, as we are hearing, is the CNN junction, as they call it, Chardung Nilum Nala junction. So that's another one in the area of Demchok, on which, I mean, there's a number of times that we have had face-offs and things like that. You know, night patrols face-off also several occasions. So I'm glad that that patrolling business is happening. Okay. And if you look at the immediate, you know, future, I think, as we all understand, all the peace and tranquility agreements, whether it is the 93, 96, 2005, 2013, all of them were turned on their head after 2020. So really, it's a big, long process to start reviewing all of that. Because, for example, we never had buffer zones, you know, like nobody has spoken about the buffer zones, whether it is in Pangong's North Bank, whether it is the Gogra Hot Springs, whether it is, you know, Galwan. So now how are we going? This is a new dimension in the entire scheme of things. In fact, very senior people have recently commented that we have to wait and watch how the trust builds. So I think this is critical on the review of the peace and tranquility. And of course, in the long term, the announcement has been made that the two special review representatives, i.e. NSA from India's side and Wang Yi from the Chinese side, should meet at the earliest. Well, that obviously is the long-term objective. If that can happen, wonderful. But then it is a period which we will have to, you know, deal with a lot of caution and, of course, certainly optimism. I'm not saying don't be optimistic, but
Absolutely.
it is a period which will
Yes,
require a lot of
Lieutenant
caution
General Sir,
and
thank you
patience.
for saying that we have to be circumspect at this moment because of the checkered history between the two countries. But Brahmachalani, come in on this. You know, Jennifer spoke about economic pressures. How did economic pressures, according to you, including trade disruptions and sanctions, impact the decision to disengage and the shift in Indian and Chinese positions?
China is clearly running into long-term structural constraints, including a deepening demographic crisis, slowing economic growth, slowing productivity gains, and also as well as death issues. One doesn't know whether these structural issues played a role in Xi Jinping's readiness to resolve matters with India, but he made a terrible miscalculation in 2020 when he ordered those encroachments on Indian borderlands in East Ladakh. And what's happening now is a good move toward rapprochement between China and India. These two countries make up 1/3 of the global population, and any kind of rapprochement between them will have global implications. Having said that, we should keep in mind that disengagement is just the first step. There has to be de-escalation and de-induction of forces. That will be a long-haul process because China has actually changed facts on the ground. It has created new military realities by building permanent infrastructure, especially underground infrastructure, all along the Himalayan frontier. And while we are focused now just on 2 areas in East Ladakh, the fact is that there are military standoffs elsewhere along the Himalayan frontier, including on the Sikkim-Tibet border, Arunachal-Tibet border, and according to what's appearing in the Indian media, that some of these other standoffs also are going to be slowly resolved, hopefully, because the details have not been finalized. So it's going to be a long process. And I think that one has to keep in mind that the last time there was a disengagement deal between China and India, that happened in 2017. It happened after a 73-day standoff on Doklam Plateau. That disengagement did not go well because the Chinese gave the impression that they were disengaging. They did withdraw some forces, but then they came back. And then they began building permanent infrastructure on Doklam, and within 3 to 4 months, they'd actually effectively captured the entire Doklam Plateau. So we have to be very careful because the hype in the Indian media about a breakthrough is a bit premature because many of the things have yet to be negotiated, and the implementation of the first process itself will take some time. And I think we should therefore not get swept away by this hype.
Okay. So you agree with Lieutenant General Saha that there should be a great degree of caution, but optimism, yes. So Jiongong, there is this sense that China cannot be trusted because there was a process of disengagement which began in 2017, and then we saw what followed. So the question really is that we are trying to understand the India position, what led India to change its position and go in for this disengagement. What about the Chinese?
Well, first, let me start by saying that what we have done so far is really for the purpose of maintaining a peaceful situation with India. I think the argument that this is motivated by something related to Taiwan or something related to domestic politics is a laughable argument. It's just not a serious argument at all. I think this is purely motivated by the need to make progress at the BRICS summit. The fact that China's geopolitical calculation is making some adjustment. And I think this kind of adjustment is also on the part of India as well. India is also trying to make a balance between, on one side, keeping connections with the West, at the same time, also keeping relations with the members of the BRICS community. I think if you look at the economic situation, the trade between China and India is actually booming. Now, regarding your question about whether China is trusted or not, I think that's just very much an Indian perspective. I think the conflict that interrupted in the 1960s and later in the 1980s has many reasons, and I think I can fully understand that the Indian side will attribute everything to the Chinese side, but I could equally argue that the Chinese side will say pretty much the same thing. But the fact of the matter is that we need to move forward. And do not look back. And I think that this settlement at least is a step in the right direction. We need to. There's no really need for fighting over a vast amount of land that's totally manless land. There's nobody living there. There's no need to fight over that. I think it should be on a negotiating table. Both sides seriously talk about it and try to reach a settlement. And at least I think the agreement about the petroleum issue is definitely a step in that direction.
Okay. So then, Ambassador Kantha, help us understand, was there any international mediation here which perhaps was instrumental in facilitating this disengagement, or was it a realization only on the part of these two countries?
Well, I don't think there was any international mediation. Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri mentioned that Russia provided the venue because BRICS Summit was in Kazan, Russia. So Prime Minister Modi and President Xi met there. Apart from that, I'm not aware of any international mediation. I'll be very surprised if there was any international involvement in India and China working out their own differences. That's not the history of India-China engagement. But let me also come in here and comment on some of the points made by other colleagues. First, I will share the sense of caution reflected in remarks made by General Saha and Professor Chelani. We need to put this understanding in perspective. Just look at the media readouts coming from Indian side and Chinese side. We are calling it a complete disengagement and resolution of issues arising out of developments in 2020, whereas Chinese readout doesn't even use the word disengagement or agreement. It only says that important progress has been made. Now, what progress has been made? Facts are still not clear to us. They have not been made public, but Foreign Secretary has clarified that disengagement arrangements discussed and announced on 21st October are limited to Depsang Plains and Demchok. As General Saha mentioned, we were visiting certain patrolling points. It's the expectation we'll resume visiting, but fine print matters here. What will be limit of Chinese patrolling on our side of the LAC? Because essentially we are talking about these areas which are on our side of the LAC. What will happen to various structures which have been developed there? What will be nature of patrolling? Will there be restrictions of patrolling by us? All these issues remain unclear. Moreover, equally important, we had problem in other areas as well. In Galwan Valley, where we had a bloody clash on the night of 15-16 June 2020, Gogra, Hot Spring, Pankung Lake area. What was agreed upon earlier involved creation of buffer zones. As General Shah mentioned, that this is concept alien to management of India-China borders, and it involved imposition of restrictions on patrolling by Indian troops on our side of the line of actual control, access by Indian graziers to grazing grounds they were traditionally using. So as long as that is not resolved, what Army Chief mentioned on 22nd October in a public speech, that we would like to see restoration status quo as of April 2020.
Right.
That will not be achieved because buffer zones were not there, these restrictions were not there. Let me quickly make two other points. We are talking about disengagement, but there's equally important issue of demilitarization of border. Our nature of border has been changed completely. So there will be a difficult, complex process of de-escalation of troops along the borders, most specifically in eastern Ladakh. And besides, what came out of meeting between the Prime Minister Modi and President Xi was essentially re-engagement between two countries. We are far from reset in relations. In fact, the process of normalization of borders will also take quite some time, and only after borders been normalized, we should look at normalization overall relations, let alone reset the ties, because there are whole lot of structural difficulties between India and China which should not be overlooked.
Okay, so these structural differences that we are looking at, General Saha, what lessons can be drawn from this 5-year standoff and subsequent disengagement which is happening?
You see, Maria, ultimately, whatever we have seen now is the outcome of 17 border personnel meeting at a little higher level from routine, at the Corps Commander level, and 21 meetings of what is called WMCC, Working Mechanism for Consultation and Coordination. Frankly, the two higher upper tiers, the annual defense dialogue, which happens with the defense secretary leading the Indian delegation, that hasn't happened. And the highest level, of course, our NSA has been meeting Wang Yi in different forums, but not strictly in what is called the strategic representative level talks. So really the two upper tiers have not happened at all. So if you look at the current framework, only the two which are lower in the pecking order have been able to achieve something, and I would not for a moment trivialize the importance of the higher directions that they have got, because actually we got first hints of what might be coming after the NSA's meet, BRICS NSA's meet in September this year. That was the time you could see that there was a statement which was suggestive of an expeditious, words to that effect, resolution of whatever was being discussed on the ground. So therefore, I think the important point here is these structures which have been lying defunct for so long, they need to be revived early, and the challenges, I think, has been brought out by several speakers, Professor Brahmacharani, Ambassador Kantha. I think they are humongous, absolutely. So therefore, we'll have to see, how we are going to deal with this. My one point here is, it is very important because in the BDCA, the Border Defense and Cooperation Agreement 2013, we had emphasized on the requirement of more border personnel meetings. So therefore, one got opened in Kibithu in Arunachal Wolong area. I think there is a requirement of opening many more of these BPMs so that at the ground level, we are able to actually, talk to each other, verify, otherwise we are talking, in broader terms, trust but verify. Verification has to happen on the ground. And so for that, you require a whole lot of BPMs whose points, which require contentious points, which require resolution, can come back to the WMCC and it can be resolved. And frankly, as I look at it, the WMCC has to meet much more frequently than what it was designed for earlier to be able to resolve it if we are serious in what we are trying to achieve. And at the same time, while all these structures of talking to each other are in place, it is important that we parallelly take up further development of our infrastructure and further development of our strategic deterrence, because for us, let's be sure, the mobilization, although it was a very rapid mobilization, very resolute mobilization, robust, but it is not easy. Okay. To expect that it'll keep getting repeated every time, I think we need to use this little, elbow space that we have got very judiciously and effectively to be able to make ourselves prepared for any contingencies that may arise in the future.
Okay, so Jennifer, just take this thought forward in terms of mechanisms which will be put in place to verify and monitor this entire disengagement process from the Chinese side.
I agree. I think I remembered Michael Pompeo, the former U.S. Secretary of State, said whenever you deal with the CCP, it's distrust and then verified. In terms how important the CCP regards or look at this agreement or whatever disengagement with India, first of all, there's no whatever formal report about this. It's just only mentioned by passing when they report about the Xi Jinping's meeting with Modi, just one sentence saying there's some progressive development making in terms of the border issue. And when I search for the Chinese report, the only one article I got is they say they are talking about there's solution is achieved, but the reason they gave out is because India has now in a very bad situation. Their relationship with Russia is changed because they can't offer any substantial assistance to Russia as China can. So Russia is not happy with India, and also America is not happy with India because America is too focused on the Middle East. So because of India is so isolated in the international affairs, that's why they want to make a peace agreement or whatever with China. So that's how the Chinese commentators are looking at this affair. They are not
Brahmachalani, I'll give you the last word on the big fight tonight. You know, in terms of the next few days, what will you be watching out for? The question that I started the show with, will the dragon walk the talk, and can they be trusted, given the kind of trust deficit that exists?
To answer that question, one has to look at the big picture.
Yes.
Ever since China came under communist rule in 1949, this expansionist impulse of the CCP has been at the root of China's troubles with its neighbors, including with India. How did China become India's neighbor? It imposed itself as India's neighbor by occupying Tibet, which was the historical buffer. Since then, we have seen this expansionist element bedeviling relations between China and India. Now, why did Xi Jinping order those encroachments on Indian borderlands in 2020? If he had to 4.5 years later, withdraw his forces from some of those encroached areas, there's no explanation. That is, if he does, if he does withdraw forces, we don't know as yet. For example, in Devsang, they encroached 18 kilometers into Indian territory. Will they withdraw fully 18 kilometers back and allow Indian forces to patrol up to the points they were patrolling earlier? We don't know as yet. So I think one has to be very cautious. And I think in the coming months and coming years, the process that has just begun will have to be implemented in sequential stages. Disengagement to be followed by de-escalation and eventually by de-induction. De-induction is going to be very problematic because of the changed facts on the ground. Given the fact that they have, the Chinese have created new military infrastructure, permanent structures, how can there be de-induction? So I think one has to keep in mind that while what we are seeing is a positive trend, its implementation will require further negotiations and further diplomacy.
Okay. Thank you so much for joining us, Brahmachalani Jeonggong, Lieutenant General Saha Ashokanta, and Jennifer Zeng. That's all from me on this edition of The Big Fight. I'll be seeing you next week. Thanks so much for watching.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Cappuccinos to go.
I don't care for no songs and proses. I don't care for no sweet boys with roses. All I want is a touch of love.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest
of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always bustling. It's literally a city that never sleeps.
And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
We reached an agreement on patrolling. We have gone back to where the situation was in 2020, and we can say with that the disengagement process with China, you can say, has been completed. The understanding, to my knowledge, is that we will be able to do the patrolling which we were doing in 2020.
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त पण का मिळत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Our $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
ऐसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए.
In the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं.
NDTV World, your new home.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the Queen of Bollywood, the icon of Indian glamour, the ultimate global Desi girl, Kareena Kapoor Khan. From Pooh's unstoppable sass to Geet's irrepressible joy they weave, Kareena's characters have captured hearts worldwide. With a career spanning over 2 decades, to be specific, 25 years, Kareena, she has proved to be a talent that knows no borders. As a true global Indian, Kareena effortlessly rocks a lehenga or a sari on the Cannes red carpet. She slays the Instagram game, I would say, with 10 million followers, 10 plus in fact, and still manages to make us laugh, cry with her unforgettable performances. Today, we are honored to have Kareena Kapoor Khan with us to share her inspiring journey, her take on global citizenship, and perhaps some secret to her fabulousness. Get ready for a session that's equal parts fun, fierce and fabulous, just like Kareena Kapoor Khan. And as she says, मैं अपनी favorite हूँ. Kareena, welcome. Thank you so much. And welcome to NDTV and welcome to Delhi.
Ooh, thank you. Always, I was in fact, मैं परसों ही दिल्ली में ही थी, because we had gone to Pataudi for 3-4 days. It was our anniversary. Yes. So Delhi also always feels like home, and I love coming back. For
Happy anniversary.
Thank you.
How many years to that?
Oh God, I think almost 13 years of marriage, but it still feels like 3. I still keep it exciting.
So, you know, Kareena, you are today a global style icon, somebody who wears Indianness on the global stage. So before, you know, we'll be dividing this conversation in 2 parts. We'll be speaking about you as a style icon and also as a supremely fantabulous actor. So let's start with the style icon part. What are the fashion sensibilities do you think you have that have actually conquered the world and which is very much Indian in nature?
Coming to Indian fashion, I think it's evolved so much, whether it's in films, whether it's on the red carpet, whether it's now with people just having access to the gram. I think people are just looking out for Indian fashion, and I'm happy that it's a great moment for the fashion industry because of its great craftsmanship, I feel. I feel the Indian heritage and their craftsmen are finally getting its due, you know, whether it's our great Indian designers like Amit Agarwal, like Manish Malhotra. I think they're using our Indian artisans to its core, which is what is grabbing the attention on global platform. It's also Indian fashion, I think, is also, I think, हमारे जो साड़ियों की जो color है, जो रंग है, I think that is something that grabs everyone's attention when you're on the Cannes red carpet or you're at IFA or you're anywhere. I mean, if I'm on holiday and I decide to sometimes, you know, put on a nice Indian outfit, everyone is just like, oh my God, it just grabs those eyeballs. So I think it's being true to, you know, it's the Indian culture, the fashion, you know, whether it's, you know, which it's bandhanis, which it's colors. So I think it's just, India's having such a great fashion moment. I mean, all our designers are, you know, opening stores at different places all over the world. People want to, it's no more, I think, that, I mean, of course, like we wear Western clothes as well, a lot of us. It's no more that only the Indians are wearing their saris and, you know, it's not just that. I think all over the world, everyone in every culture and every race wants to wear a, you know, beautiful colored sari, a beautiful colored lehenga. I mean, till today, like आपने जब introduce किया था, तो आपने कहा that she rocks a lehenga. I think that leja जो lehenga था, I think Manish ने इतने सारे लहंगेस बेचे उसका. That's because people have, you know, they just took to that color, the cut, the song. So, I mean, you know, it's always had, it's been having its moment and I've been part of that and I'm really, really lucky.
So, Kareena, lehenga, sari or shalwar kameez?
Now, I mean, shalwar kameez, I mean, is home because Geet loved her shalwar kameezes.
Yes.
And for me, it's like, ghar ki baat hai. Kurta and shalwar, like, I love it. I mean, I feel I look the best. I'm most comfortable also in that. So I'll go with that.
Shalwar kameez. So I'm sure there are a lot of people who have a lot of questions. I'm going to open the floor for that. But before that, let's talk more about Kareena Kapoor Khan. 10 million plus followers. You have followers all over the world. So when you land, you know, because I follow Instagram a lot. And I can say that I admire your unapologetic Kareena Kapoor Khan ways. You know, be it about your family, your children, the manner in which you make it so seamless about yourself, and you have been one of the most phenomenal actors of all times. So what will you say when you move from Cannes to Bollywood? How has the lens changed towards Indian actors? And what do people tell you when you are there?
Firstly, I think everyone is always fascinated by our nation, our culture. because it's such a great heritage and tradition that I think everyone, when you say you're from India, they're like, wow, we have to come to India once. Because whether it's the food, whether it's the culture, whether it's, like you said, the craftsmanship, the fashion, it's historical places, it's places of worship, everything has something magnificent about it, which just, like I said, just, captures the imagination of people around the world. As far as Indian movies are concerned, I think there's a huge craze, a huge phenomenon, and a huge respect for our Indian movies. And one reason which I've noticed is that because our Indian movies are always true to itself. We're very authentic. हमें नाच गाना पसंद है, हमें इमोशन पसंद है, रोना धोना पसंद है, मार धाड़ पसंद है. So we're constantly being true to our culture, which I love about it. गीत को जाना है घर छोड़ के तो जाना ही है, वो करके दिखाएगी, वो करेगी अपनी लाइफ.
It is your favorite character.
I mean, I think
all of 25 years.
She represents a certain Punjabiness and a girl who has dreams, who wants to dream big and follow her heart and just do what she wants. And I think that's how that character, 25 years or 20 years later, is still resonating in a kind of pop culture way to India. So I think that is one reason why our films are watched globally and enjoyed in our language, in our Hindi language, because it's the song, the dance, they wait for that. So we have to kind of, be true to our heritage, which we are, and that's what everyone loves about it. And that's what I think also sets us apart, because, I mean, we have so many different kinds of cinema, like, which we watch, whether it's Korean, whether it's French, whatever, whether it's different regional kind of cinema, international cinema. But somewhere, I think, you still enjoy doing Natu, Natu, Natu on that stage of the Oscars. It kind of gives you that beat, that upbeat vibe. So somewhere India is got that representation, and it feels nice to be true to it.
And you often congratulate your contemporaries, and you also congratulate the winners very often. I mean, it's great pride, particularly when Indians win these laurels on foreign stages,
yeah, of
international
course.
awards.
I think, Para-Olympians are Olympians. I think we've done so well, and we're going from strength to strength. So it kind of, I feel if the nation doesn't participate in their glory also, I think it, it doesn't feel like we want to encourage them. We want them to feel that, we're all watching them.
It's also okay, 1.5 billion का फायदा क्या है अगर हम लोग celebrate नहीं कर सकें एक दूसरे को?
I think so. The celebration is the main thing. That's also part of, very much a part of our culture, ना? कि हर चीज़ में हम कुछ भी हो, Indian हम कुछ भी हो celebrate कर लेते हैं, हाँ? खुश रहते हैं. So it doesn't matter कि सबसे बड़ा celebration हो या सबसे छोटा celebration हो. The idea is that I think we have learned to make the best of what we have.
And right now, everybody is watching Kareena Kapoor Khan in Buckingham Murders. So, international collaborations and crossovers. Which is the favorite one for you?
Well, I mean, Buckingham Murders was just like a small kind of, more like a crossover in the sense we shot it in London, so we kind of wanted to keep it Hindi, English, be true to its kind of authenticity of the film, the way it was, the area that it was being shot in. So it's such a special film, and it's going to come on Netflix on the 8th of November. So whoever didn't watch it in the cinemas, I really want them to go and watch it, because I somehow feel, for me, being a first-time producer on that film, it was just something that बहुत ही special था, and मुझे लग रहा है कि मेरे career का best performance है, तो definitely I want people to watch it.
Okay, so you have made a pitch as well.
Listen, I'm an actor. I have to, अभी आदत सी हो गई है थोड़ा pitch करना. But I not really pitching. I'm just, after 25 years, I feel that I want people to just watch this film.
I'm sure we
But
will.
coming back to the collaboration, I think the best collaboration has to be, क्योंकि हम दिलजीत दोसांझ के बहुत बड़े fan हैं, वो तो सब जानते हैं. तो crew में नैना का गाना जो था, and he has taken it and Punjabi music to a completely different level and put us on, the global billboards. So whether it's his collaboration on Naina with Ed Sheeran or whatever, I think he's just been so true again to his roots and his culture. So for me, I think Naina was such a special song. So collaborating, that was a great international collaboration for him all.
And I think he's also your fan.
हम तो उनके fan हैं वो पता नहीं क्या हमें well I hope so because I'm such a big fan of his.
You know, since you're talking about pitches, so let's talk about you as a global ambassador and art ambassador, Indian cinema ambassador. What's your elevator pitch for brand India?
Well, like I said, that in India, I feel is in films, because I'm an actor, I can speak in terms of films, that I think we're being, like I said, very true to ourselves, where I want people to watch more and more Indian films. I mean, now I think whether it's Lapata Ladies that is now going on to the Oscars, it's such a moment. And also if you see the films that have always been chosen have also been so true in its roots. You know, it's like the story of Lapata Ladies is something that, you know, I'm sure it happens.
Yes.
You know, you feel like and you feel close to it. And you see journey of two women. And the whole idea is that it's put India and its emotion on the map. Everyone is talking about it. It's not like, you know, कि films dub हो रही हैं Russian में, German में, French में. I think Indian language में films देख रहे हैं. And for me, I would like to tell everybody, I think globally, since, you know, it's a global summit, that our language is actually very easy to understand. And now with, I mean, those who can't, I think now we have the OTT platform, which is having subtitles. You can enjoy at least our films so much more. So I think that is something that I would like to definitely stress on, that try to watch our films in our Indian language and enjoy that a little bit more.
And Kareena, you know, you are part of the 100 crore club, the crew.
But अब तो films बदल रही है क्योंकि 100 crore से अब, you know, 500 crore की तरफ जा रहे हैं, 600 crore, 700 crore. So it's growing, and which is great. The business is growing.
So, you know, we have seen all women crew from being a producer, writer, director, and also actors. Just before your session, we had two very, very fascinating women. Anasuya Sen-Gupta, who has won Best Actress at Cannes. Yes. So, you know, we had them, and Mansi, who won Best Actor at La Cinef. So we have seen women achieve that, and Indian women in particular. So, you know, when you look at all women crew, what is it that plays on your mind? And, you know, you are a strong feminist who have made Indians celebrate Indian women in particular.
हाँ, अभी तो मैंने crew भी किया था, क्योंकि लोग कहते हैं ना कि when you do a heist film तो सिर्फ लड़के कर सकते हैं, सिर्फ हीरोज कर सकते हैं, बट हम हीरोइंस ने करके दिखाया कि हम भी कर सकते हैं और सबने एंजॉय भी किया. तो आई थिंक देयर इज समथिंग अबाउट बीइंग टुगेदर with all, like an all women crew, yes. Like working with no heroes in the film and working with, you know, all girls, or maybe a female director, you know, like I worked with Reema Kadgi in Talash. I think there's just that sense of belonging that you have, you know, that we can do this, we will do this. You know, so many people always say कि नहीं, अगर बड़ा स्टार नहीं है, हीरो नहीं है, देखते ना कि पिक्चर चलेगी कि 100 crore मारेगी या 200 crore मारेगी. But the idea is that people are still, they want to watch these movies. They're going to watch these movies. So there's nothing that women can't really do, you know.
So it was almost like collectively lifting those 100 crores, you, Tabu, and
and uplifting each other, no?
Yeah,
the whole idea is that, no? Women also have to uplift each other, I feel.
Yes, so, you know, in terms of your own legacy, 25 years and counting, and the choices that you have made from Refugee to Geet to Talash to now, you know, it's very diverse and very reflective of how Kareena has grown in the cinema and has understood what are the requirements of Indian cinema globally, because the world is watching. We are a digital world, so very, very connected world.
So actually, I was in Greece recently, and a local person came up to me and said that I saw your film on Netflix. So Jaane Jahan, which she had watched, and she was excited about it. And she was like, it's such an amazing film. So I think that I took it as a compliment that, you know, so many people are watching our movies, you know, across the world, which is amazing. And my choice of roles has to keep changing. And I think that's what I've tried to always achieve in trying to grow with the audiences. because audiences का भी taste बदलता है हर 4-5 साल में, generations बदलते हैं, लोगों का ख्यालात बदलता है, तो हमें भी actors की responsibility होती है कि audience के साथ साथ हमें भी बदलना चाहिए अपने acting में, अपने you have to reflect upon your performances and try to do something different. So that is something that I take great pride in doing, in changing myself in my different characters. So from Pooh to Geet or Talash or Jaane Jaan or Buckingham Murders. I've tried to play different people on screen and I really, really enjoy that.
So I'm going to open the floor to questions now. And where is Jumru? Jumru, we'll be, okay, so I have a surprise for you, Kareena. We have a senior of yours from Welham.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Always.
Where is our favorite Rini?
Here.
Rini.
Thank you.
Rini, you have a message for your junior?
Hi.
As a senior, can I say hi, Junie?
Oh. I'm so happy. Always great to meet a fellow Welhamite.
Yeah, and I love the fact that you love your salwar kameez because that was our uniform.
I know, with the tadpoles. How can you forget? And the blue dupatta.
And do you recognize this?
Oh God, yes, my God. You're a proud Welhamite.
I'm a proud Welhamite, yes. And I'm sure you are too. And we're all very proud of you as a Welhamite.
Thank
you. And good luck to you in your career.
Thank you so much.
And I'd just like to say, go Welham.
Yeah, of course, always go Welham.
Thank you, thank you, ma'am.
Jumru, go ahead.
And Kareena, if I may, you know, hoigi Rihanna, hoigi Beyonce, sadi tai hi Rihanna, hi Beyonce. Once again, give it up for her. And now I want to go to somebody else who wants to ask a question. There you go. Yes, sir.
Hi, Kareena. I'm a food and travel influencer.
Okay.
And you must have traveled the world. And like you said, Delhi is a home to you. So what's that one place where our Bebo goes to, that one favorite restaurant in Delhi?
In Delhi?
Yes.
Bukhara.
Oh.
We all love the dal.
Any street food options?
Street food options. I mean, gaadi mein parathe wali gali always.
Chandni Chowk?
Chandni Chowk. I mean, I haven't gone in years, but gobsmacking food in Delhi. And like, I mean, the whole world knows that I'm crazy about like food and I'm very unapologetic about it.
And you love chole bhature?
I love chole bhature, aloo paratha. I love all of these.
Recently you had it.
Biryani, of course. I mean, like, I'm a Kapoor, yaar.
This is more like a food podcast now.
Yeah. I can go on about it.
One more question, I think, from a young girl who's probably a young Geet here. Yes.
Thank you so much. Hello, ma'am. I'm Nancy. I'm a student of University of Delhi. I'm pursuing political science honors. There are some things I wanted to ask you. You have played such diverse roles, and you're an actor who gives your all to the characters. You're so confident, and so I wanted to ask, you know, do those characters influence your daily life? Do they change your behavior? Secondly, you're so self-assured, you're so confident. I've seen you like from my childhood years. You have formed my personality in a way. So I wanted to ask if you had some advice for youngsters like me, like my friend. We're mainly 20 now. And if you could give us some advice so that we could find our footing in this fast-paced world. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, the first part of the question was that do my characters leave any, you know, influence on my day-to-day life? I mean, I think that thoda bahut, when you definitely stay with that particular character for a time, you start enjoying being that person. So when you're shooting for the film, it's good to be in that, in your day-to-day life as well, you know. So it helps you stay in that rhythm. Though I don't bring many of my characters home and my work home because I'm very switch on, switch off. In that sense, मैं बहुत lucky हूँ because otherwise then, you know, it'll be really tough to, you know, be in that character, in that zone all the time, because I do few dark characters also which I enjoy playing, you know. As far as advice goes, I definitely would like to say that for young girls of today, saying no should not make them feel that they're not confident. No means no, whether it's something that you're not comfortable doing, whether it's something that you're not comfortable wearing, whether it's something that you're not comfortable eating, shape, size, a job that you're looking forward to doing. If you feel it's something less for you, one should not take it. One should be so self-assured that one can push yourself to achieve and do something better. So I think no being an answer should always be something that should be reassuring rather than making you feel underconfident.
That's very well taken. Thank you so much, Kareena, for that advice. I'm sure several girls in the audience would be taking that home with them.
And one more question here from this lady who's from Hungary. Yes.
Thank you so much. Kareena, first of all, I love all your movies. Jab We Met is absolutely favorite. And I think you are the best Indian actress, according to my opinion. And since we are here at the global kind of summit and talking about NDTV going global, I would love to understand your aspirations to go global and maybe kind of explore even more like Hollywood or something else.
I think, of course, I think the world is coming closer. Everyone's, watching everybody's films. Everyone's coming together. So much connectivity, especially, I think, through events, films, OTT platforms. Definitely an international collaboration with an Indian actor, an American actor, who knows, a Korean film. I think, like I said, films also, language knows that's not a barrier, knows no boundaries, So never say never. I'm a huge fan of Meryl Streep. I would just love to stand in the frame with her, but I don't know if that would happen, but always dreams do come true.
So I'll take that thought a little forward. So who is your dream global collaborator?
I think like I said, I'm a huge fan of Meryl Streep. I don't know, to see her someday, to see Meryl Streep someday, to just, see if she's real.
When it is about what kind of world would you be seeing? What would you want Jay to grow up into? In the sense, the world that he should be seeing?
A world of love, happiness, peace. Somebody who would always be and lend his voice to the truth, voice to safety for women, knowing that, he has a brother doesn't mean that he doesn't have a right to protect other girls. He will be somebody's, father or husband someday. So I hope he values what his mother has done for him, because he sees his mother and father go to work. So he understands that it's important for women to be safe, to go to work, to feel happy. These are things that I don't hide from him. He's watching it every day. So I want him to grow up knowing and normalizing that, women are as equal as men, and they can also be the front runners, because he's seeing it every day.
Kareena, because that brings me to something that we saw just a few weeks back when the entire country was outraging about the incident which happened in, very, very worrying incident which happened in Kolkata. So, that safety, security that you speak about, and particularly for women, and everybody then spoke about how it's important for young boys to be taught to respect women.
I think it starts at home. And it starts for young boys at a very tender age of maybe 4 or 5, when they start understanding, difference between a boy and a girl, and how women should be respected, how a girl should be respected. So it's up to starting at home for mothers to understand and tell their young little boys. And this conversation is important to have with your child, however uncomfortable, but it must be told, they must be shown the way. Also, children understand with more words than action. So if they kind of also see their mother doing things, like now Taimur understands that, I've told him I'm speaking today at a very important event. So he's excited, he's like, what are you going to talk about? When I go home, he might ask me. So we'll talk about different things that I said. So they like to, see through action. So these conversations are important to have.
So with that, thank you so much, Kareena Kapoor Khan, Bebo, and
thank you.
The package that you are. So pleasure, honor, and thank you so much for this session at NDTV World Summit.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India Century, driven by aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने.
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting India's pivotal role on the world stage.
Not just Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global South especially trusting India's leadership.
Canada is concerned, I think there are some very specific issues. I think a lot of people know that.
Permanent seat on the UN Security Council is something that should be India's right.
AI is going to be one of the most important, drivers.
It's a very exciting time for India, Indian cinema as well at a global level.
NDTV World Summit was more than just a conversation. It was a confluence of ideas poised to shape our global future. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital, Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
We reached an agreement on patrolling. We have gone back to where the situation was in 2020, and we can
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching NDTV. China-India disengagement talks soon, and the Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi, has pitched for reforms to the UNSC. All this and more in this bulletin. But first, the headlines. The mother of all Maharashtra battles has decided its Worli battle, and it's going to be Aditya Thackeray versus Milind Deora from Worli. Indian and Chinese troops will complete disengagement in the Depsang and Nimtok areas of Ladakh and fall back to pre-April 2020 positions by Tuesday. Troops from both sides will fall back to pre-April 2020 positions, and all temporary infrastructure, sheds or tents will also be removed, while ground commanders will continue to hold regular meetings. United Nations incompetent to deal with global challenges, says Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi. With visiting German Chancellor by his side, he emphasized on UN being inadequate. NTV leader Farooq Abdullah calls out Pakistan as a source of terror attacks in Jammu and Kashmir. He has urged Islamabad to find a way to be friends, otherwise issues will arise. His comments come at a time after an army vehicle was targeted in Baramulla, killing 2 soldiers and 2 civilians. One dead in Kolkata, even as Cyclone Dana hit Bengal and Odisha. Airport operations, however, have resumed in Kolkata and also in Bhubaneswar. Indian and Chinese troops will complete disengagement in the Depsang and Demchok areas of Ladakh and fall back to pre-April 2020 positions by Tuesday. This is what army sources have said this afternoon. Troops from both sides will fall back to pre-April 2020 positions, and all temporary infrastructure, which includes sheds or tents, will also be removed, while ground commanders will continue to hold regular meetings. Sources said each side will also continue to have surveillance options in the Depsang and Demchok areas, and they will inform others prior to stepping out on patrol to avoid any form of miscommunication. Let's look at some reactions, and also my colleague has more details on this.
To put it very briefly, India and China have been involved in talks both at the diplomatic and military levels to resolve the differences in balance areas along the line of actual control. And pursuant to the talks, broad consensus has been achieved to restore the ground situation based on principles of equal and mutual security. The consensus achieved includes patrolling and grazing to traditional areas.
Well, it has already begun, and the Prime Minister's meeting with the President Xi in that SCO summit was clear indication that things have moved forward and consensus arrived between the two sides, and the main friction points like the Dapsang and the Damchuk, where the troops from both sides, PLA and Indian Army, will be pulling back from the forward posts positions. And what are they doing? They are restoring the pre-April 2020 positions, and they will patrol according to that, understanding of line of actual control. Because there have been differing perceptions about the line of actual control, but this was the longest, and the protracted standoff between the two armies. They were on the eyeball-to-eyeball situation, and it took years of diplomatic and military negotiations, and finally both the sides have arrived at a consensus that they will pull back, disengage. First it was the de-escalate situation, then the disengagement was the final thing, and also all the infrastructure, temporary, barracks, tents, etc., which were erected by both armies for the last 4 years will be removed. So clearly those signs of confrontation are also being removed. It's a huge achievement for India, because in this area, and particularly when you have a challenge along the line of control, two-front challenge was not an option for the army. So after 4-year long, protracted standoff, finally consensus has arrived and troops have been pulled back, and by the both sides, and the pre-April 2020 situation is being restored. At least 2 friction points, Dapsang and the Damchuk, have been resolved, and it would be case to case. Other friction points are also being resolved. According to sources, 40 to 50%, areas they have all been, troops they have already pulled back, and the rest of will be pulling back in next week, and by this month, and this would be the LAC would be again what it used to be in April 2020.
Moving on, National Conference Chief Farooq Abdullah has called out Pakistan as a source of terror attacks in Jammu and Kashmir, and he has warned the country to put an end to its constant attacks. He has in fact urged Islamabad to find a way to be friends, otherwise he has said issues will arise. 3 soldiers were killed in action in terror attack in Jammu and Kashmir's Baramulla today. Sources said 2 porters were also killed in this attack, while 3 others have been injured.
Paying homage to fallen heroes. 3 soldiers and 2 army porters killed in action after they came under attack. The heavily armed terrorists at Botapatri in Baramulla district. A massive cordon and search operation is underway to track down the attackers involved in the deadly ambush on an army truck on Thursday evening. This is the second major terrorist attack in the valley in the last 1 week. On Sunday, 7 workers, including a doctor, were killed after terrorists attacked a campaign site of road tunnel workers in Gandarbal district. Since June, there have been over a dozen attacks on the army in Jammu and Kashmir. While the Jammu region was mainly affected by such attacks, the Botapatri ambush is an indication that the Kashmir Valley may again be target of Pakistani-backed terrorists. The recent surge in terror attacks has exposed Pakistan's hypocrisy once again. While its political leadership recently made all the right noises as External Affairs Minister visited Islamabad for the SCO summit, its army and its proxies continue to shed the blood of innocents in Jammu and Kashmir.
Just days after returning from BRICS, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has called out global forums such as UNSC in his joint address with the German Chancellor while talking about Russia-Ukraine war. In fact, Prime Minister Narendra Modi on Friday met the German Chancellor and he discussed a wide range of issues focused on improving bilateral strategic ties. But the key highlight of this joint presser was this big message to global forums by the Indian Prime Minister. Prime Minister, in fact, minced no words in the midst, and he also said that it is time for reforms in global forums such as UNSC, which have so far been incompetent in stopping wars such as what's happening in Russia and Ukraine. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has been time and again calling out global forums on their failures to find solutions to today's problems.
यूक्रेन और पश्चिम एशिया में चल रहे संघर्ष हम दोनों के लिए चिंता के विषय है। भारत का हमेशा मत रहा है कि युद्ध से समस्याओं का समाधान नहीं हो सकता और शांति की बहाली के लिए भारत हर संभव योगदान देने के लिए तैयार है। हम इस बात पर भी सहमत हैं कि 20वीं सदी में बनाए गए ग्लोबल फोरम 21वीं सदी की चुनौतियों से निपटने में सक्षम नहीं है। यूएन सिक्योरिटी काउंसिल सहित अन्य मल्टीलेटरल इंस्टीट्यूशंस में रिफॉर्म्स की आवश्यकता है।
The world of the 21st century is something where progress is a question we have to work for. But in a multipolar world, there is no global policeman, no single watchdog monitoring our common rules and institutions. Each and every one of us is called upon to defend and uphold them. If Russia was to succeed with its illegal, brutal war against Ukraine, there would be repercussions far beyond Europe's borders. Such an outcome would endanger global security and prosperity as a whole.
Time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
The mother of all Maharashtra battles is decided. It's Aditya Thackeray versus Vilindora in a Sena versus Sena battle for Worli. Indian and Chinese troops will complete disengagement in the Depsang and Demtok areas of Ladakh and fall back to pre-April 2020 positions by Tuesday. United Nations is incompetent to deal with global challenges. This is what Prime Minister Narendra Modi has said while visiting German Chancellor, was standing by his side. In fact, he has emphasized on UN being inadequate. Farooq Abdullah has called out Pakistan as the source of terror attacks in Jammu and Kashmir. He has also urged Islamabad to find a way to be friends, otherwise issues will arise.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का।
छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की।
Corruption first on the agenda and nation first.
घोषणा
आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत. पण का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
So a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, it's that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
कैसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए.
In the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं.
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India century, driven by aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने.
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting India's pivotal role on the world stage.
Not just Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global South especially trusting India's leadership.
Canada is concerned, I think there are some very specific issues. I think a lot of people know that.
Permanent seat on the UN Security Council is something that should be India's right.
AI is going to be one of the most important drivers.
It's a very exciting time for India, Indian cinema as well at a global level.
NDTV World Summit was more than just a conversation. It was a confluence of ideas poised to shape our global future. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India, beating all its competition. NDTV stands for trust.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show.
breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally
Welcome back. A blockbuster political battle is brewing in Mumbai in Worli with Aditya Thackeray, son of Shiv Sena chief. Shiv Sena led by Uddhav Thackeray chief is all set to fight charismatic ex-Congress MP Milind Deora, who jumped from that party to Eknath Shinde's breakaway Sena. In fact, this is going to be an interesting battle. Former congressman and presently with Eknath Shinde-led Shiv Sena, Milind Deora gave substance to the speculation with a Friday evening post on X which said it's Worli now. Well, the Shinde Sena is, however, yet to confirm Mr. Deora's candidature. Meanwhile, Aditya Thackeray holds the Worli seat. This is a Shiv Sena stronghold, and this will vote along with the state's 287 other assembly constituencies on the 20th of November.
It is going to be an interesting Sena versus Sena battle in Worli constituency. Milind Deora all set to take on Aditya Thackeray. In fact, Milind Deora, who was a veteran Congress leader, had jumped ships and joined Eknath Shinde Sena just early this year due to disagreements with the Congress party. Of course, he was an MP from South Bombay both in 2004 as well as 2009. He also served as Minister of State, a very experienced politician, now going to take on Aditya Thackeray in assembly elections. He will be representing Worli constituency. Of course, Aditya Thackeray made his electoral debut just in 2019, emerged victorious. Worli had been a Sena bastion for quite some time now, and Milind Deora is somebody who wields a lot of influence as far as South Bombay is concerned. We know for a fact that Milind Deora ended Deora's, long association, 55-year-old long association with the Congress party just early this year. His father, Murli Deora, had been a minister, had been representing South Bombay, had represented South Bombay multiple times as an MP, a post which, of course, Milind Deora was among the youngest MPs in the year 2004. Of course, very experienced leader, very charismatic, a very popular leader when it comes to South Bombay. So is Aditya Thackeray. So therefore, a very, very interesting contest there, and also a three-way fight, because it's not just Sena versus Sena, but there is the MNS equation also. Sandeep Deshpande of the MNS is also going to be contesting against these two veteran leaders. So yes, Worli constituency battle is something that will be interesting to watch out for.
Meanwhile, Karnataka Chief Minister Siddharamaia's wife Parvati appeared in front of the Lokayukta investigation officer in Mysuru today in the Muda scam case, and her statement was also recorded. Well, the Muda scam may be seeing an intense political fallout in Karnataka with ongoing ED with Lokayukta investigations, but this case also has hit the real estate industry in the city, with many developers complaining about delay in clearances for many projects. In fact, my colleague Pratibha Raman has more details on this.
With the shrink in travel time between Bengaluru and Mysuru, the cultural capital of Karnataka was reaping the benefits when it came to real estate. But not anymore. The Muda allegations have put not just the Chief Minister on the back foot. Many developers in this city are in the dock with delay in issuing khatas or release orders for site registration.
The real estate market is in a bad shape today. Lot of new projects which were supposed to come in has been stalled. One is the Muda meetings are not happening, and the second one is issuance of the kata. DC has passed an order stating that the katas shall not be issued by Muda, and it is by respective panchayats or the local bodies, because the major of the maintenance or the fees that has been collected by Muda, and we can't do it.
The developers were promised Muda meetings, but with the recent resignation of Chairman K. Marigowda, they are left in further limbo. However, the Karnataka Minister for Urban Development refused to acknowledge this.
Real estate people and builders also facing problems, the same problem.
Where?
In Mysuru.
No, I don't know about it.
Mysuru, which was once the real estate hotspot in Karnataka, has now turned into a no man's land. While the Muda authorities are already being dragged into investigations, the developers are wondering if they could drag them into court as well if their issues remain unresolved. With bureau inputs from Mysuru, Pratibha Raman in Bengaluru for NDTV.
Meanwhile, Sports Minister Mansukh Mandavia on Friday met protesting wrestlers and assured them that they would get to go to the World Championships. The government approved the Indian wrestling team's participation in the World Championships after athletes sought Sports Minister Mansukh Mandavia's intervention following the WFI's withdrawal of entries due to a legal challenge. A group of wrestlers met me and apprised me of the issue and their concerns. I gave directions that the court matter will continue in court, but the wrestlers must compete in World Championship. They should get this opportunity. Whatever and wherever I'm needed to speak, I've done that. This is what the Sports Minister Mansukh Mandavia said today.
आज पहलवान के ग्रुप मुझे मिले, विषय मुझे बताया और मैंने डायरेक्शन दिया कि कोर्ट की मैटर कोर्ट की जगह पे चलती रहेगी, लेकिन मेरे भारत के रेसलर पहलवान वो वर्ल्ड चैम्पियनशिप खेलना चाहिए, उसको जाने का अवसर मिलना चाहिए और जहाँ भी ज़रूरी कहने की आवश्यकता थी मैंने बातचीत करी है और हमारे रेसलर जाएंगे, खेलेंगे और मेडल लेके आएंगे।
सर, संजय सिंह जो हैं उन्होंने अपने लेटर में रेसलिंग बॉडी जो वर्ल्ड रेसलिंग बॉडी है उस लेटर में कहा था कि देयर इज़ अ लॉट ऑफ इंटरफेरेंस फ्रॉम द स्पोर्ट्स मिनिस्ट्री। ये चीज़ के ऊपर कोई डिस्कशन हुआ है, कोई क्लैरिटी है इस मीटिंग के बाद?
सरकार की बहुत क्लैरिटी है। कोई भी फेडरेशन अपने हिसाब से अच्छा काम करे, चले, सरकार उसको मदद करती है। देश में स्पोर्ट्स आगे बढ़े, हमारे प्लेयर नेशनल और इंटरनेशनल लेवल पर बेस्ट परफॉर्मेंस करे, यही देश की अपेक्षा है, यही मिनिस्ट्री की अपेक्षा है।
I have with me the Wrestling Federation of India Chief, Mr. Sanjay Singh. सर, आपकी अभी स्पोर्ट्स मिनिस्टर्स के साथ जो है वो मीटिंग थी, क्या बात हुई, किस तरह का डिस्कशन था और क्या एग्जैक्टली उसका निकला है रिजल्ट?
एग्जैक्टली ये निकला है कि टीम जाएगी। उन्होंने स्पष्ट कहा है कि खिलाड़ियों के हित में और देश हित में आप टीम को भेजिए और जो भी कोर्ट केस है उसके लिए हम लोग लीगल देख करके उसके बारे में बात करेंगे।
सर, कोर्ट केस के बारे में जो चर्चा हो रही है, कंटेम्प्ट के ऊपर जो कोर्ट केस हुआ है एट्सेट्रा, उसके बारे में कोई बात हुई है, उसके बारे में कोई डिस्कशन हुआ है, क्या रिजल्ट निकलेगा उसका, नहीं निकलेगा?
उसके बारे में बात हुई है, उसको बोले अपने लीगल से उसको देख करके उसमें क्या डिसीजन लेना है, क्या करना है उसको करेंगे। खिलाड़ियों के हित में, देश हित में करेंगे। मंत्री जी ने ये आश्वासन दिया।
सर, आपके फेडरेशन के फ्यूचर को लेके कोई डिस्कशन हुआ है, क्या कोई बात हुई है कि इसका सस्पेंशन हटाया जाएगा, नहीं हटाया जाएगा, क्या उसके बारे में डिस्कशन हुआ है?
उस पर भी बात हुई है। वो बोले हैं कि वो कोर्ट में केस जो है उस कोर्ट केस का पूरा देख करके उस पर भी डिसीजन लिया जाएगा। उस पर पॉजिटिव बात हुई है।
उस पर पॉजिटिव बात हुई है। कोई टाइमलाइन बताया है कि कितना टाइम लगेगा, कितना समय लगेगा इस चीज़ को रेगुलराइज करने में और सस्पेंशन हटाने में?
कोई टाइम लाइन फिक्स नहीं हुआ। अभी ये लोग जो बिल आ रहा है वो बिल के लिए कंसंट्रेट हैं। बिल का पूरा हो जाए उसके बाद फिर हमारी नहीं और भी फेडरेशन का है जिसके लिए बोले कि सबको पटरी पे ला देंगे।
Time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
We reached an agreement on patrolling. We have gone back to where the situation was in 2020, and we can say with that the disengagement process with China, you can say, has been completed. The understanding, to my knowledge, is that we will be able to do the patrolling which we were doing in 2020.
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त मग का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
Hello and welcome to India Sense, where I speak with global opinion makers.
The United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India.
Now, a $7 trillion economy seems a perfectly conceivable number.
If you want to be a national party, is that you sort of accept the way the world is rather than want to endlessly hark back to how it was.
Modi is promoting the digitization of the economy, which is accelerating growth in the country.
I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World and address the summit.
It was the grand launch of NDTV World by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. NDTV World, as he laid out his vision for the India century at the NDTV World Summit.
ऐसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए.
In the presence of those who are shaping our future.
मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं.
NDTV World, your new home for global news is here.
NDTV proudly presents NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. I now request the Honorable Prime Minister to launch NDTV World.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi's inaugural session at the NDTV Summit outlined his vision for the India century, driven by aspirational India.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने.
The summit brought together prominent global leaders, highlighting India's pivotal role on the world stage.
Not just Indians trusting India's leadership, but the global South especially trusting India's leadership.
Canada is concerned, I think there are some very specific issues. I think a lot of people know that.
Permanent seat on the UN Security Council is something that should be India's right.
AI is going to be one of the most important, drivers.
It's a very